Public, and we will continue the conversation, but for now, viewers, it's time to shift into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. The conversation continues on the other hand, and we also tell you how after Islamabad talks have now failed, Trump says that the US Navy will now begin the blockade of the contentious Strait of Hormuz that already remains blocked under the Iranian wrath. We're getting you all the details on that after this short break. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है, वो तो 5 महीने का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है। ये आतंकवादी लोग हम लोग को टारगेट कर रहा है, मैती लोग को। इसलिए सरकार से विनती है जल्द से ये
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, Donald Trump has now said that the US Navy will start to blockade the Strait of Hormuz that continues to remain under the Iranian aggression. We're getting you all the details and also the latest statement that Iran has now issued in US's rebuttal. But first, here's a check on your headlines. Riot conspiracy in Delhi NCR. Employees' protest infiltrated by violent mob. Police vehicles vandalized, stones pelted in Noida. Serving army brigadier and son assaulted in Delhi after they questioned 2 people for drinking in public. Delhi police allegedly did not take any action. Corporate jihad row in Nashik, Hindu women employees harassed, sexually exploited and forced to conversion. Prime Minister Modi addresses Nari Shakti Sammelan, says India on the brink of scripting history ahead of the Nari Shakti Vandan Bill in the Parliament. After Islamabad talks fail, Trump says US Navy will now begin the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump warns of Hormuz blockade. Reports suggest Israel also preparing to resume strikes on Iran. Viewers, now getting in a fresh breaking development from West Asia. Now, Iranian armed forces, their central headquarters has now issued a statement against the US Navy's said blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Iranian armed forces say that security in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is either for everyone or for no one at all. Now, they also say that if Iranian ports are threatened, no port in the region will be safe. Now, remember, this comes in the continued resolve that Iran has had since the beginning of this war. Iran maintained that in case Iranian ports are struck, all other ports across the Gulf region will be struck too. In fact, after US President Donald Trump said that the US Navy will now blockade the Strait of Hormuz and take it over from IRGC, the Iranian military says that security in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is either going to be for everybody or for no one at all. A big statement, a big rebuttal that the Iranian armed forces have now given to the United States and Donald Trump, specifically after talks failed in Islamabad. Viewers, now Donald Trump unleashed a storm of criticism against Pope Leo the 14th, labeling him weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. The outburst followed recent remarks from Pope criticizing the West Asia war. Now, Pope Leo issued a direct rebuke of Trump's threat to destroy the Iranian civilization, calling it unacceptable and imploring global leaders to end the conflict. Now, having previously questioned Trump administration's hardline stand on immigration policies, the Pope was ultimately warned by Trump not to cater to the radical left. Here's more on what Donald Trump said.
In another blistering personal attack, Donald Trump has called Pope Leo weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy while accusing him of being soft on Iran.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities.
He also accused him of being hostile to American military actions and aligned with the radical left.
I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. Now, I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
Trump's remarks came after Pope Leo XIV demanded a ceasefire and respect of international law in Lebanon as Israel presses its war against Hezbollah. Pope Leo said he was closer than ever to the people of Lebanon in his prayers and called on all sides to stop fighting and seek peace.
Anche all'amato popolo libanese sono più che mai vicino in questi giorni di dolore, di paura e di invincibile speranza in Dio. Il principio di umanità, iscritto nella coscienza di ogni persona e riconosciuto nelle leggi internazionali, comporta l'obbligo morale di proteggere la popolazione civile dagli atroci effetti della guerra. Faccio appello alle parti in conflitto a cessare il fuoco e a ricercare con urgenza una soluzione pacifica.
The Pope did not mention the United States or Trump by name, but his tone and message appeared directed at Trump and the US officials.
Dalla pace tutti traggono vantaggi, individui, fratelli e sorelle. Chi prega ha coscienza del proprio limite, non uccide e non minaccia la morte. Invece alla morte è servito chi ha voluto le spalle al Dio vivente per fare di se stesso e del proprio potere l'idolo muto, cieco e sordo, cui sacrificare ogni valore e pretendere che il mondo intero pieghi il ginocchio. Basta con l'idolatria di se stessi e del denaro. Basta con l'esibizione della forza. Basta con la guerra.
In his post on Truth Social, Trump also objected to the Pope's criticism of his presidency, framing his actions as part of his electoral mandate. In another brazen claim, Trump has said that the Pope, who is the leader of the Roman Catholic Church, was elevated to the position because of his American identity and would not even have been in the Vatican had Trump not been president. Trump also went on to accuse the Pope of aligning with political opponents and urged him to change course. With the Vatican and the White House now locking horns, it remains to be seen how many more global leaders will Trump have an altercation with before this war ends.
Viewers, we're getting in another breaking development from West Asia. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces say that they discovered and completely dismantled an underground tunnel that was used by Hezbollah proxies in southern Lebanon to cross over and harm the Israeli Defense Forces, their soldiers, and even Israeli civilians. That's the latest that we're getting in. The Israeli Defense Forces, in a release statement, have said that IDF soldiers have dismantled an underground tunnel route of the Hezbollah organization in southern Lebanon. Now, they say that as part of the operational activity in southern Lebanon, the IDF soldiers dismantled the underground tunnel that was found, that was used by Hezbollah proxies. These are the visuals on your screens. In fact, Israel has also resounded its claim. Israel says that they will continue to batter southern Lebanon and that they will continue to hunt down Hezbollah forces, their commanders, and the entire infrastructure that belongs to the Hezbollah proxy in southern Lebanon. The Israeli Defense Forces have uncovered and dismantled an underground tunnel that they say was being used by Hezbollah proxies to cross over into the Iranian territory through southern Lebanon, bringing harm upon the Israeli Defense Forces and the Israeli civilians. Viewers, now shifting focus, we have another development coming in from you. Now, this developing news, ladies and gentlemen, is that IDF, in a statement, like we told you, has said that their soldiers managed to dismantle an underground tunnel route belonging to the Hezbollah terrorist organization in southern Lebanon. Now, as part of the operational activity in southern Lebanon, the IDF soldiers uncovered and dismantled the entire underground tunnel route of Hezbollah terror organization. Now, this comes in complete tandem with what Israel said before. Also, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that they will continue to batter southern Lebanon and they will continue to attack Hezbollah proxies, even as the war against Iran is now in somewhat of a standstill.
אנחנו היינו הראשונים ששברו את מחסום הפחד. הפחד לפעול באיראן עצמה. ואני זוכר את התחושה שלי. איזו התרגשות, איזו גאווה, צמרמורת. ואני יודע שגם אתם חוויתם כולכם את זה. המערכה טרם הסתיימה, אבל כבר עכשיו אפשר לקבוע בבירור. יש לנו הישגים היסטוריים. אני רוצה לזכור איפה היינו. איראן ניסתה ללפות אותנו בטבעת חנק. החמאס בעזה, חיזבאללה בלבנון, משטר אסד בסוריה, המיליציות בעיראק, החות'ים בתימן, איראן עצמה. זאת אומרת, הם רצו לחנוק אותנו, ואנחנו חונקים אותם. הם איימו עלינו בהשמדה, והם עכשיו נלחמים לשרוד. אנחנו הכינו בהם, יש לנו עוד מה לעשות. אנחנו היינו הראשונים ששברו את מחסום הפחד. הפחד לפעול באיראן עצמה. ואני זוכר את התחושה שלי. איזו התרגשות, איזו גאווה, צמרמורת. ואני יודע שגם אתם חוויתם כולכם את זה. תוצאה מהעוצמה הזאת שהפגנו, לבנון פנתה אלינו, בחודש האחרון פנתה כמה פעמים, להתחיל בשיחות שלום ישירות. זה עוד לא קרה לנו בהיסטוריה. בעצם זה קרה פעם אחת לפני עשרות שנים. אבל עכשיו הם פנו אלינו, ואני אישרתי את זה. כפוף לשני דברים. אנחנו רוצים להגיע לפירוק חיזבאללה מנשקו, ואנחנו רוצים הסכם שלום אמיתי, הסכם שלום שיחזיק מעמד לדורות.
Actually, we are here to, because we don't accept what's going on about the direct negotiation between Nawaf and Israeli. So we will never leave here until they stop the negotiation.
نريد نتفاوض مع إسرائيل ولبنان غير مباشر، مفاوضة غير مباشر. إيران، باكستان والمقاومة. لبنان، الحكومة اللبنانية ضد الشعب اللبناني. الدليل على ذلك من السنة ونص ونحن تقتل أطفالنا وشيوخنا ومشايخنا وتدمر بيوتنا.
This is a war that does not bring us any safety, any security. It only harms the people of the Middle East, and it also harms the people of Israel. We are here knowing now, after the ceasefire, that it did not achieve any of its goals. There are still ballistic missiles in Iran, there are still a nuclear material in Iran, and still there are those forces that Netanyahu claimed that he's fighting against, they are still on their feet. And I think that we know that Netanyahu keeps these wars alive because he wants to be in a forever war. It serves him politically, it serves him economically, and we understand that it is not in our interest.
But it won't come from that. I mean, we already know negotiations with people who hate you and their agenda is to wipe you out is not going to happen. And Israel is it's become very aware of that. And it's sad for the fact that I live here, I'm an American, and I can be able to say to other people, listen, when you live under rocket fire, drones, and missiles every day for 2 years and almost 8 months now, and negotiating has not done anything. It's like King David needs to rise up and throw the stone at Goliath and bring Goliath down, period, finished, done with.
Viewers, now getting in some more breaking development. French President Emmanuel Macron has announced a special conference with the United Kingdom for finding a multinational lasting solution for free navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, French President Emmanuel Macron is once again pushing for a diplomatic resolution to the West Asia war, emphasizing the need for a lasting solution that ensures peace and security for all the parties involved. Now, he's addressing key issues like Iranian nuclear activities, the Strait of Hormuz's navigation, and even Lebanon's sovereignty. Macron also announced a conference with the United Kingdom to organize a peaceful multinational mission to restore freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, a strictly defensive effort distinct from belligerence. Now, France, he says, is committed to playing its part in achieving the regional peace and stability. That's French President Emmanuel Macron. Now, remember, NATO has come under attack by the US President multiple times amid the ongoing war for not brandishing any support to the United States. And now the French President says that a peaceful, long-lasting solution should be found for free navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Viewers, now veteran Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban accepted defeat in a parliamentary election, ending his 16 years in power. The Hungarian citizens voted in huge numbers to oust Orban. He termed the election results as painful. Hungarian opposition leader Magyar celebrated the election win and also thanked his supporters for quote-unquote rewriting the Hungarian history. Now, the interesting aspect here is that a few days prior to the polls, US's Vice President J.D. Vance also campaigned for Orban, who is a close aide of Donald Trump. Now, all the details are packed in this next report. Take a look.
A massive crowd gathered along the Danube River in Budapest on Sunday. And on the streets, drivers blared car horns and cranked up anti-government songs while people marched along. This comes as Hungary witnesses a historic moment, an end to Viktor Orban's 16-year regime as the head of the nation. The winner of the election, Peter Magyar, termed it as Hungary's history being rewritten.
A Tisza és Magyarország megnyerte ezt a választást.
Whereas Orban, who conceded defeat early on, has called the loss painful. Orban's loss comes despite an aggressive campaign which even included J.D. Vance and the US President Donald Trump himself. A few days before the polls, J.D. Vance arrived in Budapest, where he attended Orban's rally and pledged the US's support.
I am here for a simple reason, because I admire what you are fighting for. You're fighting for your freedom, you're fighting for your sovereignty, and I am here because President Trump and I wish for your success, and we are fighting right here with you. We want no more and we ask no more than to be allies against those who seek to push Hungary down. And you have drawn the attention of the American people, really people all across the world, because Hungary has been on the front lines of such foes.
J.D. Vance even dialed President Trump and put him on speaker during the rally to address the crowd.
I actually had a special guest that asked that I give him a phone call, and we'll see. Let's hope he actually answers, but this is going to be very embarrassing. Hello, Mr. President, how are you?
Hi. Hey, JD, could you give me a second? I'm just... Wow, that's some...
Mr. President, you are on with about 5,000 Hungarian patriots, and I think they love you even more than they love Viktor Orban.
Well, I can't believe that. I can't believe that, because I love Hungary and I love that Viktor. I'll tell you, he's a fantastic man.
Despite the flamboyant campaign, Hungarians decided to overwhelmingly vote against Orban in a record voter turnout that was nearly 80%. And now, the opposition leader Peter Magyar's party is all set to secure two-thirds majority in the parliament. Many hope that he will reverse many of the controversial changes made by Orban.
Viewers, now we're shifting focus to some more satellite images that have come to fore in the West Asia war, where you can see the aggressors US and Israel striking multiple areas across the Iranian territories. Now, these new satellite images emerge of the United States and the Israeli attacks that have bombarded the Iranian territory. Now, these visuals are from the 10th of April and they show destruction at the Parchin military complex inside Iran. Take a look at these satellite images. Several buildings in the surrounded area appear to be completely decimated. The before and after shows the true extent of the damage that is being caused. Now, remember, this comes closely at the heels of truce talks between the United States and Israel and Iran, for that matter, completely failing in Islamabad. In fact, not just that, in that one day of truce talks, the two warring parties, United States and Iran, did not even come face to face for a truce talk. Viewers, we're getting in some more breaking developments. Now, the United States and Indonesia are discussing an agreement allowing the US military overflight in the Indonesian airspace. Now, Indonesia and United States have come together once again, where they're discussing the use of the Indonesian airspace for US military jets. Now, remember, this comes as there is a possibility of an incursion in the Iranian territory as the war swells in West Asia, and also the peace talks that could not reach any conclusion in Islamabad. Now, in fact, the situation has become far more grim, and now the United States is out to seek permission from Indonesia to use their airspace for their military aircraft and for military use. Now, Indonesia's defense ministry said that no deal has yet been reached with the United States. However, US's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is set to meet his Indonesian counterpart later today to discuss the same matter. Now, Indonesia said that they did receive a call from the United States for and access to the Indonesian airspace. However, nothing concrete came out of that phone call. And now US's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who's also been at the fore of the West Asia war, its decisions, firing his military top leadership back in US left, right and center, is all set to visit Indonesia later today. Viewers, massive developments and a constant back and forth between the United States and Iran, making sure that the war now looks like what it did before the truce talks began. Iranian parliamentary speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf has now issued another very vocal statement against the United States. He's directly warned US President Donald Trump, telling him that in case there are any attacks and incursions against Iranians or on the Iranian territory, the US will be settled to face a huge rebuttal. In fact, his verbatim is that if Americans test Iranian will once again, they will be taught a bigger lesson. Now, this statement has been issued with the Iranian media and has been making rounds. Now, remember, Mohammad Ghalibaf, the Iranian parliamentary speaker, is also the same person who led the Iranian delegation in the peace talks that were ongoing in Islamabad. In fact, he was accompanied by Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, and Mohammad Ghalibaf, the parliamentary speaker, has always been very vocal since the inception of this war on the 28th of February. And now he has warned Donald Trump once again, saying that if Iran is tested, then the Americans will have to pay the price. Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin for you. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we get you a breakdown of everything else that's been happening, right from the riot conspiracy in Delhi NCR, where the employees' protest regarding a salary hike turned completely violent. Vandalism could be seen all across the sector. We're getting you all the details after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में से ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are...
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Riot conspiracy in Delhi NCR. Employees' protests infiltrated by violent mob. Police vehicles vandalized. Stones pelted in Noida. Serving army brigadier and son assaulted in Delhi after they questioned two people for drinking in public. Delhi police allegedly did not take any action. Corporate Jihad Rao in Nashik, Hindu women employees harassed, sexually exploited and forced to convert their religion. Prime Minister Modi addresses Nari Shakti Sammelan, says India on the brink of scripting history ahead of the Nari Shakti Vandan Bill in the Parliament. After Islamabad talks fail, Trump says US Navy will now begin the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump warns of Hormuz blockade. Reports suggest Israel also preparing to resume strikes on Iran. Viewers, we're getting in a fresh breaking development now. Sources reveal that US President Donald Trump is considering to resume strikes if the US naval blockade does not force Iran to change course. Now, Axios, citing sources, says that mediators will continue talks with Washington and Tehran to bridge the gaps and reach an agreement to end the war. However, they've said that in case the US Navy's fresh blockade of the Strait of Hormuz does not make Iran budge, then Trump says that he will be forced to take worse actions against the Iranian regime. Now, the sources have also cited that Iranian targets that the US may attack could include infrastructure that was previously threatened with strikes by the United States. Now, a fresh revelation that comes in where sources claim that Trump will resume striking the Iranian regime, the Iranian territory. Now, this comes after talks in Islamabad that went on for over 21 hours between the warring sides, United States and Iran, failed miserably, with these two sides not even coming face to face with each other for the talks. Now, in fact, they concluded their strikes separately in isolation with Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, and those talks have reached no conclusion at all. And now the war has once again started to become big, started to swell in the West Asian region, with fresh warnings from Donald Trump, where he says that in case the US Navy's blockade of Strait of Hormuz does not make Iran change course, then Iran will be battered with strikes once again. In fact, viewers, that is the latest that we're getting in. Trump has now released a statement saying that they will continue striking the Iranian regime and they will continue coming for Iran's energy and civilian infrastructure as the war reaches no conclusion. Now, remember, this also comes as global demands for a ceasefire are becoming higher and higher, with not just Pope but also French President Emmanuel Macron asking for a lasting peace in the West Asian region. Now, at the heels of this, the Iranian parliamentary speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf has also resounded the Iranian resolve. They've threatened the US president, warning him that in case any incursions are made against the Israeli territories, Americans will receive a befitting answer. In fact, viewers, now shifting focus to another breaking development that we're getting at this hour. The IDF troops are expanding the targeting of ground operations against Hezbollah military infrastructure to strengthen the forward defenses. That's the latest that we're getting in. Now, IDF continues to batter Hezbollah on one side, and on the other, Trump continues to maintain that they will resume strikes on the Iranian territories. Now, sources have cited that Donald Trump is considering to resume his incursions, his attacks, if the US naval blockade does not force Iran to change course. Now, this comes as Iran has already blocked the Strait of Hormuz. Now, joining me on the phone line is Major General Shashi Asthana to speak to us about the details of the matter. Major General Asthana, an evolving war that we're seeing, you know, for a minute there was a glimmer of hope that talks will hopefully diffuse down the tensions between the warring sides, but that did not happen. Islamabad plan completely failed, and now Trump has issued a fresh warning threatening to resume strikes over the Iranian territory. So even after the peace talks, even after all of these hopes being raised against the war being stopped, we've come back to ground zero, Major General Shashi Asthana.
See, Trump is getting frustrated. There is no doubt that he has, despite degrading the combat capabilities of Iran to a great extent, his over-exaggeration of the claims that Iran is totally gone, I think that has not paid any dividend in negotiations. And in negotiations, they did try to take a very hard line, and so was Iran taking a hard line, and therefore it was expected that the talks will fail, and which they failed. But now he's saddled with a slightly different situation, and that is that he is not getting a clear exit to get back to his election mode. And convince people that, okay, I wanted the war to continue up to a time and thereafter I will withdraw. Now, he is not getting that exit in a manner that his threats
Viewers, we're getting in fresh visuals. In fact, we will go to the last rite visuals of Asha Bhosle in a minute as they go live. But before that, Major General Shashi Asthana, kindly continue from where you left.
Okay. So he is basically trying that somehow if he can get the Strait of Hormuz opened, which is becoming difficult because sometimes he threatens that, okay, I will open it by force, and then the realities bite him that it is far too risky, and then he starts threatening in a different manner, which he has done now, and then the talk of blockade, because blockade itself has got a lot of ramifications, as rest of the countries which are neutral, like India and everybody else, they will also get affected and will also raise a voice to say that this is illegal. The blockade is also illegal. The choking of Strait of Hormuz is also illegal. Both these acts are illegal, one by Iran and one by USA. And it was open before the war. So obviously America remains responsible for starting this crisis. So therefore, I think he is finding it difficult to wriggle out of this situation. And that is why he's trying out that if his threats can work again and again.
Shashi Asthana, in fact, thanks very much for getting us that lowdown. For now, viewers, shifting focus to another breaking development that we're getting. Now, Israeli Defense Forces, their troops are expanding the targeting ground operations against Hezbollah military infrastructure to strengthen the forward defense posture in the Bint Jebel area in southern Lebanon. Now, remember, this comes after the Israeli Defense Forces made it clear that they will continue to batter Hezbollah infrastructure deep inside Lebanon, with special focus remaining on southern Lebanon. Just moments ago, they also managed to blow up an underground tunnel route of the Hezbollah terror organization. They said that the proxies will not be spared no matter what happens to the Iran ceasefire. And remember, this continues to push the entire region of Gulf into a deploring war as Israel continues its incursion against the Hezbollah organization.
In fact, we're getting live visuals of last rites being performed before the late legendary singer Asha Bhosle, who passed away just yesterday at the age of 92. And now we're looking at the last rites, the final journey, in fact, of the melody queen of Bollywood underway right now. We're getting these live visuals from Mumbai. All right, my colleague Meenakshi, in fact, is joining us live from the site where these last rites are underway. Meenakshi, take it forward, please.
Yes, as you can see, you are able to see that we are at Shivaji Park and the preparation is underway. You can see the visuals from Shivaji Park here. Mumbai is witnessing an outpouring of grief and respect as legendary playback singer Asha Bhosle. Asha Bhosle is being accorded a state funeral at Shivaji Park. You can see the live visuals, and right now Shivaji Park has turned into we can say sea of mourners. Thousands of fans along with prominent personalities from the film, political and music fraternity, they have come here and have gathered here to bid a final farewell to Asha Bhosle, and Chief Minister of Maharashtra can come here anytime. And we have now joined by Pandit Ji. Pandit Ji, आप ये सारे रिचुअल्स करेंगे, अभी क्या-क्या अभी होने वाला है, कितना टाइम बचा है, प्रिपरेशन कैसा है?
करने के बाद स्टार्ट करेंगे हम अग्नि लाते वैसे
अच्छा, कितना कितना टाइम में आने वाले हैं, कुछ मिला आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन?
4 बजे
आधा घंटा आपके रिचुअल्स में जाएगा. See, as you
all right, viewers. Right, Meenakshi, those are live visuals. We're getting viewers of the final journey, the last journey, in fact, of the legendary singer Asha Bhosle, who passed away just yesterday at the age of 92, leaving behind a rich legacy of a career spanning over 8 decades, recording over 12,000 songs in multiple Indian as well as foreign languages. And now we're looking at a sea of mourners, in fact, fans from all across India who've gathered in Mumbai, Shivaji Nagar, to pay her last, to pay their respect, in fact, to the singer, as the final journey is in fact right now underway. We're getting you live visuals. The final journey of a legendary, late singer, Asha Bhosle, and her final rites will be performed at about 4 p.m. All right, my colleague Meenakshi continues to be live with us. Meenakshi, please take us through what you're seeing around.
Yes. Yes, we have joined by Pandit ji. Pandit ji, यहाँ पे रिचुअल्स होने वाले हैं. आशा जी के मॉर्टल रिमेन्स को यहाँ पे लेके आएंगे. कितने टाइम में आएंगे और रिचुअल के लिए कितना टाइम आप लोगों का है? कैसा अरेंजमेंट है?
ऐसे तो 4 बजे का टाइम बोला है हमें. तो 4 बजे जैसे वो आशा दीदी को लेके आएंगे, वैसे वो शासकीय इंतजाम से उनका पहला गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से जो भी होगा रिचुअल्स, वो हाँ स्टेट ऑफ ऑनर होने के बाद हमारा विधि स्टार्ट होगा.
कितना टाइम विधि में है? क्या पूरा अरेंजमेंट हो गया क्या फाइनल?
पूरा अरेंजमेंट हो गया है विधि का. जो भी सामान वगैरह लगता है वो सब लाया है. ये आने के बाद आधा घंटा में हो जाएगा विधि.
4 बजे से
हाँ 4 बजे से 4 बजे बोला है टाइम. देखते हैं अभी कितने.
As you have seen, Pandit ji spoke to Republic and he said the rituals will take time for half an hour. And from the house of Asha Bhosle, the Lower Parel house, it will take 15 to 20 minutes hardly to reach here at Shivaji Park. And I can show you all the preparation is now finalized. As you have seen that fans are gathered at Shivaji Park, and right now Shivaji Park has turned into a sea of, I can say, mourners, thousands of fans.
Right, Meenakshi, please hold on to your thoughts. We're also being joined by Revati, our colleague, who is in fact present as this last journey of Asha Bhosle is still underway. Revati, take us what you're looking, what you're seeing around, in fact.
Right, as you can see that the final journey of legendary singer Asha Bhosle has begun. The mortal remains of Asha Bhosle have been taken from her residency to Shivaji Park, where the cremation will take place. As you can see that this is the very truck from which the mortal remains of this legendary singer will be taken to Shivaji Park. As you can see, all the family members, all the well-wishers are bidding adieu to this legendary singer, and the final journey has just begun. Before this, many personalities from media, from Bollywood, from music industry paid their last tribute to the legendary singer with the heavy security deployed at the site. We can see that from her Lower Parel residence, Asha Bhosle's mortal remains are being taken to Shivaji Park, and she will be cremated at Shivaji Park at around 5 p.m. today, where all the well-wishers and the entire nation will be bidding adieu to the legendary singer. Over to you.
All right, Revati, so last rites will be performed at about 4 to 5 p.m. at Shivaji Nagar. This is where the last journey is in fact also headed. It started from her residence at Lower Parel, and now you can look in fact at a final journey. We're getting you live visuals, and you can see a sea of people. Her fans in fact have gathered to get a last glimpse of the legendary singer, to pay their tribute, to pay their respect to a singer that in fact has contributed immensely to Indian cinema. You can see how many people, in fact, have gathered on both the sides of the road to pay their respect to Asha Bhosle, to Asha Tai, the legendary singer who passed away at the age of 92 just yesterday. And right now, her final journey, her last journey, in fact, is underway in Mumbai. We're getting you live visuals as a sea of mourners, in fact, have gathered all around. And Revati continues to stay with us. Revati, take us through what you're seeing around. You can see also people, showering petals on her as her final journey is underway. There are a lot of fans who have gathered. It's a very emotional moment at this time.
Right, as you can see that everyone here in Mumbai is bidding adieu to the legendary singer. Asha Bhosle took her last breath at the age of 92 at Breach Candy Hospital, where she first was rushed to the Breach Candy Hospital due to cardiac arrest. Then, due to multiple organ failure, she took her last breath. As we can see, the final journey of the legendary singer has begun, and now the entire nation is bidding adieu, bidding farewell to Asha Bhosle ji, who has contributed immensely to the Indian cinema and the music industry of the Indian cinema. I would also like to mention that she was conferred with Padma Vibhushan, which is the second highest civilian award, and she has also been conferred with Maharashtra Bhushan and n number of such awards. A number of awards in her entire life. Also, now we can see that people are giving slogans that Amar Rahe, Asha Tai Amar Rahe. Also, they are showering their love, showering petals and bidding farewell to the legendary singer Asha Bhosle. Over to you.
Right, of course, Revati, it's 8 decades of a melodious era that's now coming to an end, a voice that touched millions of hearts, moved our souls in a way that's difficult to describe, now coming to an end. In fact, you can see a lot of people, a lot of fans, people from music and film fraternity walking around the truck, in fact, which is carrying her mortal remains, her last journey, in fact, to pay their respect, to pay their tribute to the legendary singer, a singer who has contributed not just through her vocal expertise, but also through the vibrant personality that she explicit anyone she met, in fact, during the course of her journey. And we're celebrating as well today her legacy, a rich legacy, as we bid farewell to the legendary singer Asha Tai, as she is often called. In fact, it's 8 decades of music, 8 decades of magic that she brought to screen, that she contributed to Indian cinema. And now you can see her final journey, her last journey, in fact, underway right now in Mumbai. Her final rites will be performed at about 4 to 5 p.m. at Shivaji Nagar. And right now, her final journey is underway from her residence at Lower Parel to Shivaji Nagar. We're getting you live visuals. And Meenakshi, in fact, is now joining us. Meenakshi, do take us through what you're seeing, and also we understand that her final rites will be performed at about 4 p.m.
Yes, as you can see, preparation almost done at Shivaji Park as Asha Bhosle's last ride started also, and as we are showing you the latest live visuals from Shivaji Park, and the Maharashtra government has arranged full state of honors for the this veteran singer. A ceremonial guard of honor will be presented with police personnel lined up as a mark of respect. You can see on the visuals, and several political leaders, cultural icons, they have started gathering at Shivaji Park. Security has been tightened with Mumbai police managing the swelling crowd. As you have mentioned already, lots of thousands of fans of Asha Bhosle, they gathered on the road, and they are waiting for their dearest Asha Bhosle. And yeah, we are showing you live visuals from Shivaji Park. Almost all preparation has been done, and we spoke to Panditji, who also told Republic that all rituals will take half an hour. And as I can mention, I can say the distance from Lower Parel to Shivaji Park is nearby 15 to 20 minutes. So Asha ji's mortal remains will reach here within 20 minutes. So less time in the government's hand, and all BMC workers and police personnel, they are doing the last minute work. You can see, we are showing you that visuals. You can see the last minute work is going on. And as we have seen that earlier, her mortal remains were kept at her residence for public darshan, where political leaders and Bollywood fraternities, they had gone and paid respect to Asha Bhosle, and thousands queued up since morning. Actually, now at Shivaji Park, the final rituals will take place, and we can also hear the voice of Asha Bhosle. Everywhere the songs of Asha Bhosle is playing at Shivaji Park. So it's an emotional movement. It's a heavy moment for Asha Bhosle's family.
All right, Meenakshi, just hold on to your thought. We're also being joined by Usha Uttap on phone line. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us on Republic TV. And I want to ask you, today, as we bid a farewell to Asha Tai, we're also looking at her rich journey, a legacy of about 8 decades. How do you look at that journey? And also, how is this moment for you right now? Because you've also worked very closely with the legendary singer.
Well, I think, as I said already, just devastated by the news. And, I mean, nothing could be more real than this, right? Though it all seems surreal to me to see, a flower-bedecked van with her photograph on top. It's so sad. Yes. It's so sad, really. But that's life. Life has to carry on, and the minute you come in, you have to go. And to go the in-between years, I mean, she's lived such a fantastic life, such a full life, 92 years, and the great volume of work, both quality and quantity. She's inspired generations and generations, so many kids, so many grown-ups, so many people who have been listening to her songs and inspired by her. I mean, for me, it's just, as I said, it's surreal and at the same time so real. So real when you see something like this. I mean, as I've always said, I'm saying it one more time, that the song is much bigger than the singer. Much, much bigger. Because though her body is not with us anymore, she's gone, her music and her legacy will live on forever and evermore.
Right, of course, ma'am. Her legacy will continue to live on in our hearts through her song, through the magic that she's created in her melodies. And, I'm sure that India is also joining you in this emotional moment at this stage. So is there something you would like to say to her fans who are also, bidding the final farewell to her at the moment?
I'm sure they're all feeling the same way as I am. We're really sad that she's no more there physically, but the music will carry on, and the way her music will carry on will be really amazing, isn't it? It already is. I mean, so many generations of people are singing her song. As far as I'm concerned, personally, you will never find a single playlist, not a single playlist of my shows. Like even yesterday I performed, I will be performing day after again. There's never been a show or a playlist of ours where there is no DMD, which means Dam Maro Dam.
Right.
And so many others, yeah. So my gratitude, my great respect, and great admiration, and I'm in total awe of the work that she has put in.
I can certainly relate to that emotion, ma'am, that she has been immortalized in not just your playlist, but I think in everyone's playlist. We have a grown-up listening to her songs, and on that note, thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us and sharing how you're feeling at this stage. All right, and now we're also being joined by folk singer Malini Awasthi on this. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us on Republic, and it's a somber moment for all of us right now. We're bidding final farewell to the legendary Indian singer Asha Tai. Ma'am, you've worked closely with her as well. How are you feeling at the moment? And also, how do you reflect on her rich journey?
Extremely sad. I think we have all grown up watching her, listening to her and dancing on her songs. And I can say this with confidence and with full awareness that each and every potential singer of many generations have tried to learn from both sisters, but maybe more from Asha Ki, because she portrayed such extraordinary range of composition.
Right.
As if there was some tireless, streak in her which was not ready to give up, willing to take chance, willing to take up new compositions. I mean, her whole life journey is such a role model for any singer, especially female singers. And I saying this because women face so many hurdles while pursuing a career. And here is a woman who got married very early and saw ups and downs in her personal life, but never gave up. And, it happens in family when you have one, almost a goddess Saraswati as your sister, Lata. And there are eminent comparisons drawn, and it's not easy to crave out your own, niche and such a legacy. It is not easy. I think a life has, there's so much to learn from her.
Right.
That nothing can stop you from living your dream. And she did, despite all the difficulties and hurdles. And imagine, 30 years ago, she came up with the remixes of her own songs. Who does that? Today, there is a trend of remixes in films and albums. And I heard her, in fact, she said that I saw people doing RD songs, and I thought, why should I watch others do when I can sing? I will do my own. And she came up with her own Asha and RD and came up with remixes with Leslie Lewis. So, it takes guts to come up with a new interpretation of your own very hit song. And it can be judged, but only very daring artists will take up that. And she was singing for Rahman Saab or any young music composer, Shami Tandon ji, she was singing for him. So I think this has kept her alive, in everybody's memories. And I think even today, you ask any 12-year, 13-year-old boy or girl, they would recognize her. She was so active, full of life, cooking for everybody, and living a life of that of a grandmother, a mother. I think she was a very happy and satisfied as a person when she said bye-bye. But I think what she has created, songs that she has sung, will continue to echo in this universe for, I think, lives and lives and generations, forever immortal. It's a blessing to have met her. And since you asked me what we did talk, when we met,
yes,
I was, we met we met earlier, but we had a very unique meeting to have some conversation. It was Prime Minister's swearing in ceremony in 2019. And we were there for the swearing in ceremony. And she was all alone, and you know how it happens after the swearing ceremony. The traffic was stuck, and both of us found in each other's company. And it took a while for the car to come. And so for 30 minutes, 25 minutes, we had such heart-to-heart conversation at North Block. I can never forget in Delhi. And the first thing I said, I told her, I always thought that Lataji has immortalized villages of UP, Uttar Pradesh, village bells, songs of UP heartland, beautifully, musically, decorated by Naushad Saab. But what you've done with Nadi Nare Na Jao Sham Paiya Paru or Jumta Gira Re, Najar Lagi Raja Tore Bangle Pe, they're all UP folk, and the kind of young, that naughtiness, and also the nakhra andaz that you bring in, it's divine. And it sounds so, how do you do it? She said, it's my bad luck that I have not visited Uttar Pradesh like I should have. So I think I've seen enough of UP and Bihar because I've sung in Bhojpuri songs. I've sung so many songs. When I was singing for Umrao Jan, the ghazals, I thought that I'd spend time in Lucknow. So I feel very closely, I can relate to UP. That is what explains how I can bring life to those songs. It was beautiful to hear her talk about them. Then again, we met in Bombay. And very ever smiling, happy, very frank. You could hear from her whatever she would say as she felt. There was nothing that she would keep to her heart. Very open person. And what a voice, what a legacy, and what a life. They don't make. I think she was the last of those icons. We grew up worshipping Lataji, Rafi Saab, Kishore Kumar Saab, Mukesh ji, and Asha ji. So पांच तत्व में पंच तत्व पूरा विलीन हो गया अनंत.
Right, ma'am. It's difficult to imagine without these voices what Indian cinema would in fact look like. And as you mentioned, she was truly a fighter. She had that jazba, that passion for music going on even at 92. She in fact visited our campus and she had that spirit alive. And when we talk about her versatility from cabaret numbers to the ghazals in Umrao Jan and to the folk songs that you mentioned, it's a truly unmatched, her versatility. Ma'am, if you could also reflect, because you also shared about your personal anecdote with her, how your interaction went. If you could just tell one thing to her fans today who are bidding farewell to her, what would you say?
To really learn from her and both Lataji, that they were so humble. Even despite achieving everything an artist can dream of, they were so grateful to their audience, to their father, the Guru, and to their family. In fact, I was there when she was being awarded Lata Mangeshkar Award by her family. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. Please continue.
Okay. So she was being awarded Lata Mangeshkar Award. So when she went to the dais, I can never forget what she said. She said, there are thousands of singers. There are amazing singers that the country has produced. They will keep coming. But you have chosen us. It is your heart. It is your wish that has made us who we are. And because of you, we will continue to echo in your rooms. And not that singers were less greater, who were around, but you chose us. So we are grateful to our audience. And then she said, I'm grateful to my father and my brother, Pandit Hridaynath Mangeshkar ji, who's here. She said, because he chose me good enough to be awarded an award designated or which has been in honor of my sister. Because she was like the sun, my sister, Lataji. So I thought that this was amazing because she was grateful to audience, fans, her brother, and so much in awe of her sister, Lataji. I think this is what new artists can really learn, humility and gratefulness to music composers and to the audience who have made who legends are. I think that is what makes them great. And one more last thing. people requested her to sing. And she said, okay, I'm going to attempt a song sung by Didi. And since I cannot sing half as good as her, I'm really afraid and scared. Can you imagine? This was right in front of us. So that kind of, humility and respect, I would say, is something rare to find. And this is something everybody should. I find new artists who are very aware of their presence around. And here was a legend who was saying, I'm shaking because I'm trying to sing something my sister has sung so beautifully. I thought that was something, that day I realized that they have reached where they reached because they always thought and saw themselves as a music learner, not some achiever. And that keeps the journey going.
All right, ma'am, it's very heartening to hear your interaction with her, the way you talk about her, how singers, in fact, around the world adore her, not just for her vocal expertise, but also the kind of respect, the kind of humility that she brought to the stage. Thank you so much, Malini ma'am, for joining us on this and sharing how you feel at the moment and also reflecting on her journey. All right, we're also being joined by Jaspinder Narula. He's a singer, and thank you, Jaspinder sir, for joining us on this broadcast. In fact, I want to ask you, sir, today we are bidding farewell to Asha Tai. It's 8 decades of legacy that we are, in fact, bidding farewell to, but she will continue to live with us through her music, through the magic she brought in her melodies. How do you look at this moment, sir?
Yes, of course. This is a moment that, we were shocked, and we know everybody has to go, but then, this was like, but very, very peacefully she went. That's the best thing, because in these days, it's when somebody goes with that, with that pain and a prolonged disease or something, which didn't happen with her. She just went like that, And yes, we will always remember her from her songs and the association that I had with her. I looked at her as my mother, as my guru. I always learned from every genre that she sang since I was a child. I would say when I was in my mom's womb, I used to listen to her because my mom was her fan. And that's how I loved Asha Tai. I always, I treat her like a mother. And it's hard for us because it's like losing a family member, losing a mother, losing a guru. And yes, she was very, very, once she heard my song and she asked the music director that I want to meet her. That's how we met first time. And I went to the studio while she was recording. And she said to me, she says, I love the way you sing. And where have you learned from? So I gave my guru's name, and she said, no, you have not learned from anybody. You've learned from God. You've come straight from there. So this is how, these people were such pure souls, such special souls that God had sent them. And the kind of work they did, they're like institutions, and people will learn from them. Kids the new generation will learn from them, मैं तो हमेशा बोलती हूँ कि till this earth is, saved, the music is saved, and these people's voices will be there that people will hear and learn. So it is like, it's very, very sad and a big loss to all of us, to our India, to all the fans, to all the good listeners, and हमारी तो I would say कि ये जो पुरानी generation थी, I think she was the last in that, and very, very heartbreaking, sad, and I pray for her, journey, that this last journey, she straight goes to, the lotus feet.
Certainly, ma'am. We are praying for her for a peaceful journey ahead. And as you mentioned, your mother was a fan. I can say the same for my father. She has inspired people across the generations. And, as you mentioned that you consider her like a mother figure in your life, if you could share for our viewers some personal interaction, some anecdote that you're remembering at the moment.
I always called her Asha Ma, and she said to me, she said, "Tu meri beti mat ban, tu meri dost ban." So I said कि बेटी और माँ का एक रिश्ता जो होता है वो सहेलियों की तरह होता है, तो आप मुझे कभी भी फोन करें, कभी भी। तो मेरे घर आई, it was my birthday, she came, I think her daughter and me, we shared the same day, so she said, अरे मेरी दोनों बेटियां एक ही दिन। So then she came over, she sat and she sang in my party, she danced, and I didn't have to ask anything. She just said, the party was supposed to start at 8. She probably reached at 7 o'clock, and she was standing close to my house and saying, "Jasti kahan aana hai?" So I said, "Ma, aap wahi rukhiye, main aa rahi hu aapko lene." So I went and picked her up from where she was, and oh my God, she made that day, my year. She predicted me so many things. She was into astrology also. She looked at my chart, because I am also into astrology, so we both kind of discussed, the astrology part. Then she said, "I'm going to come and stay with you. Can I come? Can I stay?" So she heard my mool mantra. So she says, "मुझे सबसे अच्छा यही लगता है, मैं अपने घर में तुम्हारा मूल मंत्र लगा के रहती हूँ, मुझे बहुत सुकून मिलता है जस्सी." So these were the things, and कभी भी फोन पे बात होती, कभी भी, तो she always used to admire, love my music, like how I loved her, she loved me. I think I got the same reciprocation from her side. So it was like, she was a beautiful soul. I tell you, बहुत कम ऐसी soul, जन्म लेती हैं दोबारा. I think she must have gone to God's lotus feet straight. I don't think she'll come back again.
And I think, ma'am, that's something a lot of people talk about, not just her vocal expertise, her melodious voice, but also the kind of personality she had, a vibrant personality, a woman who was a fighter, full of jazba, somebody who wore her heart on sleeves and never shied away from, showing her love to people that she adored all around us. And you're, of course, one of them. If you could also reflect for our viewers on her journey, during 50s, 60s and 70s, she absolutely ruled Indian cinema. And, her unique versatility from ghazals to, in fact, cabaret numbers, to going around a pop disco as well. If you could talk about her journey, her musical journey, which is, of course, very rich, and that's the legacy she's leaving behind.
As I said, from my mom's womb, I used to listen to her, admire her, and that came in me, and I loved whatever she sang. It was so beautiful, whatever genre. So that's why we say she was very versatile. You listen to her, Ab Ke Baras, Bhej Bhaiya Ko Babul, or you listen to her, Monica, My Darling. You listen to any of there are other songs like Chain Se Humko Kabhi Aapne Jeene Na Diya, and then her bhajan, Sacha Naam Tera, Tu Sham Mera, and I mean, kaun sa gana, what song, O Mere Sona Re, kitna chulbula gana. Then in Tere Ghar Ke Samne, there were some songs, different times. She sang a very nice style, which was very Western, and it was like a cha-cha-cha rhythm, and there's a girl dancing on it, and the way she, the modulation, voice modulation, how she did it, it was amazing. It was just remarkable. It was commendable, like how she she sang the song, and I learned from every song she sang, you know. I always, and look at the ghazals, Miraje ghazal she sang. Every ghazal was like, you know, the graces she took, the way she sang those ghazal. After that, Umrao Jan was another, you know, Kamal. I would say Kamal. I mean, I can't.
All right, Jaspinder ma'am, please just hold on to your thought. We're also being joined by Hema Malini at this moment. Ma'am, I want to ask you, you know, you have closely worked with her, and how do you feel at this moment as we reflect on Ashatai's journey, 8 decades of rich legacy? How are you feeling at the moment, and how do you look at her journey?
Her journey was fantastic. For the last 10 decades, she has entertained people with her singing skill, and nobody can beat her. And she had her own place in this music world. She was something unique. She was able to deliver whatever the music director wanted, the way what she wants. Matlab, in fact, she will give 100% more than what is necessary. Her voice became the heartbeat of Indian music. You know, that singing,
yes, ma'am.
It was about creating timeless emotions that connected millions of hearts. Her versatility, grace, unmatched passion, it was truly a very different kind of a person she was.
Right, ma'am, you've closely worked with Ashatai. She sang many songs for you, including O Saathi Chal. If you could, you know, reflect on any anecdote that you could share with us, that you could think of or recall, your interaction that you had with Ashatai.
Interaction, she has visited my dance shows also. So in fact, I did one dance ballet, Savitri. So she was present and she saw the show and she expressed her feeling, I love to sing for your ballet also, which did not happen. But whenever we have met, she has always loved me, gave me so much love. She will hug me. She will touch my face and say how beautiful you are. She'll always say that. So I can never forget such a wonderful, lovely person she was.
Right, ma'am. In fact, this is what we have been talking about since morning, that not just a vocal expertise, but also her vibrant personality, the kind of love she had for everyone around. She wore her heart on her sleeves. So if you could talk about that aspect of her also, you know, because you've closely interacted with the legendary singer.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right, viewers, as you can see, it's people from all around the world, people from media, fraternity who are mourning the loss that we have had. We've lost a legendary singer, Ashatai, who succumbed to multiple organ failure just yesterday at about 12 noon at the age of 92. And today, her final rites will be performed. Her final journey right now is underway. And India is bidding farewell to the legendary singer and at the same time remembering her rich legacy of 8 decades, her soulful music, a voice that touched millions of us. It moved us in ways that's difficult to describe. And looking back at her journey in remembrance, we're talking about the kind of rich legacy she's leaving behind in about 12,000 songs that she has recorded in over 8 decades of her career, a rich legacy, 12,000 songs in multiple Indian languages, and today it's an end of an era, a melodious era that we're looking at, but Ashatai will of course continue to live with us through her songs, through the melodies that she's left behind, and the rich legacy that we are looking at right now as her final journey is underway. And India, in fact, is mourning this big loss to the media industry, and not just to the media industry, the cinematic world today, in fact, is mourning this loss. And we're looking at the final journey of Asha Bhosle, the melodious queen of Bollywood. We're looking at several leaders also coming at the Shivaji Park, which is where her last rites will be performed with full state honors. We're looking at several politicians now arriving there to pay their respect to Ashatai, to pay their tribute, the final respect, in fact. as her final journey is now underway. We're getting you visuals of the final journey, as well as the rites will be performed at about 4 p.m. today. And in this difficult moment, it's an emotional moment for everyone, as India bids farewell to a voice that has been a ruling Indian cinema for decades and decades, has contributed immensely to Bollywood music, and not just Bollywood. She has sung in multiple Indian languages as well as foreign languages, a voice that brought magic to screen. And with in fact her passing away, her demise, we're looking at a big loss for the Indian music industry. And right now getting you the live visuals of a final journey which is underway from her residence at Lower Parel to Shivaji Nagar in Mumbai. And this is where the last rites will be performed now because of her contribution, the immense contribution to the Indian music industry, a rich legacy. In fact, we will be looking at her last rites being performed with full state honors at about 4 p.m. IST in the evening. And now, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we will continue to bring you more updates as how tributes are now pouring in, heartfelt condolences are pouring in for the legendary singer who's left behind a rich legacy.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है, वो तो 5 महीने का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है। ये आतंकवादी लोग हम लोग को टारगेट कर रहा है, मैती लोग को। इसलिए सरकार से विनती है, जल्द से ये घटना के सॉल्यूशन।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Final tribute to Asha Bhosle. Thousands are gathered to mourn the legendary singer. Final rites to be held shortly. Corporate Jihad Rao in Nasik. Hindu women employees arrested, sexually exploited and forced to change their religion. Riot conspiracy in Delhi. NCR employees. A protest infiltrated by violent mob. Police vehicles vandalized, stones pelted in Noida. All right, viewers are getting you live visuals from, in fact, the legendary singer Asha Bhosle's The Final Journey, which is now underway. These are live visuals on your screen as Ashata's final journey. Her last journey is right now underway in Mumbai. In fact, from her residence at Lower Parel to where the last rites will be performed with full state honors at Shivaji Park. Right now, you can see a sea of mourners. All her fans, in fact, are gathered to pay their respect, to get a last glimpse of the legendary singer who's contributed immensely to Indian cinema for past 8 decades. And right now, her final journey are underway as India bids farewell and mourns the big loss to the music industry. We're looking at the live visuals we're getting from Mumbai, in fact, as Ashata's final journey is underway right now. She's had an excellent career spanned over 8 decades. Over 12,000 songs recorded in multiple Indian and foreign languages, an immense contribution to Indian music. Today, that voice has left, is no more with us, but she is leaving behind a rich legacy of over 12,000 songs of melodies that will continue to immortalize her in our playlist, in fact. And today, it's a big loss for the industry. All right, my colleague Meenakshi now joins me with more details on this. Meenakshi, take us through what you're seeing around as you're present at this site, in fact.
Yes, as you can see now, Usha Mangeshkar has reached at Shivaji Park, and CM, Chief Minister of Maharashtra Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde and Sunitra Pawar also reached at Shivaji Park, and Cabinet Minister Chhagan Bhujbal also present at Shivaji Park. As you have seen, the Usha Mangeshkar, she present at Shivaji Park. From the common citizen to celebrities, the entire nation seems united in grief today. Shivaji Park, I can say, has become a center of collective mourning as India bids a final farewell to its Nightingale. And this situation, I want to share one news that before arriving at Shivaji Park, Chief Minister of Maharashtra has taken important decision. What is it? A cabinet meeting chaired by Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis paid a tribute to legendary singer Asha Bhosle. During this meeting, a decision was also taken to set up an institution in her honor, and this state-supported initiative will be dedicated to promoting social and cultural welfare activities, carrying forward for spirit of service. So very important decision has been taken by Chief Minister of Maharashtra Devendra Fadnavis today. And now we have seen the mayor of PMC has reached at Shivaji Park, and members of Mangeshkar family are present, visibly emotional, and as they prepare to perform the last rituals. And what we can see here, police personnel have taken position for the ceremonial guard of honor, and the atmosphere is heavy, I can say, with every protocol being followed with precision and dignity. Senior officials and dignitaries have gathered nearly the designated area of the last rites, and we can see Ramesh Sippi, the director Ramesh Sippi, and Vivek Oberoi, Bollywood personalities are present at.
Right. We'll also go across to my colleague Revati, who's in fact present at the cremation site. Revati, her last rites will be performed with the full state honors. We're given to understand at about in a short while from now. In fact, take us through what you're seeing around.
Right, as you can see, the last journey of legendary Asha Bhosle began from her residence in Lower Parel, and it is heading towards Shivaji Park, where all the final rites will be taking place. There, all the dignitaries, including the CM of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, along with both the Deputy CM of Maharashtra, Mr. Eknath Shinde, and Sunitra Pawar, have reached the Shivaji Park, where the final rites will be taking place. But moreover, if you look at this last journey, you can see that the entire nation is bidding adieu to their legendary and beloved Asha Bhosle. We can just imagine that what a legacy that she will be leaving behind for the Indian cinema. She has contributed immensely for the Indian music industry.
A rich legacy that, in fact, Ashata is leaving behind. And thanks so much for joining us on this. Now here's pivoting away to more developments we're getting from the war zone areas, and a big breaking news coming in from Iran. In fact, the Iranian army has now responded to Donald Trump's Hormuz blockade threat. The Iranian army now says security in the Persian Gulf is either for everyone or for no one. The statement further reads, our ports are threatened. If they are threatened, in fact, no ports in the region will be safe. So this is in fact a counter warning given by Iran to Donald Trump, who is now threatened to block all the vessels trying to enter or exit Iranian ports. The deadline will end in fact at 7:30 p.m. IST, that's 10 a.m. ET. This is where Donald Trump has threatened to impose a complete blockade around Iranian ports. He will be, in fact, blocking all the vessels which are trying to enter or exit the Iranian ports. And in response to that threat, now Iran has come out with a clear counter warning saying that if our ports are threatened, no port, in fact, across Gulf will remain safe. So we're looking at escalations coming in all across the Gulf. And now viewers are moving on to another breaking news development we're getting at this hour. Now Israeli military in fact has released a statement saying it will escalate its strikes on Lebanon. Now the military official goes on to say that full operational control of certain southern Lebanese towns will be achieved in the coming few days. The military official also says that full operational control of southern Lebanese town of Bint Jebel will be achieved in the coming few days. So we're looking at escalations now coming in not just across West Asia in terms of Strait of Hormuz, but also in between Israel and Hezbollah. Now, Israeli official has come out with a statement saying they will escalate their attacks all across the Lebanese territory, and in the coming few days they will be taking over southern Lebanese villages. All right, so we are in fact climbing up the escalatory ladder in this conflict in West Asia, with the attacks now continuing unabated all across the Lebanese territory. All right, viewers, so the theatre of war is still very active in West Asia as IDF now issues another warning to ramp up its attacks all across the southern Lebanese territory in the coming few villages. In the coming few days, in fact, we could be looking at certain villages now coming under control of IDF as Israel issues yet another warning to Hezbollah to ramp up its attacks all across the Lebanese territory. All right, current crux to, in fact, Ursula von der Leyen, who's now giving out a statement on the war in West Asia. Let's take a listen.
A key lesson of the past weeks is that security is indivisible. You cannot have stability in the Middle East or the Gulf while Lebanon is in flames. So we call on all parties to respect the sovereignty of Lebanon and to implement a complete cessation of hostilities. And as we observe the current fragile ceasefire, and despite the uncertainty, I want us to draw together lessons. This is the main purpose why we had the orientation debate today. It was not the first one in this crisis, but of course now with a new and fresh look at the situation. Let's recap. Since the beginning of the conflict, 44 days ago, our bill for fossil fuel imports has increased by over 22 billion euros. 44 days, 22 billion euros, not a single molecule of energy in addition. And this shows the enormous impact this crisis has on our economy. Even if the hostilities ceased immediately and the disruption of energy supplies from the Gulf will persist for some time to come. And therefore, we discussed a series of measures that we will present to leaders at the next informal council that we have next week in Cyprus. We will have a communication the Wednesday before the European Council starts in Cyprus. And today we discussed a number of measures that we could present, and let me mention some of them. I want to start with the immediate measures. First and foremost, it is important that we have a robust coordination among the member states, because we've learned in any crisis, unity is our strength. We have demonstrated this in the 2022 energy crisis with the EU energy platform. Let me just give you two figures that are telling. This platform has helped to aggregate 90 billion cubic meters of gas purchases for us in the European Union, 90 billion. And it has connected buyers with suppliers, with 77 billion cubic meter matched between off-takers and suppliers. So what I want to say by that is we do not start from scratch with this coordination in the energy sector, but we can do more, and of course we can do better. We're also looking into EU-wide coordination of member states' gas storage filling to avoid that many member states go to the market at the same time, so they are competing against each other. And we will also coordinate oil stock releases to achieve the last possible effect of these releases. And we will ensure that member states' emergency measures will not impact the single market. That is the part coordination. Let me look at the second element we discussed. And this is basically how to approach the different measures that member states might apply to better protect vulnerable households and vulnerable sectors from the high energy prices. Here is very important. I mean, it's just 3 years ago or 4 years ago that we had the last energy crisis. We went through that one, and that we really learned the lesson from this energy crisis. The measures should be targeted, so not overall, but targeted to vulnerable groups. Timely, they have to be fast, not in a year, but immediately. And temporary. So for a short amount of time, you can apply them, but if they are cast in law, you have to make sure that you get out of the measures in a timely manner. We will discuss with the member states and show some typical best practices, how to design income support schemes. This all will be in the communication that we will present next week. Already this week, we will consult member states on more flexible state aid rules. That's an important tool too. This gives the member states more space for the temporary state aid support in the most exposed sectors. And my goal is that this temporary state aid framework should be adopted still this month, so that we have in April the new temporary framework for state aid. That is this part of support measures. And the third element is how can we reduce the demand? Because, of course, the least expensive energy is the energy that is not used. We should reduce demand while fully respecting the free choice of consumers. So we are looking at energy efficiency levels such as renovation of buildings or the renewal of equipment in industrial operations. These are some measures, but there are also other measures that we will present or will be the core of the presentation of the communication next week on the table of the leaders. So far for the immediate measures. Now, at the same time, we all know that we also will need more structural measures to bring down energy prices and to give relief to citizens and businesses. As you recall, at the last European Council, we had already a very constructive discussion on the 4 cost components for the energy bill. You might recall the biggest chunk, of course, is the energy source itself. But then you have the grid charges, you have the taxes and levy, and the smallest part is the ETS. We discussed that at the last European Council. So we are partially delivering already on what we have discussed in the European Council and designing new elements. So the first one we looked at is the ETS cost. I want to repeat, it's the smallest amount in the energy bill. Here we have already now proposed changes of the Market Stability Reserve. We are stopping the cancellation of allowances. We are boosting the firepower of the reserve. And with this, we are enhancing, which is very important, the stability and the predictability of the ETS prices without losing the important price signal. In addition, we will shortly consult member states on updated ETS benchmarks, using all the flexibilities the legal text gives us. And we are on track to present the full review of the ETS system as announced in July. Then the second part, or the 2 other cost components are, as I said, electricity taxes. and the grid charges. Here the work is advancing on the legislative proposals with which we will come. And today's discussion has confirmed that we will present these legislative proposals in May. And finally, we'll discuss, as I called it, the biggest chunk of the energy bill. This is the energy source itself. Here is very important to recall, if we widen the picture for a moment. As I said, the Strait of Hormuz is essentially closed, and immediately citizens feel the impact. They feel the impact at the gas station, they feel the impact in the supermarket, on their household bills. So what we are seeing in the Middle East is not some distant crisis, but in a world in which everything is connected, the effects are direct and they are immediate. And this is, as I said, the second fossil fuel crisis in just a few years. There's one thing that all these events make clear. We are paying a very high price for our overdependency on fossil fuels. And the grim reality for our continent is fossil fuel energy will remain the most expensive options in the years to come. But on the other hand, we also have assets. Europe has assets. We have the electricity that is produced.
Cutting across to Iranian Ambassador Mohammad Fatali, in fact, is speaking at the moment on conflict. Let's take a listen.
Yeah. How do you see this situation? Yes. For us, diplomacy is continuation of holy struggle of our defenders of Iran. And we have not forgotten, and we will not forget, the U.S. history's breaches of commitments and ill intonation. And ill intention because you know that we have so many experiences from the United States. You know that we have so many negotiations at the last one. We are on the negotiation that they attack. And in 12 days war also, you have heard and you have seen that Iran was in the negotiation, and the Zionist regime and the United States started the attack. And after that announced the ceasefire. And we accept the ceasefire in the 12 days war before 9 months ago. And in the recent days, also, we are under negotiation. And you know that they appoint a time for the next negotiation. But before that, they attack. And Zionist regime and United States. And despite of, we know very well from their intention, but we re-entered in the negotiation. And during that negotiation, the recent negotiation, I announced several times, I mean that the officials, high-ranking officials, or relevant institutions announced several times, we are ready for peace and we are ready for war, but we prefer the peace. And we re-entered in the negotiation for taking away every excuse and every pretext. But unfortunately, they broke off the table of negotiations and they attack Zionist regime and United States attack to our country. And the first time, unfortunately, they targeted the Mina school that we have an exhibition here. These are the painting of the schoolgirls. They were on the painting. These are the painting. They want to paint the sons. 168 killed in that attack. Unfortunately, somebody have no stance. Some countries have no stance. But we are Iran. We have a civilization during and our root deep in the history for more than 7,000 years. And after 40 days, some countries have an initiative, and one of them is Pakistan. And we announced that our delegations also announced that we are ready for negotiation, but with our conditions. And you know that if you want to progress any diplomatic process, that the two sides ready for negotiation, and they should avoid unlawful demands. But Iran announced in this negotiation some key points. Nuclear issues and war reparation and sanction relief and some other conditions. But I think that they want some unlawful demands. And also, our high-ranking official, our delegations, said that we are ready for peace, we are ready for negotiation. But you should know that, and you should be aware that Iran also ready for war. And you examine Iran. We have a 40 days, 42 days war that they claim that. They confess that. They attack to our infrastructure, our schools. If you permission to me, I want to.
All right, viewers, that was Iranian ambassador reacting to failed Islamabad talks and where the conflict stands at this moment. We're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we bring you all the updates regarding the riot conspiracy now erupting in Delhi NCR as employees of protests infiltrated by violent mob, police vehicles vandalized, stones pelted in Noida. We'll get you all that's happening on the ground on the other side.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use by.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब
Final tribute to Asha Bhosle. Thousands are gathered to mourn the legendary singer. Final rites to be held shortly. Corporate jihad row in Nasik. Hindu women employees harassed, sexually exploited and then forced to change their religion. Riot conspiracy in Delhi NCR. Employees of protest infiltrated by violent mob. Police vehicles vandalized, stones pelted all across Noida. Serving Army brigadier and son assaulted in Delhi after they questioned 2 people for drinking in public. Delhi police allegedly did not take action. After Islamabad talks failed, Donald Trump says US Navy will begin blockade of Iranian ports. Donald Trump warns of Hormuz. A blockade report suggests Israel also preparing to resume strikes on Iran. Now, viewers, a top focus at this hour amid escalating workers' protests in Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on Monday has now issued a statement addressing the situation. Now, he alleges that certain individuals were conspiring to incite unrest in attempt to hinder the state's progress towards peace and prosperity. He also appeals to workers to remain calm and not fall prey to such attempts. That's the statement being issued by Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the kind of protests we have now been seeing all across Delhi NCR. Let's take a listen.
आज जब उत्तर प्रदेश में आपकी डबल इंजन की सरकार, एनडीए की डबल इंजन की सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में सुरक्षा का, सुशासन का, सेवा का, इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन का एक मॉडल खड़ी कर रही है, बेटी और व्यापारी की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित कर रही है, नौजवान के लिए नौकरी और रोजगार की गारंटी दे रही है, अन्नदाता किसान के चेहरे पर खुशहाली लाने का काम कर रही है, तब जब यह सब कुछ हो रहा है, कुछ लोग उस शांति को समृद्धि की ओर बढ़ने से रोकने के लिए अशांति पैदा करने के भी षड्यंत्र कर रहे हैं। मैं अपील करूंगा सभी औद्योगिक इकाइयों में कार्यरत कार्मिकों से और औद्योगिक इकाइयों में कार्यरत श्रमिकों से भी, याद करिए ये डबल इंजन की सरकार आपके साथ कैसे खड़ी होती है। कोरोना कालखंड में आपने देखा होगा, जब कोरोना की परवाह के बगैर हमारी सरकार ने कार्मिकों को सबके लिए अपनी गाड़ियां उपलब्ध करवाई, उनको क्वारंटीन सेंटर में रखवाने की व्यवस्था की, उनके लिए सभी प्रकार की फ्री सुविधा उपलब्ध करवा करके उनको उनके घरों तक पहुंचाने का काम किया।
All right, my colleague Saurav now joins me with more details on this. Saurav, while Uttar Pradesh CM is now claiming a conspiracy at play to spread unrest in the state, the big question and also the concern of our viewers is what is the situation on the ground? So you have been covering this story very closely. Tell us, is the violence still spiraling on the streets or has the situation stabilized?
As you can say, there are tensions in the environment in Noida's phase 2 area. However, the current situation is under control and there is a heavy police deployment present at the spot. And as you can see that the roads which are blocked due to the vandalized vehicles, all the roads are cleared now. The vandalized vehicles have been taken to the Noida phase 2 police station right now. And as you can see, one private car, white color Swift, was vandalized at this spot, and apart from that the other police vehicle was vandalized at this spot. The vehicle was turned upside down by the violent mob in the morning itself, and after getting a towing van, the police officials have removed that vehicle and the vehicle has been taken to the Noida phase 2 police station. Currently you can see the debris of both the vandalized vehicle is present at the spot itself. And apart from this, you can see that this is the main road where the confrontation between the police officials and the protesters took place in the morning at 7 a.m. And as you can see, there are small stones present at this location which tells a horrific tale which unfolded in the morning. There was a massive confrontation between the police officials and the violent protesters at this very location. See, this is the main spot where the confrontation happened. There are small stones and there were another police vehicle which was vandalized on this road. See, this is the spot where the third vehicle of the police officials was vandalized. This vehicle is also taken to the Noida phase 2 police station right now by the police officials, and the debris of that vehicle and the leftover is still present at the spot. Apart from this, all the glasses of the police vehicles were shattered by this violent mob here in the morning. And this violent mob are the employees of the Motherson Industries, which is located in Noida phase 2. And this is the exact company, Motherson company, of which employees came on the street due to the less pay, and they are demanding the salary increment through this protest. This protest was going on for the past 5 days. However, today this protest turned violent and they have vandalized the police vehicles. Apart from that,
Sort of the big takeaway right now is that situation on the ground has stabilized, but of course one has to pay heed to what the Uttar Pradesh CM has claimed, that there is a conspiracy at play right now to spread unrest in the state. Now this is what Republic has also been questioning since morning. In fact, my colleague went on ground to take us through what exactly is unfolding. Take a look at this detailed report by my colleague Jatin, explaining you what exactly unfolded on the ground in different pockets of Delhi NCR today.
नोएडा में आज श्रमिकों के प्रदर्शन के दौरान हिंसा हुई। हिंसा में पुलिस कर्मियों की गाड़ियों को तोड़ा गया, ना सिर्फ तोड़ा गया बल्कि आग के हवाले भी किया गया। इस वक्त नोएडा के सेक्टर 84 में मेरी मौजूदगी है और तस्वीरें आप देखेंगे, गाड़ियों में यहाँ पे तोड़फोड़ जो है वो साफ तौर पर की गई। ना सिर्फ तोड़फोड़ की गई बल्कि जो पुलिस की गाड़ियां हैं उनको आग के हवाले किया गया और अब पुलिस कर्मी आपको यहाँ पर तैनात नजर आएंगे। लेकिन श्रमिकों का ये पूरा प्रोटेस्ट था और उस प्रोटेस्ट में कैसे हिंसा ये प्रोटेस्ट ने रूप ले लिया। हमारे साथ कुछ लोग हैं, क्या हुआ था, भीड़ इकट्ठी हो गई थी, क्या
ऐसा हुआ था? हम लोग शनिवार को शांतिपूर्ण धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, फिर हम लोगों को यहाँ शनिवार को हमारी गाड़ियां भी नहीं आने दी गई। सर एक शिफ्ट में जितने बंदे आ पाए थे 2000 लगभग बंदे आ पाए थे, बस 2000 लोगों ने शांतिपूर्ण धरना प्रदर्शन करा 2 घंटे। उसके बाद फिर कंपनी में काम कराए। फिर हम लोगों ने प्लान बनाया था सब लोगों ने मिलकर के कि हम लोग मंडे को आएंगे, सोमवार को यानी कि आएंगे और प्रदर्शन शांतिपूर्वक करेंगे। सुबह को आए हम लोग शांतिपूर्वक अपना प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, तो जब शांतिपूर्वक बैठे हुए थे, जब यहाँ पे भीड़ लगी थी तो हम लोगों ने देखा कि ये लोग जो पुलिस वाले था ना, ये भी गेट के सामने खड़े थे। तो हम लोग कह रहे थे हमें अंदर जाने दो, हमने अंदर से HR वालों से बात करेंगे जाके हमारा क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ है। अंदर नहीं जाने दिया, तो फिर हम लोग जब कह रहे थे जबरदस्ती कर रहे थे हमें जाने दो नहीं जाने दिया। इन्होंने आकर के अचानक से आंसू गैस के गोले दागने स्टार्ट कर दिए और इतनी लाठियां बजाई सर, क्या ही बताएं। कई लड़कियों की तो सर पैर में चोट लगी। अच्छे और सर देखिए, अभी देखिए आप।
मैं तो काम कर रही थी, मैं तो काम करते हुए मारा इन्होंने। हम लाइन में काम करते हैं तो हम काम करते हाथ से काम करते, पुलिस वाले अंदर घुस के मारे हमें इन्होंने।
अच्छा, कल भी आप लोगों की कोई बैठक हुई थी?
कल नहीं हुई थी, परसों हुई थी। हाँ,
क्या बोला गया?
शनिवार को बस सैलरी के ऊपर हुआ था, बस शांतिपूर्वक। बस सैलरी के ऊपर हुआ था, बस शांतिपूर्वक। और सैलरी के ऊपर कोई भी कुछ भी नहीं बोल रहा है, बस इधर उधर की बात कर रहे हैं। ना पुलिस वाले बोल रहे हैं, ना कोई भी बोल रहा है, बस इधर उधर की बात बोल रहे हैं। सैलरी के ऊपर कुछ नहीं।
क्या कुछ बाहर से लोग आए थे?
सर बाहर से कोई नहीं, मजदूर लोग शांतिपूर्वक धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे और उसके बाद जब पुलिस वालों ने लाठी चार्ज करा है तो फिर लोगों ने स्वयं बचाने के स्वयं रक्षा के लिए अपने आप ही पत्थर फेंकना स्टार्ट कर दिया था। और अब यहाँ पे अब ये हो रहा है कि हम लोग जब वहाँ मार्केट में हमें यहाँ से भगा दिया, मार्केट में ले गए, तो मार्केट के जो लोग हैं वो भी हम लोगों को मारने पीटने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं।
अब प्रशासन का कहना है कि जो आपकी मांगे हैं वो मान ली गई है, उसको लेकर अब क्या आप लोगों का प्रदर्शन आगे क्या रहने वाला है?
आगे हमारी मांगे पूरी की जाए।
जब तक हमारा मांग
जब तक हमारी मांगे पूरी नहीं हुई, ये कंपनी में कोई लोग नहीं जाएंगे।
प्रशासन आपकी मांगे मानने को तैयार है, उनका कहना है कि दुगना कर दिया जाएगा, 10 तारीख से इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया।
हम भी मानते हैं फैक्ट्री अधिनियम सर 1999 के तहत सर क्या बोलते हैं, मतलब ओवर टाइम तो पहले से ही डबल है, लेकिन कंपनियां वाले दे नहीं रहे, वो उनकी मर्जी के मालिक है। अब यहाँ पे सर हमारी कंपनी में 14,000 रुपए कुछ सैलरी है, लेकिन हमें मिल कितनी रहे 10,500 रुपए, 10,500 28-26 दिन की सैलरी करने के बाद मिल रही है। और ओवर टाइम भी मतलब सर डबल मिल रहा है, लेकिन ओवर टाइम कितना मिल रहा है 89 रुपए घंटे। सर आप बताइए कि 89 रुपए घंटे से क्या हो सकता है? हम लोग अब सर उसमें भी मतलब खाने कटता है, ऐसा कटता है, PF कटता है, सारा कुछ कटता है उस डबल में भी। अब हम ये बताओ सर कि 4,000 रुपए का रूम लेते हैं यहाँ पे, 4,000 में फिर सर 4,000 रुपए का खाना खर्चा होता है और 16 घंटे सर ड्यूटी करते हैं और खाना भी इतना बेकार मिलता है सर कि अगर हम लोग 26 दिन यहाँ पे खाना खा लेंगे ना तो हमें पक्का 100% बीमार पड़ना ही पड़ना है।
क्या चाह रहे हैं? प्रशासन तो कह रहा है आपकी मांगे हम लोग मान रहे हैं, शांति बनाए रखें।
नहीं, प्रशासन मान रहा है पर कंपनी वाले नहीं मान रहे। कंपनी वाले मान जाए, कंपनी वाले बस टाइम बता देंगे हमें, अब मान जाएंगे इतने टाइम तक मान जाएंगे तो हम कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी।
प्रशासन मान रहा है, कंपनी वाले नहीं मान रहे।
कंपनी वाले नहीं मान रहे, उन्हें एक बार टाइम बता देंगे इतने टाइम पे हम तुम्हारा कर देंगे तो हम शांत बैठेंगे, अपने शांति से काम करेंगे।
कंपनी की तरफ से कोई आया अभी तक आप लोगों के पास?
अभी तक तो सर कोई नहीं आया, इसीलिए इंतजार कर रही कोई आए बात करे खुलेआम आके। या तो सरकार आए बात करने की यहाँ इतने दिन हम लोग को चाहिए कि ये काम हो जाए, तो फिर हम लोग रोक देंगे इसको।
सर एक बात और यहाँ सर कंपनी में जो मतलब कंपनी का ओनर आता है तो HR वाले क्या काम करते हैं, सारे बंदों को भगा देते हैं, सिर्फ कुछ ही लोगों को रखते हैं जो HR में मतलब जो HR के जान पहचान के लोग रहते हैं उनके लिए, जिससे कि हाँ ये उनसे कुछ बोलना दे। सर मैं तो HR मतलब कंपनी के ओनर से ही बोलना चाहता हूँ कि सर यहाँ पे विवेक मित्तल जब आते हैं यहाँ पे, तो मैं तो रहता हूँ कि उनसे बात करें हम और सर उनसे कहें कि हमारी 14,000 सैलरी है, उसमें 4,500 क्यों दे रहे मेरे को?
तो प्रशासन मांगे तो मान रहा है, लेकिन प्रदर्शनकारियों का कहना है कि कंपनी उन सब चीज़ों को ग्राउंड पर नहीं ला रही है और यही कारण है कि आज जो एक तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट है वो हिंसक हुआ। और अभी भी आप तस्वीरें देखेंगे, बड़ी संख्या में जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं उनकी तैनाती आपको यहाँ पर साफ तौर पर नजर आएगी। शांति बनाए रखने की अपील की जा रही है, हिंसा उपद्रव ना हो उसको लेकर खासा ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। और उसी कड़ी में अब जो प्रदर्शनकारी हैं वो कंपनी प्रशासन की बात माने, इसको लेकर अपनी मांगे रखते नजर आ रहे हैं।
A massive protest has been staged by the people of the Madarsa company, which is situated in the Noida phase 2 in the area, and they have started this protest at nearly 7 a.m. in the morning. When this protest turned also violent, they have also vandalized the police vehicles. There were total of 4 vehicles vandalized here. Along with that, 2 vehicles were of the UP police, and as you can see, this vehicle is fully burnt, and this vehicle is turned upside down by the protesters here. And apart from this, as you can see, this whole scene, this whole spot tells a horrific tale about the incident which unfolded in the morning. As you can see that there are several stones present at the road here, and this tells that a massive stone pelting incident took place in the morning during the protest when the protesters and the police officials had a confrontation in the morning. According to the locals here present at the spot during the stone pelting incident, they have told us that these stone pelting incidents happen in intervals like from 7 to 8 a.m. in the morning. There were nearly 7 to 8 stone pelting incidents which took place at this location.
And viewers, we're getting more and more political reactions on these violent unrest. In fact, SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav has now reacted, saying that injustice is being perpetrated through rising inflation and unemployment. The administration and the government bears full responsibility for what is transpiring in Noida. He also goes on to question, why did the government fail to heed the demands of the workers when wages for labourers were increased in other states? He also questions why does the government of Uttar Pradesh lag behind. Let's take a listen as to what a Samajwadi Party chief has now said on the violent unrest.
अन्याय महंगाई बढ़ा के हो रहा है, अन्याय बेरोजगारी बढ़ा करके हो रहा है। आज जो नोएडा में आज देखने को मिला है जहां तमाम गाड़ियां जला दी गई और पुलिस को भी भागना पड़ गया वहां से। सुनने में आ रहा है कि पुलिस की गाड़ी भी पलटा दी गई। बड़े पैमाने पे मजदूर अपनी मांग पहले से करते रहे हैं। पूरी जिम्मेदारी प्रशासन की है, सरकार की है, और सरकार की इसमें कमी ये है कि जब मजदूर अपनी मांग को लेकर के आए तो सरकार ने सुनवाई क्यों नहीं की। कोर्ट से लेकर के या अन्य प्रदेशों में भी मजदूरों का जब वेतन बढ़ गया, मजदूरों को राहत दी इस महंगाई में, तो उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार पीछे क्यों? सरकार ने बातचीत का रास्ता क्यों नहीं निकाला? एक तरफ तो सरकार निवेश की बात कर रही है, वहीं मजदूरों के साथ अन्याय कर रही है। और निवेश अगर आएगा और मजदूर नहीं होंगे तो कारखाने कैसे चलेंगे? ये पूरी जिम्मेदारी सरकार की है। सरकार किसी की बात सुनना नहीं चाहती। सरकार लोकतंत्र एक सरकार नहीं है, लोकतंत्र में विश्वास नहीं करती है, एक तंत्र पे विश्वास करती है। संविधान
Of course, viewers, now wheels of justice are moving rapidly on the kind of unrest that was witnessed in Delhi NCR today. In fact, a committee has now been set up to look into Noida protest and the related issues. Now, we have seen these protests turning violent in several pockets of Delhi NCR. Vehicles were set on fire. There was stone pelting that was reported. And now a committee has been set up by the government to look into these protests which turned violent, and also the related issues. Now, government of Uttar Pradesh, in fact, is claiming that there is a conspiracy at play. There are forces trying to create unrest. And now a committee, in fact, set up in that direction to look into Noida protest and related issues. My colleague Saurav, who's been very closely tracking this story since morning, now joins us. Saurav, a committee, in fact, has now been set up by the government to look into these unrest that took place across different pockets of Delhi NCR and related issues. Give us more details on this.
Yes, a 5-member committee have been set up by the UP government in this regard regarding a violence which took place this morning after a violent protest turned out in the Noida's Phase 2 area. This committee is headed by the Noida Authority CEO, and they will be submitting their report directly to the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister regarding this whole incident, that why this kind of incident took place and how this mob which was protesting for the salary increment turned violent in the first place, and what kind of confrontation the police officials and the mob had, and who are the people responsible for destroying the public property and vandalizing the vehicles in this area. Let me tell our viewers that more than 50 to 60 video footages have been taken under custody by the Noida police, and they will be checking all these CCTV footages to find out who all are the people involved in the stone pelting incident and the vandalizing of the vehicles. And now, at this point, a committee has been set up by the Uttar Pradesh government to review this whole matter and submit its reports directly to the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. This is a big breaking. We are fetching from the ground, and this committee will be headed by the Noida Authority CEO.
All right. Thanks, sir, for joining us and giving us the latest on Noida unrest. Thanks so much. Now, viewers, are shifting focus to more developments getting from war zone areas. Now, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, in fact, posted on X on Strait of Hormuz a blockade. He says, and I quote him here, "The ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz is deeply damaging. Getting global shipping moving is vital to ease the cost of living pressures." The UK, in fact, has convened more than 40 nations who share our aim to restore the freedom of navigation in the crucial waterway. And the week coming, in fact, UK and France will be co-hosting a summit to advance work on a coordinated, independent, multinational plan to safeguard international shipping when the conflict ends. So we are looking at more and more European nations now becoming, in fact, very impatient regarding the blockade of Strait of Hormuz. And the latest statement is coming from the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Now he says, and viewers, I quote him here, "The ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz is deeply damaging, and getting global shipping moving is vital to ease the cost of living pressures." All right, viewers, we're getting some more breaking news developments from war zone. Now, Kremlin, in fact, has reacted saying that Russian proposal to receive enriched uranium from Iran is still in force, but not demanded now on Trump's remarks about blockading Iranian ports. Now, Kremlin, in fact, goes on to say that such actions will be negative for global markets. Now, Trump, in fact, has threatened to impose a naval blockade around Iranian imports. The deadline is approaching in about a few hours. It ends at 7:30 p.m. IST. And on that, we're looking at global reactions now pouring in. Kremlin, in fact, is saying that Russian proposal to receive enriched uranium from Iran is still in force, but not demanded now on Trump's remarks about blockading Iranian ports. Kremlin further, in fact, says that such actions will be negative for global markets. Now, viewers, the United States has openly questioned NATO's reliability. Donald Trump has called out the alliance for not standing with it when it mattered the most. And at the same time, Washington is now turning up the heat on Iran, drawing a firm red line on nuclear ambitions and warning of a sweeping oil blockade, which is aimed at cutting off Tehran's economic lifeline. Now, he's imposed a deadline which ends at 7:30 p.m. IST today of imposing a naval blockade all around Iran's ports. Now, in fact, Iran has also threatened a counter, saying that all the ports all across the Gulf regions will now come under attack if Iran's ports are in fact threatened. We'll take a look at this report that talks about the escalating tensions in Middle East.
Global tensions are going to escalate tonight. Donald Trump has sharpened his stance on both allies and adversaries. and raised serious questions over reliability of NATO alliance.
Well, they're coming up. They're going to be coming up. But I'm very disappointed in NATO. They didn't do this. They weren't there for us. We pay trillions of dollars for NATO, and they weren't there for us. Remember what I said. NATO was not there. Now they want to come up, but there's no real threat anymore. But NATO was not there for us.
On negotiations, Donald Trump's message was blunt.
Oh, I don't know. I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back, I'm fine. Their military is gone. Their missiles are largely depleted. The manufacturing capability for missiles and drones is largely defeated. We've been very nice. We haven't ripped down too many bridges. We did one only because they broke their word. They broke their promise.
But the bigger headline is the hardening US position on Iran's nuclear ambitions and Donald Trump's uncompromising red line that has now been drawn.
And just so you understand, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Will not have. There is no way that they're going to get. They still want it. And they made that clear the other night. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
A sweeping blockade targeting Iran's oil exports is all set to take effect at 7:30 p.m. today.
That'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow. Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil, and that will be very effective. But what we want to do is we want to, and again, we don't need it. What we notice and what we see and what I think is maybe my idea, maybe not, I don't know. But there are many boats heading toward our country to fill up with oil and then go and take it. So they're not going to go through the Hormuz Strait.
If there is a full-blown naval warfare, the pressure is not going to be just rhetorical, but it will be economic and immediate.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. Now we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we bring you all the updates regarding the corporate jihad row in Nasik, where Hindu women employees are being harassed, sexually exploited, and in fact forced to change their religion. All the updates on that massive row on the other side.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not. And we will continue to fight. And don't give us, through Pakistan, a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, major revelations have been made in the Nashik conversion and sexual harassment case. We're getting you all the details as the police has already arrested at least 6 accused members. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Final tribute to Asha Bhosle. Thousands gather to mourn the legendary singer. Final rites to be held shortly. Corporate jihad row in Nasik. Hindu women employees harassed, sexually exploited and forced into religious conversion. Riot conspiracy in Delhi. NCR employees' protests infiltrated by a violent mob. Police vehicles vandalized, stones pelted. Serving Army brigadier and son assaulted in Delhi after they questioned 2 people for drinking in public. Delhi police allegedly did not take any action. After Islamabad talks fail, Trump says US Navy will now begin the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump warns of Hormuz blockade. Reports suggest Israel also preparing to resume strikes on Iran. Viewers, now starting first with discussing what's ongoing in Nasik in the sexual harassment and conversion case. Now, police has not just apprehended 6 suspects, they filed 9 FIRs of total in the case. Not just that, in fact, the police has now said that a WhatsApp group was being used to direct people about the targets, about the possible targets, and a WhatsApp group was secretly in operation where at least 8 to 10 members were a part of this group. Now, police interrogation reveals that 6 of these people have been arrested so far. Now, the police suspects that this was no ordinary WhatsApp group. Rather, it served as a control room for the entire conspiracy. The hub where strategies were devised, ranging from identifying targets to even ensnaring them. Everything was discussed on the WhatsApp groups, and this was also found on the phones of the 6 people who were arrested. Now, in an entire syndicate of 8 to 10 members are involved in this entire case. The police has, in fact, also registered about 9 FIRs. Viewers, these are the statements of the victims who have spoken out in the public about the ordeal that unfolded with them. Now, the first victim says that she was told about how things are wrong with Hinduism. Now, remember, all of these 8 to 10 people, especially the 6 who've been apprehended, are from one community. They told the victim how Hinduism was not the right religion. In fact, they also promised to marry the victim and constantly got into physical relationships with the victim. Now, in fact, the second victim also confessed the ordeal that unfolded, and similar story, you know. She says that she was constantly being stared at and she was being asked questions about her personal and married life. So all of these women that have come together to speak up about what happened. In fact, the second victim also said that when she reported this entire incident of being stared at, of being asked personal questions to the head officer completely refused to take any cognizance. Now, we're also moving on to the statements that have been recorded by the third victim. Now, she says that the accused constantly again stared at her in the meeting hall. Now, remember, this entire ordeal, the horrors were unfolding inside Tata Consultancy Services office in Nasik, and the third victim says that she was being stared at in the meeting hall by an accused constantly. Now, in fact, we're also being joined by Revati to get us more details into the matter. Revati, speak to us about everything that unfolded. You know, 3 victims have spoken up about what was happening to them and major lapses in the entire case's interrogation. The head officer refused to take any cognizance of what was unfolding, and this begins from sexual harassment but very quickly turns into religious conversion also. Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned that 3 victims have noted their statement, but here actually the update is coming up that around 11 victims have recorded their statement, out of which 9 have recorded for sexual assault and 2 for religious conversion, and that too a forceful conversion. So one is male and other one is female who have faced the forceful conversion in Nasik's a prominent MNC, and this was happening since 2022 and it unfolded in the year 2026. So from last 4 years, these group of people were extorting and assaulting women from Nasik's prominent IT company, and now the investigation, which is headed by the SIT, which is Nasik Police's SIT, now they are scrutinizing CCTVs and bank accounts of these accused, as they have a strong doubt that it is possible that they are being funded by external organizations. Also, it is highly possible that they might be linked to some other organizations as well. So this is the investigation which is being done by the SIT. Also, the most important thing in this particular matter is that a WhatsApp group was created to coordinate all these to carry out all these activities in Nashik's MNC, but there is no revelation yet as of how many women were added to those group. But there were around 121 employees at the MNC, out of which 80 to 90 were women and remaining were the men in that particular MNC's BPO actually. As of now, the statement is coming up from the MNC, which says that they have zero tolerance towards women harassment at workplace.
Right,
but mind you, this comes a very late statement from this particular MNC.
Revati, in fact, continue being with us on the broadcast. We're also getting in some more revelations in this case. Now, viewers, from today's court hearing, there is a revelation that has been released against a top executive of the Tata Consultancy Services in Nasik. Now, it's revealed that this member in question is also a committee member of the company's POSH committee, the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Committee that's established for women's safety across corporate offices and workplaces. Now, the investigation revealed that about 78 emails and 22 phone calls were exchanged between this POSH committee member and the other accused suspects. Now, prosecution argues that the POSH committee member supported the accused individuals rather than taking any action on the complaints that were filed by the women who've now stood to be victims of sexual harassment and religious conversion. Now, the prosecution further also contended that the investigation remains incomplete at this hour, as there is suspicion that financial transactions may have taken place as well. So a huge revelation that comes out. Now, we're hearing it from today's court hearing that was regarding a top executive member of the TCS office in Nasik. She's also said to be a member of the company's POSH committee, the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Committee that is established across workplaces to safeguard women against harassment. Now, investigation reveals that she was written some 78 emails and given at least 22 phone calls by the victims of the harassment and conversion racket. However, she sided with the accused rather than siding with the women who were at the receiving end of this entire conspiracy. Now, the prosecution argued that she supported the accused individuals. Now, remember, 9 FIRs in total have been filed and at least 6 arrests have been made by now. In fact, Revati continues being with us on the broadcast. Revati, talk to us about the details of this matter. You know, a top executive from the company, also involved with the company's POSH committee, refused to take any cognizance of whatever was going on. On official record, there are about 70 plus emails that were sent to her asking for help, asking for intervention, and still no action was taken from her end. Revati, what details can you get us?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, before we get into the details, I would like to mention 2 shocking things about this particular matter, that Ashwini Chenani was an operation manager, which is a high-level position in the MNC, and she received emails. Being a woman, being a committee member of POSH, she didn't take cognizance of this complaints, and she literally said, तुमको highlight क्यों होना है या फिर ये IT में चलता रहता है. That's what she had to reply to the women who were facing sexual harassment at the workplace. So, getting through the details of today's argument in the court today, after after she was nabbed, Ashwini Chenani was nabbed. She was given a police custody of 2 to 3 days, which ended today, and then she was presented before the Nashik court today. And later, when the argument began, the accuser's counsel was so sure that he said that she did take cognizance of this particular matter.
Right, Revati, we will come back to you for more on this. For now, viewers, we're shifting focus to what was happening in Noida earlier today. Now, viewers, a formation of a high-level committee to now resolve the case in Noida is going on. Now, this comes after a discord in Gautam Buddha Nagar district. broke out just this morning in view of the situation of the industrial discord that has arisen in the Gautam Budh Nagar district in Uttar Pradesh. The government has constituted a high-level committee with the objective of maintaining industrial harmony and public order by establishing effective dialogue with relevant stakeholders. That is the latest that we're learning in. The Uttar Pradesh government has now interfered in the matter. They're in fact looking to instate a high-level committee to be formed over the protests that broke out in Noida. Now remember, while earlier employees were sitting down in a sit-in protest, these were going on for about 3 days. And now, this morning, the violence broke out across streets with vehicles being vandalized, police cars being torched, and in view of the situation that's unfolding, that's specifically unfolded in Noida's Gautam Budh Nagar district, now the Uttar Pradesh government has taken cognizance. In fact, they are constituting a high-level committee with the objective of maintaining industrial harmony and public order by establishing effective dialogue with relevant stakeholders, that is the company and the employees. Now, this comes from the Industrial Development Commissioner, Uttar Pradesh, who will serve as the chairperson of the said committee, the high-level committee that will now intervene between the stakeholders and make a dialogue possible. In fact, we're also being joined by Harsh to get us more updates into the matter. Harsh, now the government has not only taken cognizance of the matter, they've also established a committee to look into the matter. Speak to us about the details. Harsh.
Right, this in fact comes as a big breaking news for our viewers that Uttar Pradesh government was quick enough to form a high-level committee in this regard. Now, the protests that were held in Noida, these were protests that were being held for the past few days. However, they turned violent earlier this morning when the said protesters who also torched a police vehicle, who also pelted stones on the authorities. Now, after this protest turned violent, Uttar Pradesh government was quick enough to form a high-level committee. Now, this committee will take care of the matter and it will ensure that rights of all the parties are ensured and the workers who are engaged in these protests get the right pay as per the kind of work they ensure and the kind of efforts they put in. Now, Uttar Pradesh Industrial Development Commissioner is going to head this committee. He is going to be the chairperson of this committee. He is himself going to take over as the head of this committee, and this comes as a big breaking news because earlier today we saw protests turning violent. These protesters were demanding high wages. These protesters were demanding a hike in wages. This comes at a time when there were multiple protests held across the region. Now there were locations including Noida, Bulandshahr, Manesar, among other cities where these protests were held. However, now Uttar Pradesh government has decided to form a high-level committee headed by the Commissioner of Uttar Pradesh Industrial Development Authority, and this comes as a fresh development in this regard that it will be ensured that all of these working members who will be a part of this committee, their rights are ensured, and this comes at a time when the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, have himself mentioned that rights of these workers need to be ensured, labor laws need to be ensured, also giving clear instruction to the authorities that strict action must also be ensured to the anti-social elements who are trying to turn these protests, give it a violent turn. But this comes as a fresh breaking for our viewers.
Thanks for getting us those details into the matter. For now, viewers, we're shifting focus and looking at what's happening in the West Asia war. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has released another statement. He says that US Vice President J.D. Vance spoke to him after talks in Islamabad completely failed between the warring side, United States and Iran. Now, he says that the explosion that derailed the talk came from the American side, which did not could not, in fact, tolerate Iran's violation of the agreement to even enter the negotiation. Now, remember, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu continues to say that the US pulled out of the talks, the peace talks, and that was over. Iran not wanting to stop its nuclear ambitions, Iran not wanting to pause its uranium enrichment, which from the side of Washington and even Tel Aviv was the precursor demand. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu goes on to say that stopping of nuclear ambitions and stopping for uranium enrichment inside Iran is not just important for the United States, but also extremely important for Iran's regional neighbor, Tel Aviv. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu has released his first statement. He says that he spoke to J.D. Vance while he was on his way back from Islamabad to Washington after the peace talks between the United States and Iran failed terribly. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu goes on to say that US pulled out of the talks over Iran not wanting to give up its nuclear armaments and its uranium enrichment. That's the latest that we're getting in. Now, Netanyahu also said that stopping uranium enrichment and Iranian nuclear ambitions is not only important for the United States, but is also extremely important for Israel. And that is what he has said. That's his take on the peace talks in Islamabad. Viewers, now the collapse of the US-Iran talks in Islamabad has drastically escalated geopolitical tensions by initiating a targeting of the US naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this unprecedented maneuver is triggering massive volatility in the global energy markets and causing severe oil price spikes. While Western economies scramble to mitigate the immediate fallout of this de facto US-Iran war scenario, Russia is quietly capitalizing on the crisis. Now, with maritime choke points paralyzed and international maritime law under UNCLOS effectively sidelined by the IRGC and American fleet movements, Russia is rapidly making gains and pivoting to increase its energy exports. Now, remember, this is a huge question on Washington's warfare. They were supposed to deplete Russia using the Russia-Ukraine war, where they were also giving in Patriot missiles to Ukraine to thwart any attacks. But in this war in West Asia, Washington has done exactly the opposite. They have in fact given Russia a lot more than what they could take away. On top of it, the Washington has also lost about $2 trillion to this war. 2 trillion with a T. Take a look at this.
The recent collapse of United States and Iran talks in Pakistan has brought the world to the edge of a severe energy crisis. With the threat of a complete blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, the global oil market is preparing for a massive shock. Experts predict prices could soon shoot past $115 a barrel. While most nations panic about inflation, one country is watching this unfold with a strategic advantage. That country is Russia. The backbone of this advantage is Russian eastern infrastructure, specifically the Eastern Siberia Pacific Ocean Pipeline, known as ESPO. This pipeline connects the vast oil fields of Siberia directly to the Pacific coast. The oil is then pumped to the port of Kosmino in the Russian Far East. From Kosmino, it takes just a few days for tanker ships to reach northern China. Russia has aggressively expanded this port's capacity, allowing it to handle loadings of nearly 900,000 barrels per day. The crude oil pumped through this network is known as the ESPO blend, and it is highly prized by Asian refineries. Unlike the heavier, more sour crude oil that comes from many parts of the Middle East, the ESPO blend is a medium sweet crude. This means it has a much lower sulfur content and is significantly easier and cheaper to refine into high-demand products like diesel and gasoline. Because Asian refineries are specifically designed to process this type of high-quality oil, demand for the ESPO blend remains constantly high. If the Hormuz blockade actually occurs, Chinese and Indian refineries will aggressively compete for every single drop of ESPO crude to keep their economies running, completely ignoring any Western pressure to limit Russian imports. Currently, countries like India and China buy Russian oil at a significant discount due to Western sanctions. However, if a blockade in the Middle East suddenly cuts off 21% of global supply, that discount will disappear immediately. With the Strait of Hormuz closed, Asian buyers will have absolutely no choice but to rely almost entirely on the ESPO pipeline network to survive. This desperation will allow Moscow to sell its premium ESPO blend at extremely high market prices. Russia will instantly transition from selling discounted oil to selling the most sought-after, secure barrels in the entire world. They will maximize the flow through the Siberian pipelines and pump the Kosmino port to its absolute physical limit, bringing in billions of dollars in extra revenue. Beyond pipelines, Russia has developed entirely new logistical routes to secure its dominance. The most critical is the Northern Sea Route across the Arctic Ocean. By using specially built icebreaker ships, Russia transports oil from its western ports directly to China across the top of the world. This Arctic route is almost half the distance of traditional paths, cutting the journey to Asia down to roughly 20 days. It completely removes the need to sail near the Suez Canal or the Strait of Hormuz. Additionally, Russia and India are actively developing the Chennai-Vladivostok Maritime Corridor, connecting Russian Pacific ports straight to Indian shores to ensure secure delivery. In the end, a conflict in the Middle East acts as a massive financial boost for the Russian economy, entirely facilitated by the ESPO project. The United States and its allies will struggle with skyrocketing fuel costs and massive inflation, while Asian manufacturing hubs will face severe energy uncertainty. Meanwhile, Russia's secure Siberian pipeline and Pacific port will operate as the only reliable lifeline for half the world. By investing heavily in the Eastern Siberia-Pacific Ocean pipeline, Russia has built an energy corridor entirely immune to a Middle Eastern crisis. While the collapse of diplomacy in Pakistan and a naval standoff in Hormuz spelled disaster for the global economy, they prove that Russia's massive pipeline to the east was the ultimate strategic masterstroke to completely dominate the Asian oil market.
Breaking development now. Sources reveal that Trump wants to prevent Iran from using the Strait of Hormuz as a bargaining chip in negotiations. Now remember, the statement comes very closely right at the heels of US President Donald Trump saying that US Navy will now further blockade the Strait of Hormuz even as the contentious strait remains shut over Iranian aggression. And now in the latest, sources reveal that Trump wants to prevent Iran from using the Strait of Hormuz as a bargaining chip in negotiations. Now remember, global pressure is also mounting over US President Donald Trump to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and to take it back to how it was before the West waged a war on Iran. In fact, viewers, this is the contentious Strait of Hormuz. It's just about 32 to 33 kilometers wide at its narrowest edge. And remember, it is a position right between Iran and Oman and the UAE, mostly between Iran and Oman. And remember, this entire stretch is manned by the IRGC, which is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, their navy, and also Oman's navy. Because of the geographical positioning, even though the international maritime laws do not allow free waters to be manned by any particular country's navy. Now, after the 28th of February, this entire Strait of Hormuz has been shut over the constant attacks that are being exchanged between United States and Iran amid the ongoing West Asia escalations. Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin for you. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we continue the conversation over Trump now wanting to blockade the Strait of Hormuz over the Iranian aggression continuing in the West Asia escalations. Reports also suggest that Israel now is preparing to resume strikes on the Iranian territories. We'll see where the fate of the war goes right on the other side. Stay tuned.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it. Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only do. And we've won. Let me tell you, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over. But we won.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not. And we will continue to fight. And don't give us...
Good evening. We're breaking news that's coming in, and we're going to begin with that. Russia is warning blockade of Strait of Hormuz is going to rattle the global markets. Russia has now said on Monday that a US blockade of the Strait of Hormuz will likely hurt the global markets. They've also asked to comment on the US announcement of a blockade on Iran's port and coastline, and they would ask this. The Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has said most likely such actions will continue to negatively impact international markets. This can be assumed with certainty. Peskov also told reporters many details remain unclear and incomprehensible, so I would refrain from making any substantive comments at this time. This is the big breaking news coming in. Russia has now spoken about the Strait of Hormuz and Trump's latest warning to Iran, and he has said this will clearly rattle the international markets. The US naval blockade threat is going to clearly once again show there is no ceasefire. Trump had, remember, earlier said the US will blockade the Strait of Hormuz after Iran had said it would not be able to follow with the ceasefire terms given by US. And of course, when US has spoken, Iran is going to hear what Israel also says. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, in breaking news coming in, has said Israel supports Trump's strong stance to impose a naval blockade on Iran. Yet another instance how Iran is being seen two-sided attacks by US and Israel. Remember, viewers, the blockade announcement that was given by President Trump, that US Navy warships will immediately block vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, targeting ships that pay tolls to Iran, had caused alarm. Now we're also seeing Netanyahu backing the stance of a naval blockade that has been given. It's very clear he's supporting Trump. Let's listen in to what he said.
אני שוחחתי אתמול עם סגן הנשיא ג'יי די ואנס. הוא צלצל אליי ממטוסו בדרך חזרה מאסלאמבאד. הוא דיווח לי בפירוט, כפי שעושים אנשי הממשל הזה מדי יום, על התפתחות המשא ומתן. במקרה הזה, הפיצוץ במשא ומתן. הפיצוץ בא מהצד האמריקני שלא היה מוכן לסבול את ההפרה הבוטה של ההסכם לכניסה למשא ומתן על ידי איראן. בעצם ההסכמה הייתה שנוצרים את האש ואיראן פותחת מיד את המיצרים. הם לא עשו את זה. האמריקנים לא היו מוכנים לקבל את זה. הבהיר לי שהנושא המרכזי שעומד על הפרק מבחינת הנשיא טראמפ בארצות הברית זה הוצאת כל החומר המועשר ולהבטיח שאין יותר העשרה, או בהמשך, בשנים הבאות, וזה יכול להיות עשרות שנים, אין העשרה בתוך איראן. זה המוקד שלהם, וכמובן דבר שהוא חשוב לנו, וכיוון שאיראן הפרה את הכללים, הנשיא טראמפ החליט לשים עליהם בלוקדה, זו מילה לועזית, למצור, מצור ימי. אנחנו כמובן תומכים בעמדה התקיפה הזאת, ואנחנו מתואמים עם ארצות הברית כל הזמן.
There's more news that's coming in. Pope Leo has now firmly pushed back against US President Donald Trump, saying he does not fear him. He will continue speaking out against the war. He says this also includes the conflict involving Iran. Pope Leo also said that despite mounting criticism from Washington, he spoke to reporters about the Papal plan and plane, and he said, "I have no fear of the Trump administration." He defends the Vatican's repeated calls for peace. Pope Leo stresses these appeals are rooted in the Christian teachings, not political messaging. He's clearly said he's not going to fear Donald Trump. Let's listen to what he said.
I basically said that the message of the church, my message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. I do not look at my role as being politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war, looking to promote peace, promoting dialogue and multilateral relationships among the states, to look for just solutions to problems. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to do this. So,
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Said that fairly for policy of fear of the Trump administration.
I have no fear of neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe. I am confident with the church's policy. We're not politicians. We're not trying to make foreign policy with the same perspective that he might understand. But I do believe that the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers, is the message of the Lord.
Thank you very much for clarifying.
The United States has openly now questioned NATO's reliability. Donald Trump has also called out the alliance for not standing by when it needed them the most. At the same time, Washington is also turning up the heat on Iran, drawing a firm red line on its nuclear ambitions, and also warning Iran of a sweeping oil blockade aimed at cutting off Tehran's economic lifetime and lifeline.
Global tensions are going to escalate tonight. Donald Trump has sharpened his stance on both allies and adversaries and raised serious questions over reliability of NATO alliance.
Well, they're coming up. They're going to be coming up. But I'm very disappointed in NATO. They didn't do that. They weren't there for us. We pay trillions of dollars for NATO, and they weren't there for us. Remember what I said. NATO was not there. Now they want to come up, but there's no real threat anymore. But NATO was not there for us.
On negotiations, Donald Trump's message was blunt.
Oh, I don't know. I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back, I'm fine. Their military is gone. Their missiles are largely depleted. The manufacturing capability for missiles and drones is largely defeated. We've been very nice. We haven't ripped down too many bridges. We did one only because they broke their word, they broke their promise.
But the bigger headline is the hardening US position on Iran's nuclear ambitions and Donald Trump's uncompromising red line that has now been drawn.
And just so you understand, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Will not have. There is no way that they're going to get. They still want it. And they made that clear the other night. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
A sweeping blockade targeting Iran's oil exports is all set to take effect at 7:30 p.m. today.
That'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow. Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil. And that would be very effective. But what we want to do is we want to, and again, we don't need it. What we notice and what we see and what I think is maybe my idea, maybe not, I don't know. But there are many boats heading toward our country to fill up with oil and then go and take it. So they're not going to go through the Hormuz Strait.
If there is a full-blown naval warfare, the pressure is not going to be just rhetorical, but it will be economic and immediate.
Donald Trump took to his Truth Social platform on Friday to praise Palantir Technologies. The software company, he wrote, has proven to have great war-fighting capabilities and equipment, just as our enemies. It's also asked a big endorsement for the company, considering it came directly from the president. Behind it is a story about how artificial intelligence has moved from writing your emails to the center of warfare.
When videos of swarms of autonomous drones lighting up the skylines of Iran and Israel circulate online, one thing becomes crystal clear. The age of conventional warfare is over. All thanks to AI. Enemies' next move will be known even before they have thought of it. So when Trump confidently threatens to wipe out Iran in one night,
the entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
the threat doesn't seem impossible.
Let me just tell you, we win, no matter what. We've defeated their military.
So have you ever wondered which company is behind Trump's skyrocketing confidence about winning the war against Iran?
So then it is fed into one of the computers. For example, Palantir is using a system called Maven, M-A-V-E-N. So this is helping the US military in processing the massive battlefield data. See, Maven is basically a platform. So in this platform, it has the capacity to, logically come to a conclusion with thousands of inputs or maybe lakhs of inputs, that if this is one company, related to Iran and it deals with drones, it will backtrack that this company is dealing with which other companies. And then it will track those companies as to those companies are making what components. And then once it, homes on to what components they are making, then they do the if then else, the logarithm of logic and decoding. So I remember during my school days when we used to operate on the disk operating system, DOS. So we used to have a command prompt called if then else. So this is exactly what Maven does. If then else, that is the algorithm it is based on, and based on that algorithm it decides and it generates thousands of strike options, and it reduces the decision time from days or maybe months to minutes. So that is what is helping the people or the military is using AI, especially American military, that the decision that they need to take within weeks is being taken within minutes. It compiles the battlefield data, and this includes data from satellite, drones, and your signal intelligence, human intelligence. Then this data fusion takes place, in which that is where Maven systems come into place, where they will collate all the data which they have collected from various platforms. And then Maven software does its AI calculation. It's called Claude AI. So the analysis engine, the Claude AI, plus the algorithms, it does the calculation and then it comes up with a certain pattern detection. That if this is the quantity, this is the firm, this firm deals in this line of products. The latest news yesterday was that these drones were used. Now, logically, it will correlate with the components and the data it has gathered. It will make a pattern. So pattern detection will be there. Then wherever these drones have been seen flying, it will logically analyze that if it takes off from here, it has a range of these many kilometers. That means the most probable target in this general direction where these drones are heading, and in this general direction will be the positions where the enemy will be present. These are the different enemy locations with different weapons and their weapon sites. This is a vehicle track or human tracks. So probably this is the entry route and the exit route to this certain facility. So it will collate everything. It will generate more than 1,000 plus strike options. So it will give you on the table the targets, multiple targets, various timings when you can target them, and they will also suggest a weapon profile.
And there's more breaking news coming in. There's a memo to the US Navy. They're saying we will allow shipments of humanitarian aid consisting of food supplies, medical materials, and also essential goods, providing they are inspected. The reports on a US Navy memo say US forces will impose their control in the Arabian Sea and the Gulf of Oman. Viewers, the truce talks between Iran and US have failed miserably in Islamabad, and now Donald Trump has threatened to begin a naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. This has drawn sharp criticism from Iran. The head of the Parliament's National Security Commissioner of Iran has said on Sunday that the comments from President Trump hours after talks in Islamabad are natural for a defeated president.
After truce talks in Islamabad failed, US President Donald Trump has said that the US Navy would immediately begin a blockade of ships entering or leaving Hormuz. This has drawn sharp criticism from the head of the Iranian Parliament's National Security Commission, Ibrahim Azizi.
آرزوهای خودش رو به زبون میاره، رویاهای خودش و خواسته‌هایی که هیچ وقت محقق نشده و نخواهد شد به فضل الهی. این رفتارهایی هم که از یکی چند ساعت بعد از مذاکرات شروع کرده. من در دریای عمان، اقیانوس هند، در دوردست‌ها این میکنم اون میکنم. خب طبیعیه که یک رئیس جمهور شکست خورده دیگه اگر این جملات و این کلمات و این ادبیات رو به کار نبره، من فکر میکنم دیگه فضاحتش برای مردم آمریکا هم غیر قابل قبول میشه.
Ibrahim Azizi said that Americans did not come for genuine talks.
آنچه که گذشت در طول این 24 ساعت گذشته از مذاکرات نشون داد که اساساً آمریکایی‌ها برای مذاکره نیامده بودن. آمریکایی‌ها به دنبال باز تحمیل اراده بودن بر ملت بزرگ ایران، منتها از مسیر مذاکره و با ادبیات دیپلماسی.
According to Iran, the trust deficit was clearly visible in the peace negotiations.
با بی‌اعتمادی با شما گفتگو می‌کنیم و به دنبال منافع ملت ایران هستیم در موضوع هسته‌ای، غنیسازی، در موضوع تنگه هرمز، در موضوع تحریم‌ها، در موضوع غرامت‌ها، در موضوع خساراتی که به ما وارد کردی هم جدی هستیم. وقتی چنین اراده ای رو به طور طبیعی آمریکایی‌ها مشاهده می‌کنن، خب طبعاً نمیتونن اون خواست خودشون رو از مسیر میز مذاکره تحمیل کنن، برمیگردن. خب همینطور که معاون رئیس جمهور آمریکا آقای ونس بهش ما هیچ دستاوردی نداشتیم داریم برمیگردیم.
Ibrahim Azizi said that Trump is voicing his own wishes, his own dreams that will never be realized.
Now, Australian Prime Minister Albanese has also called for US-Iran peace talks to resume and Strait of Hormuz to be reopened. Albanese said US has not asked Australia to help lift the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. He said the conflict in West Asia is having a devastating impact on the global economy. The longer it goes on, the bigger the impact will be.
We haven't been asked to help. What we have done is continue to provide support. I've extended the period of service of our Wedge-tail aircraft in the Middle East that's providing defensive support, particularly to the UAE and to Gulf countries that aren't participants in the war but have been victims of it as a result of Iran's unprovoked attacks. And of course there are many Australian citizens, of course, particularly in the UAE, in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, around about 20,000. And so we have very much an interest in providing that defensive support for our friends there, and that's what we were asked to do by the UAE, and that is what we have done. Well, I want to see the resumption of peace talks. We want to see an end to this conflict. It's having a devastating impact on the global economy, and the longer it goes, the bigger the impact will be and the longer the tail will be as well. And so we want to see an end to the conflict. We've made that very clear for some time.
Look, now it's what making headlines across the nation. Nida Khan, the accused in the alleged religious conversion case linked to the Nasik-based company, remains at large. There are 2 teams from the Nasik police that are conducting a continuous search operation to apprehend her. According to sources, her mobile phone is switched off, location cannot be traced. Currently, police teams are conducting raids at every potential hideout. She is expected to be arrested shortly. The Supreme Court issues a notice to the Election Commission of India, the central government and states on a PIL that is seeking directions to implement a finger and iris biometric identification system at polling stations in the elections to prevent electoral malpractices such as duplicate voting, impersonation and ghost voting. It was Mamta who 27 years ago helped elect a BJP member of parliament. In 1999, for the sake of her own political expediency, Mamta Banerjee, Owaisi has fumed, brought the BJP and RSS into Bengal. Owaisi now says at that time the Gujarat riots and the Bilkis Bano case did not cross her mind. He also asks now, who are you to lecture others? You need to look at your own face in the mirror. It's you who strengthened BJP and RSS in Bengal.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी भी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है। ये आतंकवादी लोग हम लोग को टारगेट कर रहा है, मैती लोग को, इसलिए
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome viewers, you're watching our special coverage on election fever, which is high currently all across the country. Now, two big elections are due on April 23rd. Bengal and Tamil Nadu will get you all of the updates on what's happening on the ground. What is the pulse of the voters saying? Where are we headed in these election-bound states? Getting you all the updates just right after we have a quick check at the headlines. Battle for Bengal heats up as Amit Shah and Mamata Banerjee hold rallies in several areas ahead of crucial polls. Addressing a massive crowd in West Bengal, Home Minister Amit Shah says Bengal will no longer be intimidated by violence and that people would give reply to bombs with ballots. All right, battle heats up in Assam as Hemant Biswa takes on Congress's leader, including Pawan Khera and Gaurav Gogoi. A massive war of words erupts between Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin and Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman over paddy incentives in the state. After appointing a new DGP for law and order in Tamil Nadu, ECI now modifies order, assigns a DGP Sandeep to the Department of Armed Police instead of law and order. And now, viewers, the top focus at this hour of war words has erupted between our Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin. Now, this is over centre's letter issued on paddy incentive in the state. Now, during an election campaign last week, M.K. Stalin had said that centre has advised the Tamil Nadu government to discontinue providing incentive for the paddy producers. In fact, but yesterday, Nirmala Sitharaman rejected Stalin's contention and termed it as baseless and politically motivated. More details in this report about this fiery exchange between the Finance Minister and Tamil Nadu CM right ahead of crucial elections. Take a look.
Ahead of the crucial election in Tamil Nadu on the 23rd of April, a war of words erupted between Chief Minister Stalin and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. This has to do with the paddy incentives and false narratives and a letter sent by the Union Finance Ministry earlier this year. Stalin took to social media this morning and questioned whether Nirmala Sitharaman was willing to place the letter in public domain. The Finance Minister responded quickly, sharing the letter on social media. She accused the DMK of driving a wedge between the centre and the state and also creating false narratives. She escalated the attack by stating that M.K. Stalin should stop wasting time on the anti-centre rhetoric. Nirmala Sitharaman further slammed the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, claiming that he had chosen to misinterpret the letter.
All right, my colleague Sharda, who's been very closely tracking all the election updates from ground, now joins me. Sharda, we're looking at centre versus Tamil Nadu heating up right again. We're looking at a fiery exchange between our Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and the CM of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin. Break it down for our viewers, how exactly this is unfolding over the issue of paddy incentives.
Well, right now, starting with the letter that Nirmala Sitharaman had sent to the Chief Secretary of the State, Dheeraj Kumar, asking if the money given as an extra bonus to the paddy procurement can be stopped for the state of Tamil Nadu. Just to remind our audience, few months back, Nirmala Sitharaman had asked all the states that's making more paddy procurement if the bonus amount is required to make sure that these finances can be managed and balanced, and if so, the centre can stop giving these extra funds, which will stop the state from getting into more debt. And for this, multiple states had given their acquaintance, telling that they would not require so much money for the paddy, and extra bonus can be cut off. And that's the reason today Nirmala Sitharaman taking to Twitter, posting that letter with the Dheeraj Kumar, the former Chief Secretary of the state, was sent out. And now, the Chief Minister and the DMK leader M.K. Stalin pointed out, telling that the centre is constantly following the stepmother policy for the southern state, especially the states where BJP is not ruling in the state, pointing out that even though the paddy procurement and the wheat procurement needs bonus amount of money, is the finance minister who is denying to give that money. He also pointed out that if the money that's been given is in bonus, the letter should have only been directed to Dheeraj Kumar and need not have put an explanation for it in the Twitter with a huge statement saying whether Tamil Nadu is getting enough funds or not. And also he posted a new statement saying that all states do not accept for Nirmala Sitharaman's policy of reducing the bonus payment for paddy procurement, because being Pinarayi Vijayan, the state we just went into elections now, had also rejected that policy.
All right, Shada, do continue to stay with us. We're getting some more breaking developments from the election-bound state. Now, at this moment, EC, in fact, has modified its order once again. in the Tamil Nadu state over DGP. In fact, over the last week, ECI had transferred a Chief Secretary, Chennai City Commissioner, and appointed a new DGP of Law and Order. DGP Sandeep, who is now appointed for Law and Order, has been moved to the Department of Armed Police. And AT Durai Kumar, who is the Directorate of Vigilance Anti-Corruption in Chennai, has now been posted as in charge of a DGP until the final order is in fact received. Now we're looking at a major reshuffling of different officers taking place right ahead of crucial elections in the state. Shada continues to stay with us. Shada, we're looking at a recent modification by the Election Commission of India as this reshuffling now takes place as far as the senior officers are concerned in the state. Break it down for our viewers. What exactly is now taking place?
Well, just 3 days back, the DGP of the state was appointed at Sandeep Rawat. However, in just 3 days' time, today, the Election Commission of India has once again changed the DGP of the state, removing from his position, put in the current ADGP of the Vigilance to take over as the DGP of the state. And the letter mentioned that it is a temporary order until a permanent staff is procured for this particular place. The ECA also changed the position of the Chennai City Commissioner from Arun, who was initially had complaints against from the TVK leaders, especially Adav Arjuna, stating that it was Arun, the commissioner, who directly met the Chief Minister's office to seek permission for Vijay's rally, saying that without the DGP's permission, the commissioner had taken the information to the CMO and that denied to give permission for TVK's rally in the city capital, Chennai, where multiple complaints kept raising against the Chennai City Commissioner, and an absence of the DGP in place. The ECI has now appointed a new Chennai City Commissioner and a new DGP in charge. However, this DGP in charge brings in as a confusion because they changed into Sandeep Rawat just 3 days back, and now again another change brings in. Whereas the DMK's MP TR Balu has made a question saying that what is the necessity for the ECI to change the officers who are not directly involved, while polices are directly involved, while the City Commissioner and DGP was under the scrutiny under the ECI's eyes to transfer them. What was the necessity to change the Chief Secretary of the state, Dheeraj Kumar, while he has no direct relation with the Election Commission? However, the BJP has a different choice to this, denying T.R. Balu's statement, the DMK MP statement, saying that all the government official staffs are directly or indirectly linked to the elections that's happening in the state, and it was necessary for the ECI to make sure that all the doubts that they had to be cleared, and they have the rights to transfer. Tamilisai Soundararajan, who was a former governor of Telangana and Puducherry, speaking to the public, mentioned that under administration charges, ECI has the right to change any person who is working as a government official as well. And so in this way, DMK is very doubtful as to why ECI is transferring every single official from the Chennai state.
Right, Shada, but do continue to stay with us. We're getting some more breaking news developments regarding Vijay and his much anticipated movie. In fact, Jananayagan. Now it was leaked online 3 days back, and now in fact we're looking at some action being taken against the people who leaked the entire film online. Now the cybercrime has arrested 6 people from Chennai just last night, and the police in fact has now mentioned that piracy here was done through cloud surface, and also found 300 infringing links related to the piracy of this movie. Now, this movie is said to be Vijay's last movie before he forays full-time into politics, but it has been in fact embroiled in a much longer controversy, and now it seems that some clues are emerging behind who are the people behind its online leak. Now, Shada, do take us through these arrests that have been made in this case regarding the leak of Vijay's movie Jananayagan by the cybercrime police, and also the kind of details which are now emerging.
Well, Jananayagan was a film that was shot last year. It was said to be Vijay's last film before he starts his elections role as a politician, full-time role as a politician. It was 69th film. However, the film did not get released because the CBFC had given multiple restrictions, multiple censor issues raised when the movie was set to release in January 2026, the beginning of this year. However, while the censor board did not cut down the important scenes that they had asked, the movie was later postponed to March, and there was 14 days of check also for the movie producers, given time being given for them to make these changes. But as the movie producer and the movie team did not make these cut. The film was not released, and later it had to be taken legally in the court. The Jananayagan film mostly showed the political scenario in the country, following which the Election Commission also had to take a recap of the entire situation that's happening with the movie. Following the review of the movie, the ECI said certain cuts are necessary with the political ground scenario in Tamil Nadu. The film background shows that Vijay, being a normal man, becoming a politician at the end who's ruling the state, and said that if this kind of movie is released during the code of conduct, it would give a sense of breaching the moral code of conduct. Being a political leader who's contesting in this particular elections denied for the film to be released. It was earlier expected to be released after the elections in the April last week. April 23rd is the Tamil Nadu elections, and around April 28 or 29 the movie was set to be released in theatres. Meanwhile, now just 4 days back, parts of its films were leaked online, and there were 300 infringement links that are the entire film. Now, following the complaint from the producer and the movie makers and the entire team saying that the piracy was not allowed for the film, and it coming right at the time when the elections is happening. There were blames on both sides. There was one team that's blaming the TVK leader Vijay and his General Secretary Arnab, telling that it was their own team that leaked the film online to make sure that people's eyes are turned on them, whereas the other saying that the piracy was not an option for the TVK and was DMK's and BJP's doing to release the film and leak the film online to make sure that the producer and the movie team makes a huge loss. While Jananayagan, the film is entirely focused on Tamil Nadu politics. It was not allowed to release right before elections, and now the police have arrested 6 people and have also closed down all 3 infringement links that had the film. However, many people have downloaded the film, so now the police are investigating through cybercrime as to how many people have watched the film online, how many scenes have been leaked, how many still are using the movie download to watch the film, and severe actions are set to be taken even against common people who are following the links.
Right, Shada, thanks so much for joining us and keeping us with all the updates that are coming from the election-bound state of Tamil Nadu. Of course, we're inching closer to the D-Day of polling, and then, of course, counting. We'll continue to track all that we're getting from the ground in Tamil Nadu. Thanks so much. And now here's shifting from one election-bound state to another, the state of West Bengal. Now in a major development in Malda violence case, the National Investigation Agency has stepped up action, arresting 3 people and detaining 7 others. And among those held are political figures, including an ISF leader as well as a Congress candidate. Now this has certainly intensified the political storm ahead of the crucial polls in the state of West Bengal. Take a look at this detailed report.
In the latest development on the Malda violence case, the National Investigation Agency has made 3 arrests and detained 7 more. Among the arrested is a leader of the Indian Secular Front, Ghulam Rabbani, who was allegedly involved in the meeting that happened a day before the incident. One Congress candidate was also among those detained. Congress's Sayam Chowdhury from Mothabari was picked up while he was campaigning for the election in the Ali Nagar Panchayat area.
The NIA on Sunday arrested the ISF member and Karyakarta and the Panchayat leader Ghulam Rabbani on the Malda incident, where the officers were captivated and made hostage in the Kalyachak area of the Mothabari. In fact, the Congress candidate Sayam Chaudhary was also detained by the NIA, who was further released by the NIA after being interrogated for many hours. Not only this, the NIA today also arrested 2 Congress Karyakartas and the workers, Shahadad Hussain and Asif Ali, in the Malda Motachak area, Kalyachak area, where exactly the incident took place, and the judicial officers were held captivated and they were ghiraved by the locals in the Malda Kalyachak area. It is being stated that the Congress workers were responsible for mobilizing the crowd and ghiraving the judicial officers in that particular area. Now the NIA has made the first arrest of the ISF Panchayat leader, Panchayat worker Ghulam Rabbani, and the interrogation is underway. It is being stated that he will be questioned and more will come out exactly how was this entire incident pre-planned and was full of intimidation. Not only this, it is being stated that NIA is soon going to submit the fresh investigation report to the Supreme Court, and also is going to mention that till now 47 were detained in these cases and many more will be coming out in the fresh investigation report, which will be submitted to Supreme Court soon by the NIA officers. Harsha Sundwani along with video journalist Shambhu for Republic TV.
Now we are staying with more developments coming to light from the state of West Bengal. Now Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee held back-to-back rallies in Birbhum. From the allegations of violence and intimidation to claims of welfare and governance coming in from both the sides. Now both the leaders sharpened their attacks, setting the tone for a fierce electoral battle that we're staring at in a two-phase election from April 23rd and April 29th. That's when the polling will happen and the counting, of course, will happen on 4th of May. Here's a detailed report on what's happening on the ground as the campaigning intensifies on ground.
Addressing a rally in Birbhum, Amit Shah attacked Mamta Banerjee's government, accusing her of fostering a culture of violence in the state. Shah said the people of Bengal are no longer afraid and will respond to bombs with ballots, asserting that democracy will defeat intimidation. He warned that those involved in political violence would face strict action and even jail time if the BJP comes to power in West Bengal. Targeting the TMC leaders, Amit Shah alleged that goons operating under political protection have terrorized voters and said that this culture would be dismantled. He also urged the citizens to vote for BJP, promising what he described as development, security and justice under the BJP rule. In a direct attack on Mamta Banerjee, Shah accused her of trying to intimidate the majority community through her speeches.
दीदी का एक भाषण सुन रहा था, वो यहाँ के बहुमत समाज को डरा रही थी। अगर टीएमसी नहीं होगी तो बहुमत समाज का अस्तित्व नहीं होगा। अरे दीदी, सदियों से हम यहाँ रह रहे, आप कौन होती हो हमें डराने वाली? आपके शासन में मुर्शिदाबाद में दंगे हुए, आप कहां गई थी? आपके शासन में रामनवमी पर हमला हुआ, आप कहां गई थी?
He also cited incidents like Murshidabad violence and the Ram Navami clashes, accusing the TMC of failing to maintain law and order. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee also hit back strongly during her rally in Birbhum, projecting herself as the defender of Bengal's people. Mamta said she is single-handedly fighting for the welfare of the common people, highlighting her government's social schemes and grassroots connect. She accused the BJP of trying to divide society along communal lines and warned voters against what she called outsiders interfering in Bengal politics. She also attempted to counter BJP's narrative on law and order, asserting that her government remains committed to peace and inclusive development. With both leaders throwing sharp accusations, the Birbhum rally has emerged as a key battleground in the Bengal election.
Now viewers, in an exclusive conversation with Republic TV, BJP Lok Sabha MP Manoj Tiwari said that Mamta Banerjee's government would be thrown out this time in this election. Now speaking while campaigning in the capital city, he says that people are having trust in the BJP and want the party to come to power. Listen into this entire conversation.
हवा निकल पड़ी है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ। मैं आज हमारा चौथा दिन है, इसके पहले भी मैं बहुत जगह गया हूं। अभी चारों तरफ एक ही भाव है, पलटानो दरकार, चाई बीजेपी सरकार। हम जो देख रहे हैं परिवर्तन निश्चित है इस बार पश्चिम बंगाल में। पश्चिम बंगाल के लोग कराह रहे हैं, एक शब्द है कराहना, अंदर से बहुत पीड़ा में है। माँ, माटी, मानुस तीनों कराह रहे हैं और अब उनको आशा कहीं से है तो नरेंद्र मोदी के डबल इंजन से है और वो अब पश्चिम बंगाल में होने जा रहा है। नहीं, हम तो पंडित हैं और बिहार के पंडित हैं, तो हम तो बिना माछ भात के हमारा खाना ही नहीं होता है। हम तो जब भी उत्सव होता है तो माछ भात के साथ उत्सव होता है। आप मिथिला का रीत जानते होंगे। तो अभी क्या है कि ममता दीदी के पास जब वो सत्ता में थी तो उनका था लूट और अत्याचार। और अब उनका साधन बन गया है झूठ और अफवाह। अब पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता अफवाह में नहीं जाने वाली है। उसको पता चल गया है कि दीदी ने जितना भी लूटना था, चाहे वो सिंडिकेट के तरीके से, चाहे वो क्या बोलते हैं उसमें कट मनी के तरीके से। आप सोचिए यहाँ के लोगों को 7वां वेतन आयोग नहीं मिल रहा है क्या जी? बताइए, हमने निश्चित कर दिया है कि सरकार बनते ही पहले तो जो 7वां वेतन आयोग है वो लोगों को मिलेगा।
Viewers, let's also take a look at what's happening on the ground. Since we are talking about West Bengal elections, we are looking at election campaigning intensifying. In fact, as Home Minister Amit Shah is now holding a mega rally in Durgapur. We're getting you live visuals of the color of elections on the ground. In fact, as Home Minister Amit Shah now holds a mega rally, you're looking at top stalwarts from all the political parties now pushing for that final big, in fact, push on the ground. And as you can see, Home Minister Amit Shah right now holding a mega rally in TMC. TMC is a bastion, in fact, as we are inching closer to the D-Day in elections in West Bengal. You have April 23rd, the first phase of polling. April 29th is the second phase of polling and the final one, in fact. And as we inch closer, election campaigning intensifying on the ground. And right now getting you live visuals from Durgapur in West Bengal, where Home Minister Amit Shah is holding a mega rally as he tries to mobilize more support for Bharatiya Janata Party. Now remember, it has become an election, a high-stakes election for both TMC and BJP. TMC aiming to retain power, while BJP trying to make inroads and trying to take control back from TMC of the state. Now, in this contested battle, we're looking at both the parties now giving in their final push as we inch closer to the polling day. And right now, Home Minister Amit Shah, in fact, holding a mega rally in Durgapur, West Bengal, as the campaigning on the ground intensifies. Now, he's accompanied by several BJP senior leaders as well, as he tries to garner more support, tries to engage with voters on the ground to mobilize more support for Bharatiya Janata Party ahead of the crucial assembly elections in West Bengal. All right, viewers, now slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we get you all the updates from the election-bound state as Amit Shah holds a mega rally in Durgapur.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिम असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है। उसका माँ भी अभी भी इंजर्ड है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए घायल तरीके से इंजर्ड है। ये आतंकवादी लोग हम लोग को टारगेट कर रहा है, मैतेई लोग को। इसलिए सरकार से विनती है जल्द से।
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm and our top focus today is going to be, viewers, the countdown is now, at this time, US President Donald Trump yet again issuing a threat, this time a naval blockade of Strait of Hormuz. He said US Navy is going to be controlling Hormuz. They will blow up all Iranian mines, and not just this, he's also said with ships who have paid toll to Iran will also be intercepted. The big question here is of Trump's isolation because the global responses were not in their favor. We'll also tell you now, viewers, Australian Prime Minister, viewers, also on the war today, we're going to get you Trump's global isolation of Hormuz threat as multiple nations now say they won't back Trump's blockade move. And lined up next is Iranian response to Trump's threat. Iran reiterates it's ready for war. If threatened, Iran will blow up all ports in the Gulf. And viewers, we're also going to end this bulletin with Trump launching a sharp attack on war and the Pope hitting back. Viewers, the countdown is now, this time US President Donald Trump yet again issuing a threat, this time a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. He said US Navy will be controlling Hormuz. They will blow up all Iranian mines. And not just this, Trump said all the ships who've paid toll to Iran will also be intercepted. The big question now is of Trump's isolation because the global responses were not in Iran's favor. Now, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has also called for US-Iran peace talks to resume, Strait of Hormuz to be reopened. He's also made it clear Australia wants to say freedom of navigation in Hormuz.
I do wake up in the morning and there's usually some change in the circumstances in the Middle East. And what I want to see is to wake up in the morning and see that peace has broken out on a permanent basis, that we have de-escalation, that we have an end to civilian loss of life, we have an end to loss of civilian infrastructure, and that, importantly, the Strait of Hormuz is about to be open with freedom of navigation. That's what I want to see, and that's what Australians want to see, and that's what global citizens want to see as well, because this global conflict on the other side of the world is having an impact here, and it's having an impact right around the world.
Similarly, EU Chief Ursula von der Leyen has also urged for the strait to be reopened immediately. She reiterated restoration and freedom of navigation in Strait of Hormuz is of paramount importance. Listen in.
The European Union, as we all know, since 44 days now, once again, the Middle East has been engulfed in war. And these past 6 weeks have reminded us that peace cannot be taken for granted. In recent days, it seemed as if a pause was emerging. A ceasefire has been announced. You all witnessed that. Allow me to say a word of gratitude to Pakistan for the important role they have played to get to this point. But we also know that negotiations have been stalled now, and we have to see how things go on. Any agreement will have to address the concerns raised by Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program and its actions obstructing the navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. The ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz is greatly damaging, and the restoration of the freedom of navigation is of paramount importance for us.
I'm joined to understand the situation more about how Trump is isolating on Hormuz. Lieutenant General D.B. Pandey, security analyst, someone who knows the situation, has written about it very critically. Namaste, sir. Jai Hind. The big question here going to be on the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, I was going through what you've yourself written on the platform X. This is exactly what United States wants. Explain this, sir, for our viewers.
Yeah, so when I wrote this comment, it is more about directing towards creating a situation of asset denial of energy, essentially to China. That is one part, I guess. And that is what the Americans wanted to control. And if you see in the last about 4 to 5 years, slowly, it is not about Trump. It is about the American whole strategic game in the region. Firstly, ensuring that the Russian gas and oil is cut off to the Europeans. They were isolated through the Ukrainian war, and thereafter you saw how the Venezuelans were taken out of the scene, wherein about 90% of the oil of Venezuela was going to China. The next level was obviously everybody was looking at least were reading situation that Iran was next. So this whole Iranian attitude towards nuclear enrichment for weapons program, the ballistic missile system, trying to change the regional balance of power, in which there was very tenuous balance in the Iranian, in the Persian Gulf, in that area, which was to be actually would have shifted in the favor of the Iranians in case they had got the weapons, nuclear weapon program finishing, and they were quite near to it, which is very evident because their own people have been claiming about it, and then ballistic missile program was, of course, going gung-ho. So this whole issue gave an opportunity to America to come to the region, and they were looking forward to come to this region, and they've ensured that now. And if you see about 3 days back or 4 days back, Trump has shown a picture in which a photograph of a satellite photograph in large number of tankers are going towards the American waters. So it is more about not only making America relevant in terms of oil and gas reliance for the world maximum possible, but also to deny. I think more is to deny to the Chinese. But having seen the views which are emanating that Trump is getting isolated on this with the comments of Australian Prime Minister and the EU President. When you listen to the comments and the comments which are going out, they are not anti-Trump action. Actually, they are very open-ended. The issue that they are referring to is that the Iranian strategic direction towards nuclear proliferation, nuclear program has led to this kind of a situation, and therefore they need to reconsider this and the ceasefire. I guess in a manner that the more Iranians stay steadfast on the course, they will get isolated and not Trump. While what Trump says and writes is also quite jingoistic, it's all slightly more talking too much about while tweeting. But in action, if you see, the Hormuz has been blocked and been controlled by the Iranians. Now it is about rhetoric that we are going to check all the transport or all the oil carriers, the tankers which are coming, have they paid toll or not? Who's going to come and confirm to the Americans that they have paid toll to or a user fee to Iranians? So I guess this is all very ambiguous. What is being treated is different. What is happening substantially on the ground? Iranians have, in any case, blocked it. If you see in last about 45 days, very little has come out from there. And virtually, if you recall, yesterday, UK star Kama has been there, the UK Prime Minister, and he's saying that about 40 nations are looking to stitch a grouping in which they will open the Hormuz and they'll keep it open. The Japanese have started looking at that they will participate into opening of Hormuz. These are all, I think, world pressure is not being brought about on America. It's been brought about in Iran that the world which you thought you were going to be leveraging is now getting against you. It's been too long and you need to open up. This is my...
Lieutenant General DB Pandey, I just want you to stay with us because I also want to ask you, understanding the academic grounding that you have on national security and strategy, including in PhD in defense studies, how the situation is going to evolve. But viewers, first, while Trump is isolated on Hormuz blockade, he's also continued attack on allies, including NATO. Watch this report on how Trump has reacted.
Global tensions are going to escalate tonight. Donald Trump has sharpened his stance on both allies and adversaries and raised serious questions over reliability of NATO alliance.
Well, they're coming up. They're going to be coming up. But I'm very disappointed in NATO. They didn't do that. They weren't there for us. We pay trillions of dollars for NATO, and they weren't there for us. Remember what I said. NATO was not there. Now they want to come up, but there's no real threat anymore. But NATO was not there for us.
On negotiations, Donald Trump's message was blunt.
Oh, I don't know. I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back, I'm fine. Their military is gone. Their missiles are largely depleted. The manufacturing capability for missiles and drones is largely defeated. We've been very nice. We haven't ripped down too many bridges. We did one only because they broke their word, they broke their promise.
But the bigger headline is the hardening US position on Iran's nuclear ambitions and Donald Trump's uncompromising red line that has now been drawn.
And just so you understand, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Will not have. There is no way that they're going to get. They still want it. And they made that clear the other night. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
A sweeping blockade targeting Iran's oil exports is all set to take effect at 7:30 p.m. today.
That'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow. Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil. And that would be very effective. But what we want to do is we want to, and again, we don't need it. What we notice and what we see and what I think is maybe my idea, maybe not, I don't know. But there are many boats heading toward our country to fill up with oil and then go and take it. So they're not going to go through the Hormuz Strait.
If there is a full-blown naval warfare, the pressure is not going to be just rhetorical, but it will be economic and immediate.
And viewers, of course, Trump's warning did not go unanswered. Iran has reiterated it's ready for war. It's attacked if no other port will be spared in the Gulf. The US has made unlawful demands in talks. Iran is fully ready for war is what we're being told. I also want to go across once again to my guest, Lieutenant General D.B. Pandey. You've studied this, so you also know how strategies work. How is Trump's threat to block Hormuz being received? It's received sharp criticism from Iran, but does Iran have the capability of having a multifaceted attack where they're saying they're going to be targeting all ports?
Yeah, so I just need to correct before we go on further because silence will be incorrect. I'm not a doctorate in, but yes, I got double masters and a MPhil in various level of strategy works. So, but I must say a couple of points. Americans have got a very short memory. They have forgotten that in Second World War, in the First World War, they came too late to the existence of the European world when the operations were going. So they are also being returned in some kind of a favor today. The second is that over a period of time, they have virtually taken the security guarantor of the entire Western world of the NATO, deploying assets all over the place. Or suddenly tell the NATO forces who are truly very, very diminished in terms of, they can't even guard their own borders to ensure that the migrants don't, illegal migrants don't come into the shores. They can't even police that. So their capacity to empower today, there was one ship which sailed in to exist in some form or other from the British side. After a few days, had to actually go back for refits. So that is the state. They don't have the tools and the wherewithal to come out on a short notice to be able to do a fight. This fight started in a very short time. They took a call somewhere about in December. In 3 months' time, these modern armies they don't have ready forces to fight like India or some of the countries have. They take time to prepare and firstly make a ground within their own countries that they are willing to go for a fight or not go for a fight. So therefore, this issue they have to be taken into account. The other place we have to see that Trump, when he came with his America First policy and looking at his domestic constituency for economic reasons, he virtually isolated all his allies. Europeans, every NATO country, they have been pitched onto trade and tariff war, and therefore the sound bites which he has given, the way they have treated the leadership, has not been very, very decent, and therefore he is also being paid back in virtually the similar manner how he treated them. Or does he require them? I don't think so. He requires, because what the capability these forces will get, they have got hardly any capability to get this thing within American power. They got enough capacity and capability to ensure that if they want to actually force Hormuz open, they can do it, right? They have the military capability, yes. They want to do it or not is a matter of other detail. The hardening of position, does Iran have capacity today? Yeah, Trump is absolutely right. They have really degraded Iranian military power, ballistic missile capacities to be able to hit. But the problem lies that you just can't finish off a country, a sovereign country, which has got a nearly 9 lakh worth of force, which is asymmetric in nature, which knew that this time shall come, has prepared accordingly to invest in terms of Shahed drones and stuff like this. So will it be able to hit with large number of ballistic missiles the other ports in the Persian Gulf? May not be true. If you see, the UAE has virtually been able to take out 90% of them. And as the time passes, everybody is investing into interceptors, and they will be able to be ready again to take on. But Shahed drones, yes, because of the nature of the Shahed drones, they'll be able to reach out anywhere in the region of about 22,000 kilometers and strike at will. But will that have a substantive damage? Again, that answer comes out, no. It will have some damages, but it will not break an oil infrastructure, a port infrastructure, which is far more resilient and can actually recuperate very fast. So, given the condition today for Iran, it will.
And Lieutenant General D.B. Pandey, just because I'm a little bit out of time, I thank you for being with us. It's very, very clear with what your perspective is showing. The US is making these unlawful demands in talks, and also we have to see how ready Iran is for war. Now, viewers, we're moving on to breaking news that's coming in. We've got an exclusive interview with Amit Shah, Home Minister from West Bengal. Take a look.
बंगाल और देश के लिए घुसपैठ को कितना बड़ा मुद्दा आप मान रहे हैं?
देखिए, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है, राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा है, मगर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि 5 मई को यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी और हम न केवल बंगाल, देश भर में घुसपैठ को रोकने में सफल होंगे। त्रिपुरा में भाजपा सरकार है, असम में भाजपा सरकार है और बंगाल में भाजपा सरकार आने के साथ ही हम घुसपैठ को पूर्णतः रोक पाएंगे।
एसआईआर को लेकर हम देख रहे हैं कि जो नाम कटे हैं, तो उसमें मैंने आपका भाषण सुना, आप कह रहे हैं कि एसआईआर की जो प्रक्रिया है उससे घुसपैठिए भी कम हो रहे हैं।
स्वाभाविक रूप से कम हो रहे हैं, इसीलिए ममता दीदी का बीपी बढ़ रहा है।
सर, हमने देखा उत्तराखंड में यूसीसी लागू हो गया, यूसीसी को लेकर आप कह रहे हैं कि बंगाल में यूसीसी लागू कर देंगे।
हाँ, हमारा चुनावी एजेंडा है, घोषणा पत्र है कि हम बंगाल में 6 माह के अंदर यूसीसी लागू करें।
ममता दीदी कह रही हैं कि एसआईआर से वोट काटे जा रहे हैं, लेकिन हम ये भी देख रहे हैं कि जो एक तरीके से आप आरोप लगा रही हैं, आप लोग बाहरी हैं। और आज मैंने आपको सुना, आपने कहा कि जो उम्मीदवार होगा, जो चेहरा होगा सीएम फेस, वो बंगाल का रहने वाला होगा, बांग्ला बोलने वाला होगा।
जी, यहाँ पर का ही लोकल बांग्ला भाषी व्यक्ति बंगाल का नया मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, भाजपा का हो।
बहुमत को लेकर कोई दावा? तो देखिए, आप केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री को देख रहे थे, रोड शो है, दुर्गापुर में चल रहा है, काफी भीड़ यहाँ पर है, लेकिन अपनी जीत को लेकर पूरी तरीके से आश्वस्त हैं। और आश्वस्त होने के साथ साथ उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि बंगाल में बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा और मुख्यमंत्री जो होगा बंगाल का रहने वाला होगा, साथ ही बांग्ला बोलने वाला होगा। बंगाल और देश के लिए घुसपैठ को कितना बड़ा मुद्दा आप मान रहे हैं?
देखिए, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है, राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा है, मगर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि 5 मई को यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी और हम न केवल बंगाल, देश भर में घुसपैठ को रोकने में सफल होंगे। त्रिपुरा में भाजपा सरकार है, असम में भाजपा सरकार है और बंगाल में भाजपा सरकार आने के साथ ही हम घुसपैठ को पूर्णतः रोक पाएंगे।
एसआईआर को लेकर हम देख रहे हैं कि जो नाम कटे हैं, तो उसमें मैंने आपका भाषण सुना, आप कह रहे हैं कि एसआईआर की जो प्रक्रिया है उससे घुसपैठिए भी कम हो रहे हैं।
स्वाभाविक रूप से कम हो रहे हैं, इसीलिए ममता दीदी का बीपी बढ़ रहा है।
सर, हमने देखा उत्तराखंड में यूसीसी लागू हो गया, यूसीसी को लेकर आप कह रहे हैं कि बंगाल में यूसीसी लागू कर देंगे।
हाँ, हमारा चुनावी एजेंडा है, घोषणा पत्र है कि हम बंगाल में 6 माह के अंदर यूसीसी लागू करें।
ममता दीदी कह रही हैं कि एसआईआर से वोट काटे जा रहे हैं, लेकिन हम ये भी देख रहे हैं कि जो एक तरीके से आप आरोप लगा रही हैं, आप लोग बाहरी हैं। और आज मैंने आपको सुना, आपने कहा कि जो उम्मीदवार होगा, जो चेहरा होगा सीएम फेस, वो बंगाल का रहने वाला होगा, बांग्ला बोलने वाला होगा।
जी, यहाँ पर का ही लोकल बांग्ला भाषी व्यक्ति बंगाल का नया मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, भाजपा का।
बहुमत को लेकर कोई दावा? तो देखिए, आप केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री को देख रहे थे, रोड शो है, दुर्गापुर में चल रहा है, काफ़ी भीड़ यहाँ पर है, लेकिन अपनी जीत को लेकर पूरी तरीके से आश्वस्त हैं। और आश्वस्त होने के साथ साथ उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि बंगाल में बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा और मुख्यमंत्री जो होगा बंगाल का रहने वाला होगा, साथ ही बांग्ला बोलने वाला होगा।
We just heard Amit Shah there as the verdict is being looked forward to across India in West Bengal. Now, viewers, the other top focus, Donald Trump unleashed a storm of criticism against Pope Leo XIV, labeling him weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. The outbursts have followed recent remarks from Pope criticizing the West Asia war. Pope Leo issued a direct rebuke of Trump's threat to destroy Iranian civilization, calling it unacceptable and imploring global leaders to end the conflict. Having previously questioned Trump's administration hardline immigration policies, the Pope was ultimately warned by Trump not to cater to the radical left. Watch this report.
In another blistering personal attack, Donald Trump has called Pope Leo weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, while accusing him of being soft on Iran.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities.
He also accused him of being hostile to American military actions and aligned with the radical left.
I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. Now, I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
Trump's remarks came after Pope Leo XIV demanded a ceasefire and respect of international law in Lebanon as Israel presses its war against Hezbollah. Pope Leo said he was closer than ever to the people of Lebanon in his prayers and called on all sides to stop fighting and seek peace.
Anche all'amato popolo libanese sono più che mai vicino in questi giorni di dolore, di paura e di invincibile speranza in Dio. Il principio di umanità, iscritto nella coscienza di ogni persona e riconosciuto nelle leggi internazionali, comporta l'obbligo morale di proteggere la popolazione civile dagli atroci effetti della guerra. Faccio appello alle parti in conflitto a cessare il fuoco e a ricercare con urgenza una soluzione pacifica.
The Pope did not mention the United States or Trump by name, but his tone and message appeared directed at Trump and the US officials.
Dalla pace tutti traggono vantaggi, individui, fratelli e sorelle. Chi prega ha coscienza del proprio limite, non uccide e non minaccia la morte. Invece alla morte è asservito chi ha voluto le spalle al Dio vivente per fare di se stesso e del proprio potere l'idolo muto, cieco e sordo, cui sacrificare ogni valore e pretendere che il mondo intero pieghi il ginocchio. Basta con l'idolatria di se stessi e del denaro. Basta con l'esibizione della forza. Basta con la guerra.
In his post on Truth Social, Trump also objected to the Pope's criticism of his presidency, framing his actions as part of his electoral mandate. In another brazen claim, Trump has said that the Pope, who is the leader of the Roman Catholic Church, was elevated to the position because of his American identity and would not even have been in the Vatican had Trump not been president. Trump also went on to accuse the Pope of aligning with political opponents and urged him to change course. With the Vatican and the White House now locking horns, it remains to be seen how many more global leaders will Trump have an altercation with before this war ends.
And that's our top focus. We're going to stay with that. Coming up after a short break, we get you countdown to US naval blockade of Hormuz. Iran is saying they will not tolerate any strikes. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा। राजा और प्योर मसाला।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
We are entering a very dangerous inflection point in this war. From here in onwards, either things could escalate beyond control, or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not. And we will continue to fight. And don't give us, through Pakistan, a set of terms of surrender. Lay down.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिंह। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं।
and welcome. You watching the Monday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. 29 minutes to go. Trump vows to block all Iranian ports starting around 7:30 this evening. Now, was this a plan that was done at the last moment, or was this a plan devised by the Pentagon much earlier? And this is one option that is now being played right now. In fact, over the next couple of minutes, we're going to take you through all the details, all the options that are basically available before the Pentagon at this point in time. And what does this essentially mean? Does it aggravate the energy crisis? Joining us tonight on This Is Exclusive is a top American voice, a man who was with the Pentagon in the past, who is now essentially indicated that this was always a plan available before the Pentagon. All this and much more. Up first, let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. After Islamabad talks failed, Trump says US Navy will now begin imposing blockade on all ships trying to enter or exit Iranian ports. Trump launches an attack on the Pope, says he's weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. Corporate jihad row in Nasik. Hindu women employees harassed, sexually exploited and forced to change religion.
हम न केवल बंगाल, देश भर में घुसपैठ को रोकने में सफल होंगे। त्रिपुरा में भाजपा सरकार है, असम में भाजपा सरकार है और बंगाल में भाजपा सरकार आने के साथ ही हम घुसपैठ को पूर्णतः रोक पाएंगे।
Amit Shah speaks to Republic ahead of Bengal poll, says confident BJP will come to power in Bengal. Ladies and gentlemen, global tensions are set to escalate sharply as President Trump has threatened to impose a blockade on all ships entering and exiting all Iranian ports. Thus, in about half an hour from now, a sweeping blockade targeting Iran's oil exports is set to come into force, signaling economic pressure. Meanwhile, Iran has issued a counter threat, signaling attacks on ports all across the Gulf if its ports come under attack. Now, the move could have far-reaching global consequences, especially in the volatile Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb, two critical arteries for global energy supplies. Now, let me take you through what are the immediate impact that we are really looking at. The impact of the blockade on Iran's oil flows is now coming into sharp focus. Now, before the war, Iran was essentially exporting around 1.84 million barrels per day, with shipments holding relatively steady at about 1.71 million barrels per day in April, even amid rising tension. Now, what's critical here, most of that oil is heading to China, making Beijing the primary lifeline for Tehran's energy revenues. The Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most vital energy choke points, carries roughly 20% of the global oil supply. Now, that's close to 20 million barrels a day moving through a narrow maritime corridor. Now, any disruption here doesn't just hit Iran, it sends shockwaves across the global markets. And we are already seeing that impact, with oil prices spiking and supply chains tightening. Now, that's the impact of the blockade that we are basically looking at. Let me also bring in my colleague Gesu right now to take you through what are the options, what are the possibilities that we are essentially talking about. Is it just about the Strait of Hormuz or the Bab el-Mandeb, which has always been one critical artery that was always an option before the Iranians, and the fact that Houthis could actually come into play. Let's look at the possible scenarios and what are the options really available, because in a short while from now, Gesu, this is the question I also asked one of the former secretary from the Department of War. And they said that this was always an option available before the Pentagon, and that has now been exercised. Let's now take our viewers through which are the ports which are basically at risk, Gesu.
So we're going to be looking at two different waters here. We're looking at the Persian Gulf, and these are a number of Iranian ports that remain under strike also amid the ongoing escalations, and also the ones that could possibly be struck. We have seen Lavan being struck time and again over their oil refineries. We've seen Bandar Abbas not just being struck, but also key military leadership being downed in Bandar Abbas. We have seen the Karg Island, one of their most vital ones, come under attack. We've seen Bushehr also come under attack. Khurram Sheher has also been struck in the ongoing war that began on the 28th of February. Apart from that, in the Persian Gulf, we have Mashhar and Imam Khomeini. These are the islands that we have in Persian Gulf. And of course, near the Strait of Hormuz remains the Chabahar port, one of the key ports for all oil imports and exports from Iran to the world.
Let me just quickly add that what you're essentially looking at this entire narrow part, which is now the most critical aspect of the war, because this is what is being blocked right now, and any vessel which is essentially passing through here would be paying a tax. Now that's what the Iranians have proposed, that this was also part of the condition that was laid out by the Iranians during this entire talk that was taking place in Islamabad.
And also this is just 33 kilometers at its narrowest point between Iran and also Oman, and their navies take control of this entire region. But yes, like you said, let's take a look at the scenarios of what these blockades can mean.
Well, let's begin with the Strait of Hormuz blockade. Now, this is one aspect which has been seen as the most contested in this entire war. And the reason why, for the long time, the Iranians have largely argued that all this while, this was essentially international waters, and that is the reason why it was free to move around. But this is exactly why they believe that this is the turning point in the war, because they believe that unless they control this, they're not going to be able to take this forward or perhaps put more pressure as far as the Americans are concerned.
Definitely, and also it's important to look at the numbers of what happens when the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded. If we go forward in the scheme of these graphics, we also realize that 20 million barrels have already left the waters of the Strait of Hormuz, and this already puts the markets in a frenzy. And now a prolonged shut could drive Brent crude up to $170 per barrel. Now, Shravan, we remember that Brent crude surpassed about $120 per dollar per barrel, and now we're eyeing at another surge in case there is a blockade that lasts longer. Traffic has dropped by 95%. Fertilizer prices have shot up by 40%.
Is there also a change in the movement of the traffic? Because, Gesu, you have been tracking this very closely. What do you really see from the maritime real-time traffic? What's the movement like right now?
Definitely. In fact, you'd be very surprised to know that while 80 to 90% of all supplies from the Strait of Hormuz are headed to Asia, it also draws in a very good link between Asian and European markets. But since the truce was announced first, if we remember, on the 8th, since then the traffic has gone lower than what it was because the attacks on Lebanon have increased. So 11 ships before truce, 8 during the day of the truce, and post that barely 2 ships have crossed through the Strait of Hormuz. Now we're going to be looking at the second scenario as well, the Bab al-Mandab that remains.
Well, in fact, this is something that most experts have been talking about, that this was the last trump card available before the Iranians, because another good 20%, if I'm not wrong, 20% of the oil flow basically moves through this very small, narrow path that you actually see, which is bordering Yemen, controlled largely by the Houthis, which again happens to be the Iranian proxy. Over to you, Gesu, to take it forward.
And definitely, if we look at other points, about 10 to 14%, like you also said, global maritime trade goes through it. About 20% global oil goes through just this one strait. And this is also seen as an alternate strait that continues to connect to the Suez Canal, becoming a jugular vein for Asian markets. Now, 4.2 million barrels of crude pass through the Bab al-Mandab on a daily basis, supplying global oil markets. Now, it is also, like we pointed out, a primary route that links the Asian and European markets. Now, remember, Asia remains the biggest stakeholder. It remains at the end of, at the receiving end of both these blockades. Now, in 2023, about 75 ships passed through Bab al-Mandab on a daily basis, like we were speaking about the numbers. And 2026, it's come down to just 35 ships daily through the Bab al-Mandab. Now, we're also going to be looking at the third scenario of what happens in case both these straits are shut down.
So this is where you're looking at both are now becoming the choke points here. You're already looking at roughly about 20 to 21% flowing through the Strait of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandab another 20%. Now that's again a varying amount that we're looking at. Just imagine if that actually happens, what happens to energy prices and perhaps the repercussion that we're going to see in the markets.
Yeah, definitely. So 25% surge in oil and gas. I mean, it takes off about 25% of total oil and gas supplies that are available in the global markets, because these two coordinated are responsible for the supply of 25% oil and gas to the entire market. Now, this includes Brent crude, LPG, LNG. Oil prices, of course, will explode. Now, there are reports that suggest that prices will be carried up to about $120 per barrel just by shutting down the Bab al-Mandab Strait. And of course, 20% of world's LNG will remain stranded because there is no alternate route. Now, most of the world's LNG goes through Qatar, Kuwait, and even UAE. And that remains stranded because there is no other route at all, especially, like we said, to connect the Asian and European market. And because of that, the trade obviously collapses.
Well, in fact, Gesu, I spoke to a senior official. In fact, he's served in the CIA, the former CIA paramilitary operations officer, and has also been in the Pentagon, who's essentially looked at all possible options and why he sees that there is going to be an escalation, keeping in mind that you have a third aircraft carrier being moved to the area. Another marine expeditionary unit is also now reaching Middle East. So are we really looking at a possible ground invasion and an escalation in the days to come? This is what Michael Mulroy had to tell me earlier today. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we have a very special guest joining us from United States of America, Mr. Michael Mulroy. He's the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East and also a retired CIA paramilitary operations officer. Mr. Mulroy, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away dive into the biggest talking point, the naval blockade that has been threatened by President Trump, which many say is now only going to aggravate the energy crisis that we are staring at. Mr. Mulroy, for someone who has been in the Middle East, who's had a first-hand experience, give us a sense of what are we really looking at, if at all, United States of America continues with the naval blockade of the Iranian ports.
So good to be with you and your audience. And this has been something that we looked at when I was in the Pentagon, so many years ago. It's been a plan that Central Command has had. So generally, the idea behind President Trump's blockade is they will block every vessel coming out of an Iranian port, that was clarified by Central Command, from going out to its customers, essentially trying to starve the Iranian regime of any money it needs to actually function. Now, of course, Iran has a boat. They can continuously block any other vessels going through the straits, potentially even add more naval mines. And so we could have a complete blockade of all energy, which is oil and liquefied gas, coming through the straits. So 21% of the world's supply. Of course, the flip side of the Trump plan here is that it will drive up costs of energy around the world. Less energy, higher cost. That's why the U.S. had relieved sanctions on afloat Iranian oil before, not because they wanted, of course, to support Iran, but because they wanted more energy on the market. So this is going to cause probably dramatic increases in oil prices, which is going to, of course, increase prices on everything. So that's the flip side to this and why many are questioning whether this will work.
Mr. Mulroy, is it a Trump's plan, or would you say that this was an existing plan that the Pentagon always had, perhaps devised much earlier and being implemented right now because United States of America is running out of options?
So it was. That's a good question. It was a plan. It is a plan that Central Command has had. It does, if you want to look at the military perspective, it requires several aircraft carrier strike groups, and we have 2, about to have 3. It requires about 12 additional vessels, so destroyers and cruisers, plus many of the boarding capabilities. So the ability, if ships just don't pull over and go to port, the U.S. will have to send boarding crews to get on them, take them over, and then take them to port. So it does require a lot of military assets. The military, of course, doesn't promote policy, wouldn't promote using this plan. They only have to be prepared for it so that there's essentially an arrow in the quiver of the commander-in-chief should he or she choose to use it. But the plan has been around for a while.
Mr. Arnab, what next? Some reports, particularly in the Western media, indicating that a ground invasion is inevitable. Pentagon is drawing up multiple reports or multiple options of perhaps sending in the troops. As someone who has been within the system, within the Pentagon, do you believe that there is a high possibility, now that the talks have completely failed and the fact that the ceasefire is being viewed as more like a military pause rather than a ceasefire in true terms, do you believe that in the days to come, we are really looking at an escalation perhaps?
I think so. I think the United States wanted to see a plan succeed during the last round. You know, obviously we sent the vice president to lead that. So I don't think it was pretend or some kind of delaying tactic just to get the assets in the region. But I do think, to the point of your question, we are seeing a second Marine Expeditionary Unit, so now we'll have 2. Another aircraft carrier, so now we'll have 3. We can push forward the 82nd Airborne Division, which is the Army's 9/11 force in readiness. So we could have the assets in theater, plus all of the special operations assets we already know we have there because they were used during the recovery of the downed pilot. This gives us the ability to start taking terrain around the Strait of Hormuz, which is, I think, not the preferred option, but is an option for the president if this blockade doesn't work. But that would be a big decision that obviously elicit a substantial response by the Iranians against our partners in the region, the Gulf countries.
Mr. Mulroy, if at all this does not work, the naval blockade that you pointed out, and the option available before them would only be to send in the troops. Of course, this would have also been mapped, the Iranian response to it. I want to then ask you, the Iranians have been threatening about closing the Bab-e-Mandab through the Houthis. If that really happens, the Strait of Hormuz on the one side and Bab-e-Mandab on the other, what does that really mean? And if that happens, how difficult is it going to get for the Americans?
So that is something I think the Iranians have been holding at bay for an ability to escalate. The Houthis, of course, have the ability to strike ships in the Red Sea and potentially close the Bab el-Mandeb. They've shown in the past they have the weapons, they have the reach, and it's very difficult to get up into those very mountainous regions and stop them. So if this happens, that would take the alternate routes for many of these countries, which have alternate routes to bypass the Straits of Hormuz. That would block even there. So it would be a major escalation. It would be a big problem, of course, for the United States because, you know, we chose to start the war. We are affected by it, but so is the rest of the world. So this is going to cause major disruptions in the flow of energy and put even more pressure on the United States to come to some kind of conclusion. So we'll have to see what happens, but it's certain. But we have seen that the Houthis have the ability to do this, and it's only whether they will follow the instructions of Iran, which has been their biggest supporter. That's why we call them proxy forces for many, many years.
Mr. Arnab, you must be speaking to several of your colleagues and perhaps, you know, putting together the larger picture that emerges right now in America. What does it really look like to you in the days to come? Because it seems that even though politically, perhaps for President Trump, this is getting extremely difficult, in terms of military options, he certainly has all the options available, and this perhaps 14-day ceasefire is only going to allow the military to regroup and replenish. How do you really see the road ahead right now?
So, and we can see the military replenish. We can see the flow of aircraft steadily because there's public trackers of this out of the United States to the Middle East. So I think we're shifting and making sure that every possible military asset we have is armed and ready. And of course, we're going to have a second view, like I already mentioned, which will be there, plus another aircraft carrier. So I think this is setting up for this conflict to restart. And if there's no breakthrough in negotiations, which it doesn't look like there's going to be, considering there's no actual negotiations taking place, other than maybe back channel between intermediaries, this war is going to restart. And I think Iran is going to want to do something once it realizes that all of its ability to sell its energy has been cut off. That is a substantial cut to the regime that will really damage your ability to function. So I think they'll have to do something to change the dynamics. It might be initiating the Houthis against the Bab el-Mandeb. It might be attacking the oil and gas infrastructure of their neighbors like they already have, or both.
One final question. Drawing from your experience in the Middle East, the response that has come in from the GCC. Now, perhaps the GCC countries have done that in the shadows. But do you believe that in the days to come, they will have to come out in the open, perhaps also join the war at some stage?
It's quite possible. If the U.S. maintains a ceasefire and goes to its partners in the regions, its allies, for example, in Europe, and says, we are done with our campaign. We have completed our military objectives as regards to their nuclear capabilities, ballistic missiles, and their overall Air Force and Navy. And now we would like assistance in opening up the the Straits of Hormuz and potentially the Bab el-Mandeb. That is something that would change the conversation. It doesn't mean they will join, but they obviously, especially the Gulf countries, have major reasons to want to see that open. So it's a potential that they could join the coalition. Now, the U.S. can do this by itself, and the U.S. Navy is by far the most capable, but having a coalition is very helpful politically. And of course, when it comes to clearing the channel of naval mines, that's really difficult. The U.S. has the capacity. It's unclear exactly where those ships are, and we have decommissioned most of our more capable ships in doing this, but the European nations, several of them, have this capability. So we would need that to ensure that this is fully clear, because it's not just the military, U.S. military, declaring it clear. It has to be a confidence level that reaches these commercial vessels and those companies that ensure them's level of comfort. So that would be very helpful to have other countries as part of that coalition.
Well, Mr. Mulroy, thank you very much for joining us on This Is Exclusive and helping us understand the complexities of this war. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Well, shifting focus now to the other day's top story coming in from the vandalism that we've seen earlier today. There has been extensive vandalism that took place outside today at Avanti Overseas Export Company. In fact, on your screens right now, this is the CCTV footage that has been obtained from one of the companies where you can see the protesters moving in and vandalizing the office. We'll try and get you all the latest details. Saurav is joining us on this broadcast. Saurav, walk us through the details that you're bringing in.
Yeah, as you can see in this CCTV footage that there are several people. There is a mob which is breaking the gate of industry here due to the non-increment of their salaries for the past several years. And this protest erupts in Noida Sector 63 area where this industry is situated. And several of the workers have gathered here. First, they were protesting just regarding the salary increment. But after that, suddenly the mob turned violent, and they started breaking the gate of this industry. And after breaking the gate, they all went in and they started abusing and physically assaulting the guards present at the industry at that point. This is the latest CCTV footage which the Republic has access for our viewers. And let me tell our viewers that this industry is just not the only place where this vandalism took place this morning. Apart from this, there is another incident which took place at the Maruti Suzuki showroom, which is also situated in 63 area, and more than 5 vehicles were vandalized in that incident. And here on your screens that you can see that there are several people, there are more than 100 of people which are entering in this current industry, and they have broken the gate of this industry, and they have broken in, and they were abusing and physically assaulting the guards. The police in this regard have taken a strict action, and they have also detained nearly 15 to 20 people in this regard, and the further action will be taken, and the investigation is underway. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Saurav, for getting us the latest details. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. I'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Goodbye. Good night.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Correct. The taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and in this special edition, we're tracking for you what Trump has said regarding the Strait of Hormuz as he goes on to say that the US Navy will blockade it in just a few minutes from now. We're unwrapping every detail for you. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. After Islamabad talks fail, Trump says US Navy will now begin the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump warns of Hormuz blockade. Reports suggest Israel also preparing to resume strikes on Iran. Corporate jihad row in Nasik. Hindu women employees harassed, sexually exploited and forced into religious conversion. Addressing a massive crowd in Birbhum, Home Minister Amit Shah said Bengal will no longer be intimidated by violence and that people will reply to bombs with ballots. Viewers, now the Strait of Hormuz has emerged as the biggest flashpoint in the US-Iran standoff. After failed peace talks in Islamabad, President Donald Trump has ordered a naval blockade targeting Iranian-linked shipping in the region. Now, the move is aimed at preventing Iran from using the strait, which is a key global oil route, as leverage in negotiations. While the US says that transit for other countries will continue, pressure on Iran is set to intensify. Meanwhile, Tehran has called the move illegal and warned of consequences, raising fears of fresh escalation in the Gulf as the fragile ceasefire comes under strain. Now, with an already fractured ceasefire under strain, the big question now is this pressure a pathway to back the talks or to start the wider conflict in the region? Now, viewers, we'll also take you through some details of what the United States is looking to target as it moves to tighten its grip over the Strait of Hormuz. Several key Iranian ports now face potential disruption under a possible blockade. Now, among the critical locations at risk are Khorramshahr, Marshahr and Imam Khomeini, all vital for Iranian commercial shipping and trade flows, and any disruption across these ports could significantly hit Iranian export capacity and further escalate tensions in an already volatile region. Let's get you some more details about this. Now, we're going to be looking at all the key ports that could be targeted inside Iran. Now, we're dividing this in two bursts, the Persian Gulf and near the Strait of Hormuz. Now, most of these you've already seen in the news, courtesy strikes by US and Israel that have struck these ports. Now remember, Lavan, where a crucial oil facility is housed inside Iranian territory, has come under attack multiple times since the 28th of February. And this is not a one-off incident. Bandar Abbas port, right at this peak, you can see the narrowest point of Strait of Hormuz is atop that narrowest point is Bandar Abbas. Not just a key infrastructural importance for Iran, but also one of their biggest ports that was also hit multiple times in the war that's ongoing. Now, also we have the Karg Island, the jewel crown of Iranian regime. Karg Island also houses their nuclear facilities, their nuclear enrichment, uranium enrichment programs, of course, oil and gas facilities. And Karg was also struck by the United States and Israel. Remember the first time when there were resounding claims that these strikes have to stop on crucial islands. Karg was a part of it. Imam Khomeini, Bushehr, Marshahr, Khorramshahr, all of these have come under strike once or twice or even 4 times amid the ongoing war. Now we have the Strait of Hormuz, where there is the Chabahar port, another very key vital island for Iran, another vital port for all shipment to go through. Now these all ports, if you look at it in consolidation, are important for Iranian oil and Iranian exports to reach the globe. But for now, we're getting you a detailed report on what exactly Trump has said and what has been Iranian rebuttal on the statement. Take a look at this.
Global tensions are going to escalate tonight. Donald Trump has sharpened his stance on both allies and adversaries. and raised serious questions over reliability of NATO alliance.
Well, they're coming up. They're going to be coming up. But I'm very disappointed in NATO. They didn't do that. They weren't there for us. We pay trillions of dollars for NATO, and they weren't there for us. Remember what I said. NATO was not there. Now they want to come up, but there's no real threat anymore. But NATO was not there for us.
On negotiations, Donald Trump's message was blunt.
Oh, I don't know. I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back, I'm fine. Their military is gone. Their missiles are largely depleted. The manufacturing capability for missiles and drones is largely defeated. We've been very nice. We haven't ripped down too many bridges. We did one only because they broke their word. They broke their promise.
But the bigger headline is the hardening US position on Iran's nuclear ambitions and Donald Trump's uncompromising red line that has now been drawn.
And just so you understand, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Will not have. There is no way that they're going to get. They still want it. And they made that clear the other night. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
A sweeping blockade targeting Iran's oil exports is all set to take effect at 7:30 p.m. today.
That'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow. Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil. And that would be very effective. But what we want to do is we want to, and again, we don't need it. What we notice and what we see and what I think is maybe my idea, maybe not, I don't know. But there are many boats heading toward our country to fill up with oil and then go and take it. So they're not going to go through the Hormuz Strait.
If there is a full-blown naval warfare, the pressure is not going to be just rhetorical, but it will be economic and immediate.
Now, joining me live on the broadcast is Peter Dickinson, who is a strategic affairs analyst. He's joining us from Kiev. Mr. Dickinson, thanks very much for speaking to Republic, first of all. And also, there are about 3 things that can happen if the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded by the US Navy, like Donald Trump has been saying. One, it of course throws off the Asian-European market link to a complete standstill. Second, about 40% of oil supply across the globe is going to be under scanner. And third, this looks like a strategic military escalation in a key oil and shipping route. How do you eye this? And this is supposed to start any time from now. So how big do you think this is going to be? And is this going to stop the war and decapacitate Iran, like US President is saying? Or do you think this is only going to open more and more fronts?
Well, essentially, I think what Trump is doing, trying to raise the stakes because he doesn't know how to end the war. He's got into a war that he doesn't know how to extricate himself from, and it's not clear at all how he can pressure the Iranians into agreeing to his terms. It's not even clear exactly what an ending could look like for Trump. So faced with this sort of intransigence, he's trying to escalate. He's trying to create additional economic pressures. But of course, as he pressures the Iranians by threatening to blockade their ports and cut their oil exports, he's also threatening the whole world, because we're going to see another surge. We're already seeing, in fact, today, another surge in global oil prices, which is going to have very, very damaging effects to the global economy. That's not going to win Trump any friends either domestically or internationally. But he really doesn't seem to know how else to get out of this picture he's in. And it's kind of like at the moment what we're seeing is a game of chicken almost, with the two sides threatening to plunge each other into economic chaos. And frankly, I think that the Americans are a lot more vulnerable to economic harm than the Iranians, who've been living under sanctions for the last 4 decades or more. Yeah. It's one of the most sanctioned nations on the planet.
Yeah. Mr. Dickinson, also borrowing from what you exactly said, Iran is in fact one of the most sanctioned, heavily sanctioned nations on the face of the planet. But also, do you think that it's only the Iranian economy that is going to pay the price for what Trump says is going to happen in just a few moments from now? Because looking at the numbers, US has already lost about $2 trillion with a T, $2 trillion to the war in West Asia. They have no way out. They're trying all possible ways to save face, Islamabad mediation being one. And now now they are looking to open another front. They're going to deploy their frigates. They're going to deploy US warships that are already there in the West Asian waters. And of course, more and more troop deployment of their military. And remember, all of this is very well known. These waters are familiar to the Iranians, but not so much to the United States and their military. So what's your take on that also?
Well, certainly the pain's going to be spread out, unfortunately. Everybody's feeling it now already. Here, where I am here in Ukraine, petrol prices have massively increased. Across Europe, that's the case. In America, that's also the case. You know, so there's nobody really, I think, who, when oil prices rise at this rate, nobody is immune to the impact. Everybody's suffering. And of course, there are knock-on effects throughout economies. I mean, oil is such a crucial commodity that it has implications for very broad sectors across the global economy. Militarily as well, of course, we're talking about a major escalation here, which will mean a lot of potential conflict at sea and the interception of different ships, many of which are not necessarily owned by the Iranians. So that will also raise the potential for more confrontations or stress points in America's relationship with the international community.
Yeah. Right, Mr. Dickinson, thanks very much for joining in on the broadcast and sharing your thoughts with us. And of course, the conversation continues as the moment becomes a lot more precarious, with just a few minutes from now, the US Navy's possible action being unleashed in the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic. For now, viewers, we'll be shifting focus and taking a look at the other stories that we're tracking at this hour. Now, the truce talks between Iran and the United States have failed miserably in Islamabad. And now Donald Trump has threatened to begin a naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. That's exactly what Peter and I were also speaking about. The costs that will be drawn not on just these two warring countries, but also the rest of the group, the rest of the countries and the rest of the globe. Now, the head of the Iranian Parliament, National Security Commission, has said that the comments from US President Donald Trump after the talks in Islamabad are natural for what he called a defeated president. Take a look at this.
After truce talks in Islamabad failed, US President Donald Trump has said that the US Navy would immediately begin a blockade of ships entering or leaving Hormuz. This has drawn sharp criticism from the head of the Iranian Parliament's National Security Commission, Ibrahim Azizi.
آرزوهای خودش رو به زبون میاره، رویاهای خودش و خواسته هایی که هیچ وقت محقق نشده و نخواهد شد به فضل الهی. این رفتارهایی هم که از یکی چند ساعت بعد از مذاکرات شروع کرده، من در دریای عمان، اقیانوس هند، در دوردست‌ها این میکنم اون میکنم. خب طبیعیه که یک رئیس جمهور شکست خورده دیگه اگر این جملات و این کلمات و این ادبیات رو به کار نبره، من فکر میکنم دیگه فضاحتش برای مردم آمریکا هم غیر قابل قبول نیست.
Ibrahim Azizi said that Americans did not come for genuine talks.
آنچه که گذشت در طول این 24 ساعت گذشته از مذاکرات نشون داد که اساساً آمریکایی‌ها برای مذاکره نیامده بودن. آمریکایی‌ها به دنبال باز تحمیل اراده بودن بر ملت بزرگ ایران، منتها از مسیر مذاکره و با ادبیات دیپلماسی.
According to Iran, the trust deficit was clearly visible in the peace negotiations.
با بی‌اعتمادی با شما گفتگو می‌کنیم و به دنبال منافع ملت ایران هستیم در موضوع هسته‌ای، غنیسازی، در موضوع تنگه هرمز، در موضوع تحریم‌ها، در موضوع غرامت‌ها، در موضوع خساراتی که به ما وارد کردی هم جدی هستیم. وقتی چنین اراده‌ای رو به طور طبیعی آمریکایی‌ها مشاهده می‌کنن، خب طبعاً نمیتونن اون خواست خودشون از مسیر میز مذاکره تحمیل کنن، برمیگردن. خب همینطور که معاون رئیس جمهور آمریکا آقای ونس بهش ما هیچ دستاوردی نداشتیم داریم برمیگردیم.
Ibrahim Azizi said that Trump is voicing his own wishes, his own dreams that will never be realized.
Viewers, by the side, let's also take a look at what's happening with Lebanon, the one country that's been battered for the last 3 days straight in what was the largest Israeli offensive. Now, on the evening of the anniversary of Lebanon's devastating civil war, Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has issued a plea for national unity as the country prepares for a rare and unprecedented talks with Israel. Now, despite a ground invasion and internal unrest, the government in Beirut is taking its survival on a diplomatic initiative to be held in Washington just this week. However, reports suggest that the push for peace is being met with both hope and heavy skepticism on the streets. There's more in this report. Take a look.
In the ruins of Beirut, the shadows of the past are colliding with the brutal present. Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam and his government is committed to ending the war with Israel through negotiations.
ففي الحرب الأهلية تقاتل بعضنا مع البعض ودفع الجميع الثمن. أما اليوم فالمطلوب أن نقف جميعا مع بعضنا البعض لا بعضنا في وجه بعض وأن نحصن الداخل ونمنع الفتنة أو التهديد بها أو التهويل بالحرب الأهلية وكأننا لا نعرف أثمانها.
Negotiations between Israel and Lebanon are expected to begin in Washington after Israel's surprise announcement authorizing talks. Hezbollah supporters have criticized the move, believing the government to be weak to end the war on its own. When Iran's ceasefire deal was announced, Israel pounded Beirut with airstrikes, killing more than 300 people in the deadliest day since the war began. With Israeli strikes intensifying in the south, the human toll of this conflict has become the government's heaviest burden.
أشعر بوجع الأم التي فقدت ابنها المقاتل على الجبهة كما أشعر بوجع الأم التي فقدت طفلا لم يختر هذه الحرب ولم يطلب سوى أن يعيش. أعلم أنكم جميعا تتألمون أكثر مما يحتمل ومنذ زمن طويل.
To stop the bleeding, Nawaf Salam is backing a presidency-led initiative to secure a ceasefire and reassert state authority.
فإننا مستمرون بجهودنا لوقف الحرب وفي مقدمتها المبادرة التي قدمها فخامة الرئيس للتفاوض لوقف الحرب وتمكين مؤسسات الدولة الشرعية من القيام بدورها الكامل في حماية لبنان واللبنانيين جميعاً.
But with the country deeply divided over Hezbollah's arsenal, the Prime Minister is calling for a common front.
وأدعوكم جميعاً إلى التمسك بما يجمعنا حماية لوطننا ولمستقبل أبنائنا فلنواجه معاً الأخضار المحتقة بنا بالعقل والوحدة والمسؤولية الوطنية.
Whether diplomacy can succeed where decades of conflict have failed remains the ultimate test for a nation on edge.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, our Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami lays open the US's possible naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. What are the stakes for the entire globe, and how is the US looking to carry this operation out? This and a lot more on the other side at 8 p.m. on The Debate with Arnab Goswami.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
We are entering a very
dangerous inflection point in this war. From here onwards, either things could escalate beyond control or there could be a surprise ceasefire. He is very fond of trying to make the world hang on to his every word, pearls of wisdom, but the last speech was a great disappointment. Everybody was hoping that he would announce an off-ramp, a ceasefire, and then finish this war, because the world is sick and tired of the shenanigans of Donald Trump and his mad capers, his insane wars in the Middle East, which have created a global economic disaster which will worsen by the day, by every day that this war continues beyond its use-by date. It is only heading towards greater destruction of the global economy. The simple fact is, Donald Trump used the worst expletives possible to show his frustration, to show his extreme annoyance and irritation at Iran as to why Iran was not surrendering. Iran told him simply, you may be finished, we are not, and we will continue to fight. And don't give us through Pakistan a set of terms of surrender. Lay down your arms, give us your nuclear material, dismantle your own missile arsenal, make yourself totally helpless and dependent so that we can enjoy bombing you anytime we want some diversion or some sport. You know, that is the kind of language that he has used. You expect such a ceasefire offer to be accepted? You must be out of your mind. The simple fact is that Iran said an absolute blunt no. You may be finished, we are not. That is the clear implication of what Iran has said. Now, is Donald Trump prepared to go on? We have had a series of bad news emerging from Iran. The chief of the United States Central Command had said, we have total air supremacy over Iran. We can fly at will, bomb anything that moves, and Iran is totally helpless and supine at our feet. Famous last words. Within days, we found American aircraft getting shot out of the skies. 2 F-35s, 2 F-15s, shot out from the air, 1 Warthog A-10 ground attack aircraft, you see. And then if you count the aircraft on the ground, 1 AVAC Sentry A-3 AVAC aircraft, very, very expensive aircraft worth a couple of almost 300 to 400 million, was shot off at the Al Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, along with 4 KC-135 refueler tankers, Boeing tankers, destroyed on the ground. And pictures of that those destroyed aircraft were taken from the satellites and put everywhere. America is asking the Maxar, the commercial firms, not to show satellite pictures of their destroyed aircraft and the damage that has been done to Israel and to their air bases. But the Chinese are doing it, and the Iranians are.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर कह रहे थे, उससे आगे भी सभी लोग कह रहे थे कि मणिपुर में पीस आ गया है। ये पीस है क्या? अगर ये पीस है तो हमें ये पीस नहीं चाहिए हमें।
ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट 1:05 में हुआ है। उसमें 2 बच्चे का जान गया है। 2 बच्चा, एक 5 साल का है, एक लड़की है वो तो 5 महीना का है। ये बहुत छह इंसिडेंट है।
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
World versus Trump on Hormuz blockade. All US allies slam Trump on blockade. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
Donald Trump versus the Pope. Trump now wants to play Jesus. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. Co-powered by Muthoot Finance Gold Loan, Sona Kya Nahi Kar Sakta. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
World versus Trump on Hormuz blockade. All US allies slam Trump on blockade. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
On the show tonight, Donald Trump, after first telling the Iranians not to choke the Strait of Hormuz, says he's going to do that himself. And at 9 o'clock, increasing global concern about Donald Trump's mental condition, about his visible cognitive decline, and about his God complex. It's getting stranger and stranger. Till some time back, Donald Trump was saying to Iran, please do not ruin the global economy. Don't try and blackmail the world. Don't use the Strait of Hormuz as a choke point to blackmail the world. Don't block traffic across the Strait of Hormuz. And all he said till last week was, I'm going to fight to try and open up the Strait of Hormuz. And after that, you see, ladies and gentlemen, he lost the war. He became a failure. He lost. He had to agree on a ceasefire on unconditional terms. And after realizing that he's looking like an absolute fool, he has decided to try and do what he was telling the Iranians not to do, which is why some time back he announced that they are going to do the choke on the Strait of Hormuz themselves. And now it is America which has said that it is going to block the Strait of Hormuz. 21 miles, ladies and gentlemen, 21 miles. That's all of it between the Persian Gulf and the open sea, the Strait of Hormuz. That 21-mile strip is the most dangerous, the most consequential, the most expensive and explosive piece of ocean on the face of the earth. And through that goes 20% of the world's oil, 20% of the global LNG, usually passing normally through those 21 miles, and now not one tanker, not one drop of oil is passing through. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump says that the United States Navy will begin the process of blockading all and any ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. This is his declaration, locked and loaded, effective today. Is this escalation or is this a trap? Look around Trump, and there you see him, ladies and gentlemen. A geriatric, lonely figure, invisible cognitive decline, not in control of his speech, his mind, unable to speak properly. and getting no support from anyone. Today, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said to him, we're not supporting this blockade. Look at his words. He did not say, I'm reviewing options, or we're not supporting for now. He said, we're not supporting this blockade. More and more people are coming out and telling Trump to get out. They're showing him his place. That's what Trump needs to be. That's how Trump needs to be dealt with. France's Emmanuel Macron, he confirmed that France and the UK will co-host a conference in the coming days to restore the freedom of navigation. And Macron has called for the peaceful, multinational, strictly defensive mission separate from the belligerents. Separate from the belligerents. You know what that means? That means France will patrol, but without America, not including the country that has announced the blockade. So by blocking the Strait of Hormuz, Trump has declared himself as a global bully, a global blackmailer. Basically, this has always been about Trump's fight with China, viewers. From Venezuela to the threat on Greenland to Iran, his eventual goal is global supremacy vis-a-vis China. Because he has not got the oil, he's now trying to say, I won't let China get the oil. Because all that oil from Iran, Iranian oil, is given to China through the Strait of Hormuz. Trump is saying, if you're not going to let me have my way, I'm not going to let China have oil. This means that there is a great possibility of a direct America-China battle. Only thing is that the Americans have never imagined a situation where they would go to war with the Chinese. And the Chinese have never fought a war since Vietnam. They have never fought a war. They have an army which they call a defensive army. Will Trump pull them into a more offensive formation? NATO, ladies and gentlemen, Trump calls NATO shameful, but NATO is not supporting his blockade. China has issued its strongest statement yet, saying, and by the way, the foreign ministry spokesperson said safeguarding the security, stability, and unimpeded package in the Strait of Hormuz serves the common interests of the international community. And when pressed on Trump's tariff threats, Beijing said, our position is very clear, tariff wars have no winners. Trump is therefore very, 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 very lonely. Nobody supports him strategically, diplomatically, or personally. The Islamabad talks that J.D. Vance went for have been an abject and absolute failure. There was no deal, no off-ramp. Trump went to Islamabad looking for a face-saving solution, came back insulted. Now the petrol prices, now the economics. This is where it starts getting very brutal. Iran's Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, he did something remarkable today. He didn't give a speech. He gave the world a mathematics lesson, and he put out a particular formula on his tweet. You can see that, ladies and gentlemen. It's a bit of a complicated formula. I don't know if it's visible there very clearly. What is the message? What he was doing was he was posting current US petrol prices near the White House and told Americans that they will soon be nostalgic for $4 to $5 gas. This formula suggests that fuel prices could rise in multiple stages than through a single increase, and that the second wave of fuel prices could be larger than the initial jump. Brent crude is already crossing $100 a barrel. The second spike mathematically would inevitably be higher. So tonight the question is not whether Trump can blockade the Strait of Hormuz. He can. But can he do it alone? He can't. If he bombs again, who stands with him? Nobody. He's lost the air battle. He's lost the land battle. And he had to flee, remember, after their one pilot of the F-15 was caught. Now he is fighting his last battle, the battle of the waterways. Ladies and gentlemen, Trump is in a trap of his own making. He's riding a tiger he can't dismount. He's in deep trouble. As I always like saying, his goose is cooked. Let's debate.
The talks in Islamabad, meant to douse the fire, have done the exact opposite.
Their whole Navy is underwater, you know that. 158 ships are gone, their Navy's gone. Most of their mine droppers are gone. We have a lot of people, as you know, at 10 o'clock tomorrow, we have a blockade going into effect. That'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow. Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil.
וכיוון שאיראן הפרה את הכללים, הנשיא טראמפ החליט לשים עליהם בלוקדה, זו מילה לועזית למצור, מצור ימי. אנחנו כמובן תומכים בעמדה התקיפה הזאת, ואנחנו מתואמים עם ארצות הברית כל הזמן.
Now the US says their navy will take over Hormuz. An already choked point that has sent global supplies in a frenzy is preparing for military escalation. The idea is to strangle Iran's oil revenues and collapse its economy. But who is standing with Trump on this? From the UK Prime Minister to European Union, the globe has condemned the planned blockade.
We'll have to address the concerns raised by Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program and its actions obstructing the navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. The ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz is greatly damaging, and the restoration of the freedom of navigation is of paramount importance for us.
Strait of Hormuz is about to be open with freedom of navigation. That's what I want to see, and that's what Australians want to see, and that's what global citizens want to see as well, because this global conflict on the other side of the world is having an impact here, and it's having an impact right around the world.
The ASEAN members have also voiced concerns over free navigation. French President Emmanuel Macron has also said that the United Kingdom and France will deploy efforts to reopen the strait without belligerence. Meanwhile, Iran is clear. Any attack will be met with a heavier retaliation. With no resolution in hand and the US and Iran not budging, what is coming next in the war?
So Trump is saying right now, and we have a breaking news situation, which Trump said that if the Iranians try to stop them, he's going to kill them. Yeah, that's what he said. I'm going to kill them. This man is going crazy by the day. His completely unhinged tweets are extremely worrying. He doesn't seem to be completely in control of his speech or his words anymore. Except Netanyahu, nobody has any faith in him. Netanyahu, of course, continues to love him. He says, because of me, Iran's navy is at the bottom of the ocean, 158 ships. And then he says, what we have not yet hit are their small attack ships, fast attack ships. But if any of these fast attack ships come close to our blockade, they will be eliminated using the same system of kill that we use against drug dealers. It is a quick death, it's a brutal death, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so Iranian president has just replied, and he said threats targeting infrastructure are a sign of enemy's weakness. He's almost baiting him. The blockade has begun. That's our breaking news this evening. Okay, Milad Rabbani from Tehran, I want to start with you, sir. Einar Tangen from Beijing, General Bakshi, our favorite panelist tonight, Borzin Wagmar, who understands Iran, from SOAS in London, Sierra Claire from Los Angeles, and Saurabh Shukla from Washington. Mr. Rabbani, does Iran have any capacity to take on the US Navy at sea?
Thank you, Mr. Arnab, for having me, and I appreciate you for using the term Persian Gulf at the start of the news. It's very valuable for us Iranians because mostly they use a fake name for that, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. To address your question, I believe no. The answer is no. Iran doesn't have the capability to target U.S. navals, and we observed in this war they target some of the navals, but it was useless. It was not effective. But Iran has got another means of pressure to put on Donald Trump. As we observe, they are using these instruments. And I believe now the ball is in Iran's court because Trump decided to put a blockade on the Hormuz Strait. And there is another intention I can see in Trump's, that he wants to make the Europeans more dependent on the U.S. Because it is not only the blockade on Iran in Hormuz Strait. By this, Trump is putting a blockade on Arabian countries. And I believe it is a stab in the back for Arabian country, of course. And Trump left them alone. So as I believe, now the ball is Iran's turf. And but I think Iranian will not, the party will start again the war. And they will do provocative actions. They will provoke the U.S. armies. They are very good in this. But I believe Iran will not start the war. But what I see is the escalation of conflict. And as I told you, in the negotiations, there is 3 or 4 principles that it's very hard. If it is not impossible, it's very hard to reach a conclusion, to find a settlement for that between two groups. And the most important part is the nuclear program of Iran.
Okay. Burzin, you're listening to this situation tonight. Let's imagine that Trump continues the blockade and Iran does nothing. And Trump continues the blockade 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks pass. Let's assume. Let's go to Sierra. Suppose 1 month passes and Trump is doing nothing but blocking the Strait of Hormuz. Who loses more?
Well, the U.S. is actually already making a lot of money from all of the tankers that are coming into the Gulf of America. But to answer your question, I don't think that President Trump wants to see this go on for a month. He wants to resolve this quickly for the American people, for the Iranian people. And I think the United States military has the ability to bring about a quick resolution.
No, but on what basis? See, the problem is he always sits on a high horse, he climbs the tree and then asks for help to get down. Who told him to climb the high horse so far? Nobody told him to, did they? I mean, Einar, it is generally speculated that what Trump wants to do is eventually his target is China. He's fighting this battle with China. And, he wants to win with China. And he knows that if he blocks the Strait of Hormuz, then China doesn't get Iranian oil. And China's economy will not be able to weather that. However much they have in reserves, they will be affected in some way. Will that happen?
I would have to disagree slightly because you have to remember China has the largest oil reserves in the world, somewhere between 1.2 and 1.4 billion barrels. They can last over the short term. Over the medium term, they have mountains of coal. They also have the largest production of renewables. They can put up, as they have, all sorts of solar and windmills. And don't forget, they have 20 nuclear power plants coming online. Long term, they're hoping that fusion will not only make a change.
What about the immediate, not long term, immediate?
Excuse me?
In the immediate, they'll be hit, won't they?
In the immediate, they have, as I said, 1.2 to 1.4 billion barrels of oil. It's the largest reserve in the world. The next one would be the U.S. The one after that would be the Energy Agency. So they have time to make adjustments. Their cars here work on, obviously, a lot of them work on electricity. Obviously, airplanes and oils used as a feedstock. They can also get a certain amount of oil from Russia. It can be increased. They can increase their domestic consumption, things that they haven't done. But it still leaves a deficit of about 7 million barrels per day. But they, as I said, do the math, 7 million into 1.2 billion. You see that they have quite a bit of time in order to make the transition. That is not true with the rest of the world. And what you have here now is a situation where Iran is willing to, literally wreck the economies of the rest of the world to get at the United States. And now the United States is saying they're willing to wreck the economies of the rest of the world to get at China. Okay. So this is not a positive, upward flowing kind of...
No, so this is what's happening, viewers, is that Trump at this stage of his remarkable career has become an extortionist. He is He's a debt collector.
Mafia.
Mafia. A bit of a gangster. Gangster. He's got a gangster complex. So you can imagine this 80-year-old gangster with a red cap going crazy, saying, I'm going to shoot everyone. I'm most dangerous, most violent. I'm Bruce Lee, which he's not. What do you do with this man? Burzine, it's time you drop him. Stop hoping. Stop hoping that he will change things for the better for anyone. He won't for anyone right now. He's a gangster. An unhinged gangster who you are holding his hand, Burzine, and saying he's going to remove the regime in Iran. So irrespective of whatever he does, you've got to support him. You don't have to do that because he's gone crazy. He's gone mad. He's not okay. He's got a God complex.
Yeah,
he's put out tweets showing himself to be Jesus. He's fighting with the Pope. He's saying the Pope is not Republican enough. This is not amusing. This is not amusing. Is it amusing? No, it's not amusing. It's not amusing. It's a situation where you have now got to realize, Burzine, that whether you like it or not, there was no regime change in Iran. There was no and will not be in this way a regime change in Iran, which you so hope for, Burzine. Naturally you do. You have an ideological issue that you have a right to. But he's not your delivery man. He's only going to complicate things. He's brought in a sense of new sense of nationalism in Iran, which obviously has been apparent to even people like you. Right? Yes, please.
I'm glad you brought in the ideological aspect and the unhinged aspect, Arnab. Both are spot on, but they apply to Tehran and the regime in question, not so much Mr. Trump. And why? Please allow me to explain. Because what Trump has not factored in is the regime's ability to inflict pain on its own population and even devastate the country and economy. That is something which the Western world, never mind Trump, doesn't seem to understand at large, which is what gives this regime its resilience and the way it conducts itself and has been doing so for 47 years. What is this new move of his? It is fighting fire with fire, with the blockades imposed on Iran imports. And what does that envisage? 276 million daily in exports, 159 million daily in imports will vaporize. Iran's petrochemicals, 54 million disappears as all the ports are blockaded. Its non-hydrocarbon exports are 79 million daily, which will be revenue loss. And not to mention the 23.7% of its GDP, which depends on hydrocarbon exports to the tune of 80% from all the ports in question from where shipping is going to be blocked. Because what is Iran doing as we speak and has done during the last month? Iran is a signatory to the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, but it has never ratified it. And then it cherry picks its way by imposing the innocent right of passage, not transit passage.
How can you quote any UN charter anymore when you are dealing with a government, with the United States government, which says we do not believe in any international laws. These are stupid laws of engagement. We are not subject to any global laws, any global treaties, and it's extremely hypocritical and worrying to have you quote the scriptures to the devil. I mean, be very clear here. You're quoting the scriptures to the devil out here. You cannot quote UN anymore. No Trump supporter, no America supporter can quote the UN anymore or any UN charter. You are not part of the UN. You do not believe in the rules of engagement. You abuse it. You vilify it. You only use it as a place to make some kind of a rotten Hyde Park speech. In fact, Trump should not be allowed inside the UN headquarters. The United Nations, I know it's pathetic, should be moved out of New York. It should be moved out of New York. How can you quote the UN?
Asia to hostage? Why has Iran held Asia to hostage? Because only 3.8% of Western Europe's oil comes to the Strait of Hormuz.
Who is America to blackmail India? You are going to stop our LPG? You are going to stop our tankers? You think we'll sit down and listen and be saying, oh, it's all right, we'll tolerate it? We won't.
It's coming from GCC ports.
You think only America has a navy? We don't? Do you think only America has aircraft carriers? We don't? You think only America has ICBMs? We don't? CENTCOM believes it's a global com. This has got to stop. Saurabh, we're all being blackmailed by this crazy man called Trump, who has decided he's going to blockade. He's going to blockade. No, this is too much. He's
calm down, my friend.
You can't. Listen. The world. This man. The
Strait of Hormuz is going to be free very soon.
Oh God. It was free before this guy got in.
Predict on a show right away. Mark the time, mark the date. Strait of Hormuz will be free very soon. This is part of a pressure tactic that is going to work. Do you think that countries which have strategic stakes in the region, they're not aware of what's happening? They are very well aware. Countries like India, even they know what is happening. There are a lot of countries who are on board. On the surface, there are some countries who are not on board. You will also see that if Iran resists any further, there will be a coalition which includes Middle Eastern allies, and there will be other countries to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz is free. This is part of a pressure tactics. I've said that again, and I'll say it again. This war is going to end. And this is just, the final stage of a long battle. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Listen. You are just being apologetic for his actions. For his actions, Trump had called. Trump is an extortionist. America is an extortionist country. Trump called Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz world extortion. He said it is world extortion, and anybody who blocks the Strait of Hormuz should be blown to hell. Should be blown to hell. He said anybody who blocks the Strait of Hormuz should be blown to hell. And he said anyone who tries to control the Strait of Hormuz is indulging in world extortion. He has become the new extortionist, and people like you are looking for some kind of a reasoning here, Saurabh. You find a reasoning for Trump?
Not at all.
Then reason out his picture of himself as Jesus Christ. He has projected himself to be Jesus Christ earlier today.
You a factual position, my friend. I'm giving you a factual position. That's what is going to happen. Strait of Hormuz will be free. This is a power play. He is exerting his military power. He's daring China. Do what you want to do. And whatever my friend Arnab may say, China today is bleeding more than anybody else. They're hurting after Venezuela. He's given you, to say that if you want to take us on, come along. Because you have been fighting stealth battles. You've been fighting battles against India when it comes to India and Pakistan. You've been egging on Iran. So now come and take us on. That's a clear messaging. And that's a strategic messaging that's coming out. But I want this war to end. And I think the war will come to an end very soon, because the appetite for a long-drawn war was never there. And it's ending here in the US as well.
Well, sorry if you're always wrong, but never in doubt.
I'm never wrong, my friend. I predicted a ceasefire that.
No, you haven't predicted anything. You said that this war is going to be over. I've been on many shows with you. You said it was going to be over very soon. You're not correct. You keep saying every move that Trump makes is somehow blessed by God. Now he's posing as a god.
CCTV cameras and giving images to Pakistanis. That has come out. So don't talk about morality here at all.
Why don't you talk about Trump? Because you continue to throw out this garbage, saying that somehow Trump is right and everyone else is wrong.
You cannot fight a war on your own steam. That's the reason you need piggybacks to fight it for you. That's what you've been doing all along.
Who's you? I'm an American citizen.
Well, I'm talking about the Chinese.
Well, please do, but they're not interested in more wars. They haven't been starting wars in the Middle East. The United States has been behind every single one of the conflagrations that have been going on there, including with Israel. They've supported it. What do you have to say about Gaza? What do you say about those children and women, innocent, being killed as we speak? The invasion of Lebanon.
What about the Hamas terrorist killing?
You have nothing to say other than
what about the Hamas terrorist killing innocent Israelis? What about 40,000 civilians getting killed? What about the young weightlifter who was executed by the Iranians? Did you shed a tear there?
I'm not saying that the Iranians are saints. I'm saying that the United States.
What is happening to Syria?
They cause immeasurable harm
I will respect you. You come out and speak about that.
Why?
Please do that.
Why do you this need to defend it.
Don't defend. I'm saying that
listen, Saurabh, you're getting emotional about Trump, and that is the terrible thing to be in. I'm telling you, don't go there. Don't go there. I'll tell you one thing. Okay. I want to bring in General Bakshi. See, we have a situation here, an unexpected situation, where because of Donald Trump's military failure, his inability to squeeze Iran hard enough to cause a regime change or to cause substantive loss to the existing regime in terms of its capacity to change the regime, and because of his inability to use ground forces, and because of his inability to use any of those so-called expeditionary forces that came from Okinawa, continue to be stranded at sea, and because of his inability to get any uranium or nuclear commitment from the Iranians, he's throwing a tantrum. And he's saying, I have lost, so I'm now going to close the Strait of Hormuz. It's my final tactic. General Bakshi, how long can America afford to block the Strait of Hormuz, sir, in your view, without causing itself harm?
That is the precise point, Arnab. You hit the nail on the head. Every day that the Strait of Hormuz stays closed, the price of oil and gas will continue to rise. The price of fertilizers, their availability will decline and their price will continue to rise. Now, when the global price of oil rises, the price of oil rises in the United States also. If I was Iran, I would say, okay, go ahead and hang out there. You are staying clearly out of the range, trying to stay out of the range of the Iranian missiles. Cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, you come close, they'll blow your ships to the sea. I would let them wait and watch. The prices of oil will start shooting up from tomorrow onwards. The price of oil is already gone up in the United States from $2 to $4 a gallon to $4 to $5 a gallon. They will continue to rise. The price of food on the shelves will continue to rise. Inflation will continue to rise. The price of fertilizers has gone up by 42% in the United States, Saurabh. It will continue to rise. In the end, the people who will get Donald Trump down are the people of the United States of America. Why should I waste my breath if I was an Iranian military commander?
Absolutely, and I would agree, and that's the reason I'm saying
cowardly task force that he is kept out of harm's way. No, let me finish, please. We heard you with a lot of patience. We heard you with a lot of patience. Please show us equal amount of patience. Look, the problem, why was the United States telling people, please buy Russian oil? Why was the United States telling people, please buy Iranian oil? They wanted the price of oil globally to get lower, get down from $102 a barrel to, below $100 a barrel. It's again on the rise because of what Donald Trump has done. He has to, in the end of the analysis, not so much deal with the Iranians, he has to deal with his own people who are getting sick and tired. Everybody knows he's not in control. It is Bibi Netanyahu who is in control. He will decide when this war will get over, and he doesn't want it to get over. He wants to fight till the last Iranian. So be it. But every day that he fights, he destroys the global economy, right? And the people in the United States are now beginning to ask, why should our sons and daughters die for Israel? We don't mind them dying for the United States. We mind them dying for another country, right? The whole of Europe has said, we want nothing to do with this crazy Alice in Wonderland enterprise. The Mad Hatter's Party would be funny if it was not so grim for the global economy. You want to hold the global economy hostage, including your own? Go right ahead, Donald Trump. This is the maddest thing that you have done in a while.
Because he's becoming...
You will have to invoke Saurabh, the 25th Amendment.
But General Bakshi, we have to consider one fact. That we are not dealing...
the 25th Amendment.
Yeah, but General Bakshi, with respect, we're not dealing with a normal man. He is becoming madder and madder, as we all know, Sierra, Tatiana, and he doesn't know what to do. In fact, this is quite a desperate last move of blockading, because he himself said that blocking the Strait of Hormuz is a terrible thing. And anybody who does it is an extortionist. Now, he has, of course, highlighted a critical flaw in the global supply chain interdependence. But he is now beginning to get to a situation where he wants to hurt everyone. You know what happens to a person who's a loser? You lose and you've lost, and therefore either you start crying or you start waving your arms around and trying to hit and bite and scratch everyone. Donald Trump is like that drunk madman who's just lost the game, lost the match, who knows he's lost, who doesn't know what to do, and who's simply saying, why did I lose? And everyone who's contributed to my failure, in my view, should get hurt. So he wants to hurt Japan, he wants to hurt South Korea, he wants to hurt India, he wants to hurt his erstwhile allies in NATO and in Asia, and he wants to teach the world a lesson. He doesn't know in particular, Tatiana, who he wants to hurt. But that's exactly what is like this crazed child. He doesn't know who he wants to hurt everyone. He's angry with the whole world. He's angry with Putin, Xi Jinping. I believe he'd be angry even with Modi. He'd be angry with Japan, with South Korea, with Australia, with Europe, with NATO, with the United Kingdom. But he was the person who said, open the F-strait, you crazy bastards.
And well, he said about control, of course.
He said
but
that.
I think that he's actually the most angered by the Gulf states at this moment. I think that by now it looks more likely that he was actually really expecting for them to get mad and to start participating in this, you know. And for him to say that, okay, we're closing the Strait of Hormuz, that's basically an attempt to take control of the situation, to say, okay, I run the show. And, you know, if we take a step back and try to look at who this is directed at, there's only one party that can be the recipient of this whole thing. It's not Iran, you know. It's the other states that use it.
But he had called this the Strait of Trump. So if you look at it as a headline, Sierra, remember he said, open up the Strait of Trump. He said that on the 27th of March. He's quite mad, isn't he, Sierra? The man is crazy. He's not serious. Well, he said, open up Trump. How does this sound? Saurabh. Trump blocks the Strait of Trump.
But because he's the only one who can, you know, you said it. See, Trump blocks the Strait of Trump, you know, so that makes him the only person who can.
I think we are giving him too much credit by saying this man has a plan. He wants America to be an alternative energy supplier. He wants to change the supply chain economics. He wants to change from dependence to dominance. He doesn't think of anything like that. Arnab. He's incapable of that level of thinking.
Right. But that just highlights the bigger flaw within the system that we keep forgetting about. And that bigger flaw is not about Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz. It's not even Trump himself. It's the world dependency, the global economy's dependency on the dollar and on the US. I mean, Trump will not, by any means, be the first American president who brought devastating crisis to the world economy, even if he does that. You know, we've lived through these crises. We've lived through the crises. In 2008, we've lived through previous crises, and they all come back to the same thing. The problem is the US and the fact that
the problem also is
the
problem is the weakness of China. The problem is the weakness of China. You see, China has only had 2 clashes, both of which went very badly. One many years back, General Bakshi, with Vietnam. They got into a scrap, they got beaten very badly some 20-30 years back. And then in Galwan with the Indian army, and they got beaten very badly. So they basically decided that, look, we are some kind of a peacekeeping force. We're a peacekeeping force. We want to take the advantage of everything. We want to use Iran, we want to use Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi, right? But we don't want to get into a scrap with anyone because our essential weakness, our theoretical strength will be exposed. This is the time, Einar. If you have the strength, show it. Don't keep complaining. Your defense minister keeps complaining, say you're monitoring the situation in the Middle East. What is there to monitor? The Strait of Hormuz is blocked. It does not require any monitoring, it's a fact.
Well,
and you're not doing anything about it.
As to say, why isn't India acting? India has less reserves than China does. It would be, based on your argument, India should be stepping up and saying, we're going to send boats in there and we're going to make sure that ships with Indian oil or destined for India go through.
But we have done it. I'm sorry to say this to you. Every time China-backed Houthi terrorists had tried to block global ships, you know which army went in and caught all those Houthi terrorists like mosquitoes? All of whom were getting Chinese funding and Chinese money, and you didn't have the guts to come and support the Houthis when the Indian Navy Marine Commandos went and caught them up in nets and paraded them around the world. You just watched. The problem is you can't engage. You can't engage. Why don't you end this proxy battle with America? Why doesn't China end this proxy battle with America? Why don't you guys have it out straight once and for all? What is this? Why are you dragging the world into your unholy competition out here between the both of you?
Are you saying you want a nuclear war? I just want to be clear about
I'm saying this is a China-America battle. And I tell you this, you know it
China got what you said is an irrational person to break every UN law out there and attack a country by choice when they were in the midst of peace negotiations. Are you really saying that?
I'm saying what I'm saying, that China has to take a clear position. It cannot dilly-dally anymore.
What's India's position?
Well, India's position is absolutely clear. We're negotiating with everyone, and we do not like people who fund the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah, and who organize the killing of people, right? On October 7th, and then look the other way. We don't like these kind of people who do that stuff. India is a straightforward country. You want to fight directly.
I can tell you that they're not in a position with their army to project strength. They don't have 800 bases around the world. They're not geographically close. India is geographically close. It does have interests. I know you're saying that they want to negotiate with everybody, but so does China. They believe that this has to be solved long-term by consensus, not by imposition. We've had 500 years of colonial imposition. Whenever they scream peace, it means that they're going to take another piece of you, not give you anything.
This will require calibration, you can't do, General Bakshi, China will have to be more involved. Won't they have to be more involved, General Bakshi, at some point? They can't.
They're listening. You should say, how should China be involved? Get in a brinksmanship situation with somebody you acknowledge.
Send your ships. Send your ships.
And who has his hand on the nuclear button?
Your ships.
What? Send ships to do what?
To end the blockade.
The US? Are you really suggesting they go to war?
I'm not saying suggest to go to war. I'm saying that show your strength.
How?
Well,
how is China show its strength? Other than sending ships?
Show your strength beyond Hong Kong, beyond beating up peaceful, democratic protesters in Hong Kong. Is that all the strength that China's got?
No. There was a year of protests when they did nothing, and when things got out of hand, they finally, as you wanted, showed some strength, and they said, look, we have to protect the people. First duty of government is to provide a safe place.
See,
you could
are you going to wait till the midterms? Are you going to wait till the midterms for this to end? General Bakshi, this is a very dangerous situation, sir. We have no guarantees in India that they will allow ships to come towards our side as well. Our supply chains in LPG can get affected by this also.
Absolutely.
Right? So it's not something we can wait and watch and say, you see, he's a madman. He will one day pull it out, be like Saurabh, saying, don't worry, this is a tactic. It's going to be all right. Go have ice cream. It won't happen like that, Saurabh. General Bakshi, this is a serious situation for all of us here as well.
Come back to you on that, Arnab.
No, what is there to come back?
Arnab, I see major chances. Can I please?
I want to clarify.
Can I?
I don't stand for anyone. I don't take anybody's position.
1 second, Saurabh. The question was addressed to me.
To General Bakshi, to General Bakshi.
The question was addressed to me.
Sir, 1 minute.
No, 1 minute. General Bakshi
Let me
first.
say, please.
Arnab.
General Bakshi first. Yeah, General Bakshi, go on.
I'm not the only one in line.
Every night. That's it. Okay, go on.
Okay, you know, Arnab, if China has to retaliate, my military assessment would be it will retaliate in the South China Sea. The United States of America has expended its almost whole arsenal of interceptor missiles and a great deal of the precision guided munitions, right? THAAD batteries, 3 of them have been moved from South Korea to the Middle East, right? And the entire Tripoli amphibious assault group has been moved from Okinawa to the Middle East, right? 3 carrier battle groups are stuck there, all right? If I was in the Chinese general staff, I would say this is the right time to create problems in Taiwan.
Sir, but they don't have the strength. China seems to have, doesn't have any strength. They've just built this, I mean, China has only built this cute little narrative of having an effective...
Be pushed. No, there is a point beyond which people can't be pushed. There is a point beyond which people would say, I'd rather take it on and start it at the time of my choosing than react.
No, but China is a decorative army, unlike Russia. They don't have a fighting army. So, you know, when you have a decorative army, it's very different from an army which actually fights wars. These guys haven't even fought a mock battle.
Let me tell you one thing, please. Arnab, if you permit, I will share one piece of information with you. There is the Caspian Sea port. There is the Caspian Sea port of, I'll just give you that name, Anzali. That is from where the Russians supply the Iranians. Israel has just hit that port 2 days back. And if you think there is going to be no retaliation from Russia, either overt or covert, then we are mistaken. We are mistaken, right? They could easily supply. Don't be surprised if S-300s reach the Hezbollah, and flying over northern Iran, northern Israel becomes a severe problem. Don't be surprised if the Russians help to close the airspace over Syria. There are a whole lot of military options, right? You are entering very dangerous territory when you say that you will stop, search and board Chinese ships, Russian ships, Indian ships. I will not say any further. We have just been driven into an extremely dangerous and perilous situation by a man who needs to be thrown out of the office by invoking the 25th Amendment.
I'm glad you said it, sir, because these are 3 countries who are going to be...
the President
these are 3 countries who are today tied by destiny right now, because we are 3 countries who will be affected by this: Russia, China and India. Right? So Trump's gambit, Tatiana, is that these 3 countries will sit there and do nothing and I can do whatever the hell I want, you know. Nobody is going to question me at this stage. Russia will do nothing, China will do nothing, India will do nothing. They will go by the expectation that this will wear America down. But having said that, if big nations do nothing, and a global bully turns into a global gangster, we will only have ourselves to blame, which means this needs some kind of active participation by India, Russia, and China. Do you agree, Tatiana? We can't just be watching this. This is not a local issue anymore.
Well, we can't say that we're just watching it, specifically with what is going on. But, that was just the first round of negotiations. You know that this is not by far not the end, not even the middle. It's just the first touchdown, first kind of measuring of what can happen. We need to understand the more broad perspective. For instance, Israel is going to polls in October. And for instance, Netanyahu would benefit greatly if that war was to extend until October, because no nation in its right mind would ever switch the commander-in-chief during a war. But at the same time, there's also midterm elections. And if by midterms Trump can produce, again, an optical win, and you may make fun of the fact that he says it's a Strait of Trump, but his audience, his electorate is waiting for exactly that. They want this. This is the level of communication that they're looking for. This is his target audience he's talking to. So if Trump can produce a good, tangible kind of something that he can optically frame as a win by midterms, that means that he keeps both houses. That means that the party is in control.
He's also baiting Russia. No, 1 minute. He's also baiting Russia and China because you guys are backing and financing. You're backing and financing Iran. He's saying to you both, in a way, if I'm not mistaken, he's saying to Russia, he's saying to China, if you have the guts, come out and openly support Iran at sea. You are all looking away because you realize that here is a person who's pushing it militarily. So you see, he is showing the ability, foolhardy or not, mad or not, to push it militarily, bait you, provoke you, and expose you for your inability to come out in support of the country who you're supporting covertly, but you're unable to come forth. Am I right here?
Of strength,
Burzine,
position of strength in this situation,
who's
and
in strength?
Know this as well as I do, because India has actually exercised this a number of times. A position of strength when somebody is bullying you and baiting you is not to take the bait, is not to react.
You're turning you're turning your compulsion, right? It is your compulsion. You're trying to package this as a virtue. It's not. It's not your choice. It's your compulsion. You can do nothing. You're trying to say, oh, we can't be provoked. We're very meditative and calm people. You're not. Vladimir Putin is gnashing his teeth. He's frustrated. He doesn't know what to do. In fact, the only country that's benefiting out here is Ukraine because their drone sales are going, their defense technology is being sought after. Ukrainian defense companies, their stocks are rising in America. They're the ones who are benefiting from this. You're not happy with this, Tatiana. Putin is not happy with this, but he's putting up with it. Because
America is not the only buyer
Burzine. And in all of this, Burzine, where are you? On the 28th of February, you said, Arnab, in 1 week it will be over. You see, the people of Iran are going to come out. They are going to come out on the streets, Arnab. And they hate him so much. And Raza Pahlavi is going to fly in and people will crown him the Shah again. Everything will be fine. We will all be happy. What happened, Burzine? What happened? What happened, Burzine? Where's the reality? Your claim versus the reality. Should I do a reality check on you?
I concur with Tatiana that Putin has a lot going invested in Tehran. It's not Damascus that he will see it fold up. This time, because for the simple reason that Putin can hurt the West and Trump without having had to invest anything in Iran, which is doing and picking up the slack itself, unlike Syria. So Putin has much more going in seeing the Tehran regime not entirely collapse. And a qualifier to what Major Bakshi said, he brought up an important point about Bandar Anzali at the Caspian. But Arnab, Iran's petrochemical exports to the tune of $54 million take place only from its southern littoral. That is Asaluye and Shahid Rajai, Bandar Abbas and Imam Khomeini port in Khuzestan. They do not go through the Caspian and they cannot be transported overland. Should that were to happen, And as of now, traditionally speaking, it doesn't happen through the Overland Passage. So Iran does get to suffer, not just for its hydrocarbon exports, but also for petrochemicals and its non-hydrocarbon exports, for which it depends on the southern littoral. And speaking of that southern littoral, Arnab, $270 is the poverty line in Iran per month as we speak. IRGC guards and the Artesh, that is the traditional tri-services, as you know, there are two of them, who man these 45 bases all along the southern littoral, besides the ports which is shown in your map. Their salaries range from $80 to $200. Once they see shrinkage in their salaries, that is going to have some effect.
That's one long-winded explanation there. It's not going to happen.
No, it is, because Arnab, some of their salaries have not been paid for the last 3 months.
I know, but this is all very, very, it's not happened. Everyone's confused. Where do we stand today? Well, Trump is blocking the Strait of Trump. Yes, General Bakshi.
Apropos the ability of the Iranians to take punishment and suffering, may I remind you, 8 years they fought the war against Saddam Hussein of Iraq, who used chemical warfare weapons against them. They sent 12-year-old children to bash away through the minefields. That is the level of shahadat these people are used to. 8 years. This is not even 8 weeks, man. Don't start counting for the collapse of your enemy. That's bad strategy. Do not underestimate your enemy. It doesn't pay to overestimate, but it is fatal to underestimate. And I'm very sorry to state, our Israeli friends have miscalculated by an extreme margin, for which we feel bad that the minuscule population of Israel, and it has very limited space to trade for time.
Yep.
You have gotten yourself into a needless, problem.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Into a needless, unnecessary
problem. When we are back tonight, I'll show you. When we are back, thank you, General Bakshi, for that. When we are back tonight, Trump versus the Pope. Trump now wants to play Jesus. He actually believes that he is.
Where is he? 4 घंटे से वेट कर रही हूँ उसका. कहाँ है वो?
अब भी गया.
Let's continue with the shirt.
Sure. बंदे को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है. बोलो आप क्या बनवाओगे? Linen by Arvind.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिंह. MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह.
जीरा सिंह असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
Join IIHM, International Institute of Hotel Management. To know more about ECHAT exam, call 98310 50,000.
Where is he? 4 घंटे से वेट कर रही हूँ उसका. कहाँ है वो?
अब भी गया.
Let's continue with the shirt.
Sure. बंदे को लिनन पसंद है तो पसंद है. बोलो आप क्या बनवाओगे? Linen by Arvind.
Join IIHM, International Institute of Hotel Management. To know more about ECHAT exam, call 98310 50,000.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
अभी तो कह रहा था कि अभी